Check, check, check.
Okay.
Check, check, check.
It's always something.
Right about my microphone.
It's always something. All right, so what do you need to do? You need to test the audio coming out of the... Do that for myself. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Oh. The bass turned up too high. You have a 10-year-old. What? You don't? No. You have a responsibility to the community now. What do you see? Hey, we're broadcasting. That's great. Are you broadcasting right now? Okay. We're supposed to. What? Doesn't this place just run itself? No. Well, maybe one day you can sleep. Not today. You beat 2/3 of all companies ever.
That's great. It says, please have a live description. A live description.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome God and
But it's hidden, except that, did you say advanced settings? Right, and I made my description. Yeah, we just tried that live from the store. Yeah. You can now tag your brand or partner you post.
Oh, right there. That's what you have to put in.
Yeah, Jesus.
See, why put everything in a box, but not the other stuff?
Right.
10-year anniversary. Boom.
Okay, now we're ready.
Almost. I'm gonna back.
Right? What the indeed. because oh, right there. Yeah.
Check, check, check.
Check, check, check. Hey, mine works too. That's great. And this- check, check, check. Yeah. Okay, so just 10 seconds to press the button when we say something we're not allowed to say. What? No. No? Him or her? I have not been. All right. It's on the secret one. Oh. I'd do a little of that with gummies at home. Only at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome God and
And with one click of the button, we should be live on Facebook. Happy anniversary, Gods and Monsters!
Yay! 10 years. How did that happen?
10 years birthday! Can you believe it?
Oh, is
that- I've
I've
seen
seen
coming in?
out before.
There's a beverage coming
I
in?
had seen that. I didn't know what it was.
And mushroom.
Nice. So
Anna is
let's
drinking.
alter reality.
Okay, I'm unplugging this. Are we back to the regular one?
Oh yeah, you can't hear?
Everybody's here.
Oh crap. Hold on a second.
This guy.
Don't need that.
No, I do. You do need that.
Well,
What's that?
that sounds so nice.
Right? Okay.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. You're watching us live on Facebook, I hope. Oh, show Anna. Anna's got herself a
no,
drink.
thank you.
Anna, tell us what you're drinking this evening.
We now have a line of THC drinks on our bar menu, so that's exciting.
Let's get baked.
This one is Brez. It is lemon elderflower, THC, CBD, and lion's mane mushrooms.
Wow.
Yeah. So
a lot of words in there.
I have in the last year started getting these deliveries from an unknown company called Mood that give me gummies, and since I've started that, they bombard me, they
The
meaning the
drinks?
internet, with all kinds of stoner stuff.
Unknown company, you said?
Mood.
Mood.
Oh, I found. By the way, I found these. If you're interested about the grand opening of Gods and Monsters,
Wait.
I'm very nostalgic right now. These are the
Wow.
cards they were giving out 10 years ago this week, announcing the grand opening celebration. I found them in my bag of things. Grand opening Saturday, June 13th, 2015. Man, that was a day. Do you remember that day?
I
Greg, you
think
remember that day?
I had
we
walking pneumonia, remember?
Anna had walking pneumonia that day.
I believe we broadcast for 9 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it was like a crazy amount of
Insane.
time.
We had over 10,000 people come out that day. It was a little bonkers.
And here we are 10 years later. Let's take a look at the store here. 10 years later, there's a wide shot of the store. It's a little crooked, I'm not going to lie. It's sitting on top of one of the shelves.
We were rushed as
Yeah,
we
a little bit of rush.
always rush.
Great view of the ceiling. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there.
You know what? I can fix that.
I can see Todd.
Prop the back.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, I don't know if you can. There's nothing up there to
do it.
support it. There's no tripod up there.
I can do this.
We had. Let's go back to this camera because there's Todd. Oh, we just missed you. Do that again.
But we wanted.
We were looking at this camera way up. Yeah, look, right there. See it? There's another camera way up there. I'll go to it right now. Yes, there we are. You can't reach it. That's all right. I'll fix it in a little bit.
If you angle it slightly from the back side.
Totally got this.
It's good rehearsal, everybody. We're doing great. I wish I had a monitor you could look at. Here, okay. As you can see, Greg is Oh, you did very well there. Thank you. Great shot of the store.
That's much better.
Where's our little globe?
Still see the dragon.
I'm in.
right?
I'm in film. That's what we do. We fix
Yeah.
problems
There's our
as
little
fast as
globe, our
possible and
spinning
as
globe.
rickety as possible.
Well, 10 years. Here we are, 10 years. Most businesses, as we've said many times before, only survive a year or two. Most businesses that started 10 years ago that survived COVID did not survive.
That's true.
Yeah, I looked up the statistic just before I came out here today, and it's like 67% of all businesses don't make it to 10 years. So you are in the top
Man,
third of
I feel
everybody.
every day of it.
And you know what? The messages are already coming in real quick. Ben Williams says hi from Wales in the UK. Anna says hi. Ben Williams also says, can't wait to visit yourselves when we come back in July of 2026. Look at them. They're already planning their vacations a year
Oh,
from
that
now.
means you got to be open for another full year.
Oh,
my
geez.
gosh.
Somebody's coming. Somebody's
and
relying
he's
on
coming
you.
from the UK, so you have to be there
I'll
that day
be
also.
here.
Mhm.
Ben also says he's watching. Best store in Florida. Eric Todd is watching. Oh, see, now we get people as soon as they log in, it just shows us who they're watching. So thank you so much. We're going to scroll through messages. Love Gods and Monsters, best store in Florida. So yeah, you send in the messages. We're going to shout them out. Wow, look at even the closed caption
Yay.
coming through already.
AI, it's gonna kill us
Yeah.
all.
Probably got another maybe couple of years in me.
Couple more
Okay.
years.
She didn't sound too
Alright.
confident when she said that. I'm going to say. I'm going to
Well,
say.
you have a license now, so you can relax when you don't need to be doing everything. You can relax whenever you do need to be doing something.
There's no relax.
All I want to know is that we have good audio. If you could tell me that, Ben, I'll wait 10 seconds for the delay, and Ben will tell us if the audio is good or not, or if it needs to be louder. Because we really haven't had the opportunity to check it out. But there's our store there. We got our Minotaur in the background.
Sirloin.
Ben says, yes, hope you're still open by then. You can look deep back into the store there. Yes. Come say hi to. Oh, hey, how you doing? The family, all the family is here. Dang, I wish I was able to come by today. Congratulations, says Eric Todd. Watching. Odanis Montanez. Did I say that right? You confirm that for me.
What am I looking at? I don't even know what I'm looking at.
I want to make sure the name is right there.
Oh,
Oh,
Odanis.
Odanis. I did say that right.
Sure. I mean,
Is watching, and let us know where you're watching from if
Johnny
you do.
boy.
Anna's tired.
People reminiscing here. Ben says, I remember when we visited last in 2023, my daughter left her mobile in the store and you found it and she was so grateful.
I was
Sold it.
I was half hoping to hear him ask if they still have it. That would have been very funny. Yeah, it's in the Lost and Found. Come by and pick it up.
So if you're watching on Facebook, thank you very
There you
much.
go.
Leave us a message
little
here
box.
on the
Is it the box?
board.
Is it box?
If you are in the neighborhood, stop on by. I mean, it's the 10th anniversary. There's probably a lot going on in the back room over at the vault. Tell us what's going on tonight.
I waltzed back into
We
the
have
bar and it's very full back there.
It was,
Mhm.
yeah. We have a drink special tonight
That under
called
our mic.
the
Give her a little
God
lift.
Monster.
Yes.
What is it called? A God
A
monster?
God Monster.
Okay, that's
Or
on brand.
God Monsters.
That's on brand.
Mhm.
What did I make it? I made it on the fly. Spiced rum.
You're a
silver
witch, aren't you?
rum,
You're just in the back there going, "Eye of newt and tail of frog."
Spiced rum, silver rum, and then mango guava ginger syrup with a splash of Sprite and club soda,
I wish
and a dehydrated lime wheel and a cherry.
Wow.
if I didn't stop
It's very
drinking
tasty.
last year, I would
What?
have 3 of those by now. Those
Well, we
sound
have plenty
delicious.
of these for you.
I got to drive home.
So you're saying you're not drinking right now?
I have stopped drinking. I don't
Somebody
say
should tell your beard because
I
you look like a drinker.
Okay, well, we'll talk about the beard later. But I stopped drinking. I didn't quit drinking. So
Okay,
it's
there's a
not like
difference.
it's not like a thing court mandated or anything like that. It's
Like right now, I'm sitting in the building. I stopped driving because I'm not driving right now.
Mm.
But later, I will be driving.
all right. I extended stopped drinking. So it's been over a year now, and I don't know. I prefer THC now.
Sure. Well-being, physical fitness, anything.
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
The
Interesting,
THC
bro.
puts me on the couch for the rest of the night, and I
Yes.
eat snacks, and I'm very, very happy.
happy.
Very happy.
It's diabetes driven.
Yeah.
So I don't hardly drink anything anymore, but I do like my THC.
Eric Todd says the vault is a must-do when all my friends and family come to visit. So yes, the vault is very popular in the back
100%.
here.
It's one of the most unique bars I've ever been in.
Absolutely.
You could just spend an hour in there
It's
just
an
looking at the
experience.
things, trying to figure out if you recognize them or not, because
Well,
you
we
don't.
still have the escape room stuff in there.
You
oh,
do.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was very
so
big before COVID.
It was
Then the whole world,
amazing,
the
and
whole
then
world was an
COVID
escape room.
happened, and we had to
Yeah.
stop, and then I just didn't have it in me to start back up. again.
Understandable.
It takes a
Understandable.
lot of work. There's like planning and
man, it
scheduling and
was-
staffing and
There was a
Oh,
labor
yeah.
of love putting that together. So there's still all the secret clues are around the bar. in
oh
there.
wow.
If you have a UV flashlight and go in sometime.
No! Don't use a UV flashlight. No.
All the
No.
secret codes are in.
Oh, okay.
Working hard behind the counter there is Todd Fisher. You see him on camera there.
Who's that?
You're up on the camera there. Just give us a wave. Yeah, there you are.
With hair. I generally don't see him with hair.
Look at the sexy silver coming out.
I'm
All right.
saying
He's going to come over to the other camera
silver
here.
fox. Silver fox.
Yeah.
Yes.
10 years. A lot can happen to a business owner in 10 years.
Man.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
That's just getting older, I think, buddy.
We'll get Todd hopefully to sit down a little while. But as for now, I was so excited to be putting this together. We can see we even got Anna's got her own little graphic down there. So she's sitting with us, which really there was like a 1 in 10 chance.
You have
he
really
was gonna
done
sit with us.
some prep work for
Well,
this
yes,
thing.
there's the Anna one, and then there's Art and Greg, yes, and then if Todd will sit with us,
The
we've got a
Anna
Todd one,
Hey.
yes. But for now, we have the lower third that
Look at
says
your mom.
Anna.
Anna,
Young.
tell me briefly about these little vending machines in front of
Our
us.
gachapon machine.
What are
Oh,
those
I
all
gotta
about? Those are
restock some
looking
of
cool.
these. Oh man.
Are they
See,
little
I never
Pokemon
on
things?
sale.
I
or-
mean, they're so popular. One of them's completely empty
there's-
right now.
Yeah. But yes, we have like 16 of them throughout the space. So
Awesome.
most of them are in the anime area,
Are-
obviously.
Are these
But
like
you get a token for $8.
Yeah.
And then you pick which one. And I think we do a deal if you get like 3 or so many. And you
they
get,
look
Oh, yeah,
very
buy
imported from Japan, perhaps?
buy
Is that
soap.
correct?
something, get one free. They
What's
are
something?
imported.
These are great business people we're friends with here, isn't it?
Tired.
Well, because I mean, I look at our vending, like our little gumball and toy again. It's those
but
red
these are
things that
all-
are on
yeah,
a
all
stick,
imported
and
from
you put the
Japan.
3/4 in there and twist it 3 times. That looks cool.
That'll be a prize you keep. You don't throw out as soon as you get home. Like
No.
we used to when we were
Dude,
kids.
anime blew up, anime and manga, and it was
Mhm.
very hard
Yes.
to get. So we invested in a bunch of stuff to expand on that section. Right after COVID.
Do you feel that Gods and Monsters has now completely rebounded from the slump of COVID?
There's Todd.
So the two, like, let's see, 2022 and 2023, we boomed majorly.
Okay.
And then there was a drop like after October last year.
That sounds very reminiscent of almost all stores everywhere, because
Yeah,
everybody was just
everything
ready
everywhere.
to go back to shopping, going out into the world and
It
doing
was
the
crazy
things.
for
Mhm.
a couple of years.
That's great.
solid.
And you also made a lot of you pivoted quite a bit. You and Todd did online auction type things,
Mhm.
Yes,
or descriptions of the new products you were getting in.
You haven't seen the satellite office, have you?
No, I
In
have
Altamont.
not.
Yeah, that got delayed from the flood.
Yeah, I heard about that.
There's a flood.
Yes. So,
Is
so we're
God
in the
telling-
process
trying
of
to tell you guys
expanding,
something?
which I don't know why I thought I needed more work on my plate.
Hmm.
But
Yes.
so I was like, I know it would be fun. Let's expand and
Mm.
get that warehouse collection all in one central location. We'll have a production studio. We can do
Right,
live sales
right.
shows, unboxing videos,
you
had
make
come-
static content. You know,
You had come into possession of a very large treasure trove of pieces.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I remember from about
So and
3. Was it
we
2
it
years
was
ago? 3 years
right
ago?
out of COVID. We
Okay.
got the first warehouse
Yeah.
batch of it,
Mhm.
like a huge warehouse full of
Massive.
stuff, and spread it between 4 large storage units. And then last year she called us and said, "Okay, now he's in hospice, so now the house collection," and we had to go get that.
Wow.
And so it was just more stuff. So we were like, "Okay, now it's time to get May's eBay office into a spot, its own spot, and we'll get the storage units unloaded and start processing them fine." And then we set up a stage and a production setup, and
Beautiful. It's a
then
beautiful setup.
the front of house is being renovated. There's a little retail area and a little gallery room that's going to be a like pagan pop culture kind of thing. It's all
Pagan pop
witches
culture.
cottage space. Yeah, that I'm theming it.
Okay.
And then
You have so much free time.
so much free time. And then a neighboring tenant in February
Yes, tell the whole story. This is
um,
great.
Oh boy.
hit a water main moving an
Oh,
MRI
boy.
machine, and it flooded our space under 2 inches of water. And guess what? We had just moved into the space in the middle of the floor
A lot of
in a big
paper-like
mountain.
product
A lot of paper
things.
collectibles from the 1950s to the
Yes.
early 2000s.
Yes.
So we lost close to 80 grand worth of collectibles.
And I was saying with Todd, it's got to be
Oh.
hard to have a price on those things because
But
some
they
of them
had to
hadn't been priced.
research for 2 solid months
Okay.
or 3 solid months of just doing that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And-
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because you have to for insurance purposes, you have
Yeah.
to put a price tag on it. It can't
So
just
we're
be
in
a
the-
guess.
Oh, real
So
quick,
we've
couple of
submitted all that,
before you
but-
continue your awesome story. I like to keep up on these. Ben Williams, great sound and pictures. Thank you, Ben, for letting me know. Ben,
We
happy
did it.
10th anniversary. Eric, the vault is a must do. I'm going to scroll ahead. Greg Batty is watching. Ben Williams is watching. Jen
You know what?
Keller.
Greg helped with a lot of that collection before the flood.
Hmm.
Jen Keller is. Ben Williams is asking, do you
How
guys
was
stock?
sleeping that night? Was that tough?
Do we?
Oh.
What do we
Do you
stock?
stock Pokemon cards?
Well, yeah, when
Of
we
course.
get them.
I am staring at a giant wall of Pokemon.
Well,
stuff.
the cards.
Oh, that's
though,
magic over
There's
there.
a massive shortage right now.
Oh,
For the last so many months,
makes
it's
them rare.
been from distribution level impossible to get. Like, so we get it, we get severely allocated, and then we sell out in one day.
wow.
And that's just how it's been. Every time a new release happens, we get a allocation.
Are
We
those
get whatever we can
is
get.
that
and
Raid
then we
Shadow
sell.
Legends cards over there, or
Which one?
paraphernalia? Right in that cabinet right there. I see the thing that says Raid.
Oh, Raid.
Another quick hello. Alita Miller
What-
is
okay.
watching. By the last time, 10 years ago when you started that, they are now married. They are now parents. Talon and Alita, couple of geeks plus one.
And Talon is now bartending again on Wednesday.
Oh,
That's
here?
great.
Oh, well,
That's
very
great.
good. Talon is here, but
He just
Alita,
started
it says, is watching right now. Hello, watching from home.
Talon's
just wanna
probably
let-
at the Edison. He bartends. He's a lead manager or a lead bartender over at the Edison.
Very, very good. I'd like to see him here on a Wednesday night. It's been forever since
Yeah.
I've seen him. They were guests on our show. They may have been
From the opening.
from the opening, the
Mhm.
grand opening.
Yeah.
They've been here. We had so many guests that day from just different podcasts
And
and,
then they
different
were
people.
Oh,
on
yeah,
the,
yeah,
at
yeah.
the wedding they were at.
Yes.
and-
Oh, the wedding. See, I recently had contacted Anna because Facebook has changed their rules now. Any live broadcasts or anything live you've done on Facebook for the past 15 years, they're going to start removing
Yeah.
because they probably can't handle
Well,
all that stuff.
I mean,
So I had to let her know, oh, we actually broadcast that live on Facebook. So you probably want to pull it off. So I pulled it off and sent her a link to it because that's their wedding video was live on Facebook. Pretty ahead of its time when you think about it, how long
Yeah.
ago that was doing the live wedding on
A lot of
Facebook.
good memories on that, like with George talking.
Pedro, it says Peter from Colorado. Anna's brother says happy anniversary.
Oh, Parker, are you feeling better?
Peter is watching from home. Maybe he can give us an answer if he's
Out of
feeling
the
better or
hospital?
not. Oh my gosh. What
that
if
sounds
he's-
serious.
He sounds
Well,
serious, or maybe he's watching from the hospital.
Mm.
We'll find out in a minute. Maybe he's going to answer. It might take 10 seconds for him to respond because we are on a little bit of a
I
dead.
love you, my little
So
brother.
Peter is watching you because we are broadcasting live on Gods and Monsters Facebook page with your 25, 30,000, whatever you have on there, viewers, likes, subscribers on
Oh, I don't
Facebook.
know. I lost count a while.
Listen to you. So you're
I
so
have
hot right now. You
two
just don't even
questions for you,
count.
Anna. I have two questions for you. The first question
That's
is
not a lot.
what have you learned in the last 10 years about running Gods and Monsters.
Very good.
That stress kills you.
No,
I had- okay,
let's
okay.
let's focus on
Let's say almost killed.
things that aren't killing you.
I'm literally a zombie. No. What have I learned? I have learned. I mean, I used to deal with comics and toys
Mhm.
in the 90s before the crash. So, like, but the more you diversify through any like weird times, end
Right.
of times, the better off you are. So
Okay.
constantly getting new distributors and
Sure.
like keeping a beat on like what's the trends and it's a lot.
Oh, that's a good
know,
question.
but
What is something that is super popular today that didn't even exist 10 years ago?
gee,
I'm looking around
Did-
the store for
Yes.
my own answer to my
Did
question.
Pokemon
Wars?
cards happen?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pokemon
within
cards.
10
was-
years?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Pokemon was definitely.
I don't know.
That's been forever. Let's see.
Trying to think what is hit big, you know.
I mean,
Oh, Funko Pops. Those didn't exist 10
that
years
would be
ago.
first.
Oh, you might be right on the Funko Pops. I don't know if they've been
Now
around
they're
10 years.
gone
or not.
again.
Are
It's
they?
just they're
Did they run their
kinda,
course?
like,
Passing fad, yeah.
It's like Beanie Babies.
Beanie Babies,
Yeah.
sure.
Right.
I'm
I'm trying to think what else was
that
big.
after
I
COVID.
know for the store, when it comes to advertising, something that was huge that wasn't 10 years ago was TikTok. I mean, I know you guys do
Right.
use
Mhm,
that.
mhm.
And then where do you stream your show that you do on Tuesdays?
That whatnot.
Whatnot it's called?
Yeah.
I don't even know what
You
that
just made that
is.
up. That's not true.
Sales at platform.
Okay.
Like
okay.
Pop Shop when we were doing Pop Shop.
Okay.
This one's more well known.
And then these people can connect with you live as you
Yeah,
hold
they can-
display
we
things up.
even have a code which I don't have handy, or maybe I can find
Well,
it.
whenever you guys go live, it does pop up on my phone because
Maybe
I
give
hit
you
the
store
yeah, you
code,
know,
maybe.
yeah, so you know how to do that.
What is
So
you get a referral code when you sign up as a new person, and it gives you like
There's
$15
Todd in the
credit
background
to
there.
shop with us or something.
I was gonna try and give Todd a microphone because I have another XLR, but it's a super short cord, and I'm scared to unplug this because you said
Yeah,
something's
now
going
that
on with my
everything's
mic.
working,
I'm
I
gonna hold it
would
perfectly still
recommend against doing anything.
because I have another microphone for Todd. I just don't have another XLR that's really long. I have a short one.
Hmm.
But I know TikTok has become huge in the past 10 years. I see you guys post quite a bit.
Well,
Perhaps some of the
used
younger
to.
employees do
Kinda
that.
fell off when it stopped, like the whole China thing happened.
of
and
course.
Now
That
it's
is
back,
another
so it's
question
like,
that I need answered.
no,
Go
we
with
need
your
to do that.
question. Yes.
My question is, how are these on again, off again tariff discussions affecting your
Ah,
business
good
specifically?
question.
Well,
Because it appears that a lot of this stuff
not
gets
great.
yes, the whole toy industry, the whole
Gaming industry is
gaming,
upended.
yeah.
Comics industry is double upended because there's also Diamond, that used to be the monopoly when we started for comics distribution,
Mhm.
and a lot of the toys, comic based toys and stuff,
Right.
and statues and everything. They are now bankrupt and got bought out.
Cool.
Cool.
So
Okay, cool.
things have been a little weird in
So
the comic
your
retailing
suppliers,
industry.
are you seeing wild fluctuations in pricing for the distributors that provide you with?
Well, yeah, for toys and
Mhm.
gaming especially, a lot of distributors like we can't even get NECA stuff right now. Mondo's everything's got tariffs. All the ones we ordered from regularly were just like in a weird state of flux. Like we can't order from them. Everybody's
Yeah.
offended, you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure
Right.
a lot of people are just sitting on their hands waiting to see what's actually going to happen next week or
it's
next
very
month or
weird right
whatever
now.
because it's a little volatile.
That's,
This is a good time to get into collections.
oh gosh, yes. Now these tariffs, have they affected any of the drinks or alcohol that you guys have been getting? Also, your craft beers
Not
or
much, really
your craft
not drink
sodas?
so much, but
Don't worry, your orange
Orange Dream,
dreamsicle,
is it
your
still here?
orange
Is Orange Dream
dreamsicle
still
is
here?
safe.
All right. Because if they weren't here anymore, I'd stand in front of the tank.
I'd
I'd stand in front of the tanks and get that
flip
Orange
this
Dream
table
back.
and
I might go grab one
let's
of them.
protest.
I'm looking at the refrigerator. I might go and grab those. A couple of more messages came in. Pedro says, yes, doing better. I'm home now.
good.
Great.
Good.
Yes.
Mazel tov.
Sage Raymond Rodriguez says, yo, it's Sage. What's up? Happy 10th anniversary.
Thank you.
Yes. Let me switch over. I'll switch over to the other camera so you can walk in front if you need to. The store, a little busy right now. I can see on our wide shot up here, people walking through the hallways, celebrating 10 years here at Gods and Monsters. Alita is watching. It keeps popping up. Thank you for watching. So Pedro,
Go Keenan. It's your birthday.
the phone's ringing, calls are coming in. But please come
Birthday
down to
was
the
last
store.
week.
How long will you be open tonight?
12:45.
12:45. So come
the
on
whole
down.
store, or just the
If you're
just the
watching
mall?
us live
Yeah,
right
the
now,
store's
come on
open.
down at
Okay.
12:45.
Have
until
a drink at the
12:45,
bar,
yes.
do
Do
some
last
shopping,
call,
do
like-
some browsing.
They do last call at 12:30,
Okay.
and then
Gotcha, I gotcha.
There, but
I hear Jurassic Park pinball in the background.
Yeah,
You
is that-
switched out the Star Wars pinball.
I was just about
Oh,
to
yeah,
ask.
we
That's
used
a
to have the
different
Star
one.
Wars, and then somebody
Uh-oh.
bought it.
Oh, okay.
Like-
So you say put their head through it or something.
No, yeah, wait. No. So the guy that owns the machines was like, "I sold it. Here's another one for you."
So you were kind of just getting it rented here? Or you didn't
Yeah,
own
no,
it?
he supplies them and then
I gotcha.
comes and clean, like does the money
Maintains them, yeah,
split and
yeah.
everything.
Oh,
so
okay. Some sort of
I like it better.
split.
Yeah, you don't want to own a pinball
They
machine.
They break down
Just-
constantly.
just-
You've
yeah.
seen that open. There's so much stuff on the inside that.
These newer ones
Oh,
are great.
yeah.
They last. a long
Do they?
time, but-
Okay.
All right, I'll switch back over here. We're looking at the wide shot of the store.
Show us.
Yes,
There you
show
go.
us. 10 years. I'm going to keep saying that all night. I mean,
It's crazy.
I bet for you, some days it was a fast 10 years. Other days it felt like 10 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot.
I have a lot of great.
Of course, they have their satellite office. Of course, this is not the original store. There was the original store 8 years ago now, I guess. It's been 8 years, maybe?
8 years here?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I know.
The
that
bar,
doesn't
the bar
make sense to
turns
me.
8 years next month.
Wow. It's just
Cool.
it's just flying. Everything is flying by. I was watching the videos from the grand opening. Todd cutting the ribbon. My kids were there. It's 10 years older now. One was 11 and the other one was 7, which means they're 21 and 17 now.
Good
Yes,
math, Art.
yes.
Good job
know.
there.
I did that
Like,
fast.
quick.
That's why we came here on the 10th
I'll
anniversary,
do
not the
my
9th. I
kids.
never would have got that right.
That's
I never
tough.
would have got that right. But yeah,
Darian 30? Man, Darian's 30 now.
so he was 20. He didn't start working at 20 though, right? Did you start him working here right away?
Yes.
Oh, look, he shook his head like, yeah. yeah.
Day one.
Day
Darian's-
one.
Darian, you're now our longest running
Yes, you're the
employee,
longest
right?
running employee. He's looking around saying,
mean,
"Oh,
besides
this
me
one
and
day
Todd,
will be
obviously.
mine."
And
But-
when they give it up,
He doesn't
it's
want
it's
it.
your
That's-
store. You got to run it.
Right, right.
Darian's like, I don't want any of this. Like, just because he sees how tired and stressed and like
Well,
how much work I
yeah,
do.
true.
Anna, tell us about the
He's like, "I don't
staff
want that
the
life."
staff that you have that does all the ordering and the processing and
You mean me?
yeah, that's what I was getting at. So a lot of small businesses, they have like a what is it oh my goodness, sometimes my words don't come out of my mouth. The merchandising team.
Yeah.
Right. I have a team for receiving stuff and putting it in the system and getting out. Like Al and Thomas are my two main.
But you got to make the
receiving
calls.
crew.
You got to
Well,
write
okay,
the
you
checks.
make the
You
calls.
got to
I tried years ago to delegate. And I'd be like, okay, you're in charge of manga ordering. You're in charge of this. You're in charge of the gaming ordering. You're in charge of that.
Sure.
And boy, when you're having to look daily at what's going in and out of the finances,
Mm-hmm.
and then somebody over orders something or triple orders something or whatever, and then next thing you know, like stuff's starting to bounce. Like that was like that did not work very long. So yay.
So it's you.
But I got it.
It's you.
Okay.
Occasionally, you let somebody else do some things, but it always comes back to you.
Carts for me now sometimes, like for at least for like special orders and trade paperbacks that we're out of that are popular and sell constantly,
Getting a drink.
because I'm not on site enough. So
Okay.
they
I don't know
load
what
up
you're
the
getting, you're
carts
getting yourself.
with the stuff
Anything
and
without
make
alcohol should be
notes.
fine.
But
That's-
we have a Google spreadsheet now that they make notes like, okay, we're out of this.
I'm
we
surprised
need
you're
this,
using something
this
that
has a movie coming out.
like I'm surprised you're using something that basic. Like
Yeah.
like a lot of small
well,
businesses
because
use
I can
like
log in remotely and it's on my browser. And I
Yeah,
can
that is
see
something
what
that's
they're
nice.
Putting in, and then
something very nice about Google Apps is that it's everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to save it anywhere. It's just
I log
there.
into the brain computer, and I can
Mhm.
log into this front computer, and like if they're like, well, I can't find like how do I log into, and I'll log it in for them and be like, okay, now here.
Yes. So I had another question for you that was like connected to the first one. Knowing what you know now in 10 years of running Gods and Monsters, would you go back in time to a 10 years younger Anna and say, "Hey, do you want to do this?"
Well, no,
Thank
I have learned a lot, sure. Um, I've definitely shown myself exactly what I'm capable of.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
I was
some.
always a self-doubter. Like I was terrible. I had the most insecurities
I
about everything.
So as a
I'd
self-doubter,
share that. I'd
So-
as
share
a
that with you.
self-doubter, you said, "I'm going to start a business."
Yeah, well, I mean, I've done it independent wise for myself before, so I knew I had a handle on collectibles and comics and stuff like that. So I already knew, hey, this is stuff I love. If I'm gonna have to do something not
My goodness.
to just support my family,
Yes.
let it be something I'm passionate about, and I don't want to work for another asshole. So
Yeah.
I'm the only asshole I work for.
Oh, very good.
I have found
You're-
that when I'm doing stuff for
Sorry for the
myself,
language,
I
guys.
have a hard time dealing with the people I'm working with.
Your son and your husband will be happy to hear that you don't work with any other assholes.
I mean,
By the way, this will be my final episode. Orange Dream is no longer here.
Is that right?
Some sort of
Yeah.
distribution issue. I'm not sure.
Well,
oh,
uh,
you mean the Spreckers?
Speckers, yes. You,
Those are not. Yeah, I think one of our new beer distributors may have them. I'm trying to figure out
Wow.
if I can get the sodas again. But yeah, they stopped making for a while. Like that brewery kind of went down for a
it's
bit.
too bad. That Orange Dream, I
But-
tell you. I'll switch to the wide camera. I don't want to stop anyone from
Jones is good.
shopping. For some shopping. All right, so let's ask Anna what in those 10 years, what are some of her highlights or most memorable moments that you look back on fondly?
Oh,
Just pick, 20 to 30 of
I
them.
mean, yes, we're live for
And-
the next 6 hours. So let's do a 20 top 20 from 20 on up.
brains. Well, obviously, like a lot of them are tied to the old space because
course.
there was George Perez at our wedding.
That
giving
was
me
the
a
one I was
rose
going to
and gift,
mention.
like, a lot of amazing events, like when we rescued Spooky that year that the hurricanes shut them down, and we had enough space to accommodate a lot of the
Empire.
artists that were out money. So that was cool. Stuff like that was fun. And having my own gallery space, that was fun. That's what I did for like a decade, was manage fine art galleries in
Yeah.
Winter Park.
That
and
was a
stuff,
really,
so
really cool thing that you offered the community was
Loved
having
it.
that art wall,
and
that
then,
art space.
Yeah, so here, like, we have a few
In the back.
You
Yeah,
have
you
stuff
do in the back. Yeah.
wall still.
yeah, and we have Dennis and Bonnie still have prints for available. They do their consignment here, and I have it open for employees because I have a lot of artists on staff. So for them to supply prints and sell their stuff, man.
Yeah.
You have an audience here, sell your stuff. So
That's
it's really
a great
cool.
perk to working here. That
Yeah.
I mean, you have an avenue to showcase your work and maybe make a few dollars on the side, and that's great. That's super great.
I'm glad you mentioned one of your favorite things
Like
being
this guy, oh my
Yes.
God, Ernesto.
let's get a shot of him.
When he's not on the phone, he's got to come show you some of his work. 'cause
Okay.
He is.
He's very busy. He's helping a customer right now who's on the phone. He's looking at
Yes, we
some, he had
won't
some
interrupt
magic
him.
questions on the phone. But I'm glad you mentioned George Perez because for those of you who don't know, George Perez gave away Anna at her wedding. And then he was kind enough during the wedding reception to sit down at the bar and let us interview him
Yep.
for a little bit, which is all on the YouTube page. It'll be up there forever and ever.
Fascinating guy.
Yes, it was great to have him at your wedding to give you away and to him to spend time with us. He spent time, he sat and talked with us, and he answered my stupid
Yeah,
questions
he was
about Teen
amazing.
Titans and stuff, and it was great.
Miss that guy.
Yep. But that was
Yeah,
it.
he was amazing.
Yeah.
Like I met him. He had a subscription at the Techno Comics I worked at in the Altamont Mall. So that was tells you how long ago that was. That
I didn't
was
even know that was a thing.
Techno Comics, which
Comic
got
book
bought
store in the
out by
mall.
Big Entertainment later.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had a little kiosk in the mall
Yep.
for comics
Okay,
and
okay.
stuff. And yeah,
Another-
Subway's
That was another a good friend of yours.
95? 95.
Another good friend of yours that I've seen here in the store, at least do a walk by real quick as we did a show, was
30 years ago.
Neil Gaiman. You've had Neil here in the store before?
I don't have that person in my life.
All right, moving on.
Reflecting back on 10 years? No, please go right ahead. We got another camera.
Because things
Using that
happen.
camera. See, somebody wanted to walk in front of the camera,
Yeah.
and look at
People
I
are so
told them-
polite.
I
I
said,
think-
don't you worry. We got another camera up here.
Speaking of, all Demon products are 50% off.
Oh,
right now.
50% off. now.
No.
Always a saleswoman. Well done. Always in sales. Todd and I were reflecting back
So
on
you're
one of
the one keeping this place afloat.
Todd and I were reflecting back on one of our favorite things is when you had wrestling at
Oh my
Gods and
goodness.
Monsters at the original store. I mean,
About that.
how amazing was that?
Kaiju Wrestling. We had our lounge because this space is
You had 20,000 feet there?
4,500 square feet with the
Yeah.
bar in the back of house. But there is 20,000 square feet, and our lounge was about 5,000 square
You
feet.
could do anything, and you did.
So we had big gaming tournaments, and we had wrestlers set up a kaiju wrestling match
Yeah.
in the middle of the lounge.
Full-size wrestling ring.
And
a full
chairs all
ring.
around it. That's how
Yeah.
much space
Yep.
you had.
It filled in.
I believe
like,
you can
we
find
filled
that
in.
on our YouTube page
And
as well if
these
you scroll
kaijus
around.
came out and stampeded and threw each other on a cardboard city, and
Oh
it was
yeah,
amazing.
that was
really fun.
incredible.
Oh, that was a big finish, wasn't it? At the end with the
Yeah.
cities, they were crashing and everything. So great because when it first started and we were live, it was like, this will be fun, this will be cute. And then it happened right in front of us.
Yeah.
And how powerful it was. It's like, oh my God, this is really happening. We had so much fun that night.
I had no idea what I was doing, but I was really having an enjoyable
We
time.
were making up our own names
Yep.
for the wrestlers because we didn't know
And
what
the
their names
moves.
were. Oh, that was so much fun. Switch over to the other camera here, looking deep back into the back of the store, back where you can't see it, but off to the right, you will find the lounge.
On a customer thought I worked here and asked me if a certain thing was for sale. Is essentially everything in this store for sale?
There's some things that are like
Darth Vader
more
up in the
perhaps
windows for sale,
property.
4,000, I
Mhm.
believe.
But some days we're desperate enough.
No.
You can't see it in the shot here, but Iron Man up there. Is Iron Man for
Yeah.
sale? Is he on display or is Iron Man for sale?
He's on display right now.
Where's
I
Spider Man?
mean, it all
Oh,
kind
he's
of
up there,
depends
okay.
on how much would it cost me to replace it
I see.
on some
Right.
of that.
I
Yeah.
got you.
size
Yeah.
Stuff.
So it's got to be worth it for you. Yes.
Yeah. Like
Well,
we have someone interested in our Hulk,
Oh, really?
and he's
Is he
only
new?
25 were made in the world for Under Armour promotion.
And how did you acquire one?
The one that was in the Orlando location, like Disney Springs or something, it ended up after the promotion was over. Then somebody ended up with it at a construction site.
What?
Like in the offices?
They were
at a
doing security?
construction site.
Yeah.
Scaring away.
And then it just kind of was like collecting dust somewhere.
Oh my
And
God.
That's
so
a
somebody
crime.
was like, a friend of the store was like, hey, I met somebody who has this Hulk. And the only person I could think that might be able to do something with it was you guys. Would you be interested? And I
Wow.
said, "Yeah, sure.
And how long ago
So-
was that? Because I don't remember seeing that before. Have you had that a while?
Either, I think it was sometime right around after COVID, right after.
Hmm.
Okay.
So,
So you got Hulk, we've got Spider Man, we've got
Right.
Iron Man,
so
you've got a Batman, you've got the two Stormtroopers,
yeah,
of course,
we have
camera
a
two.
Luffy from One Piece.
There we go.
We have a Grandizer. We have
Well,
You could spend an hour in this place just looking at all the
Conan.
things they have.
and,
Ju- without sticking my foot in my mouth like I did asking you about the one person, I wanted to know about, as we reflect back on 10 years, some of the people who were here for construction and phases. And what about Mouse?
he moved up north.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Massachusetts, Michigan or Massachusetts.
One of those M
One of those-
states.
somewhere near Canada.
All right.
There
by a big
was-
lake.
There was Mouse. Mouse
Some
was
would
there
call
for
it
the
a Great
design.
Lake.
A Great Lake,
Yes,
possibly.
yes. So he's moved. And
But if
then,
you guys follow him on social media and stuff. He's like DJing locally where he is.
Oh, that's
and-
cool. Well-
And building out his 80s man cave.
excellent. I feel like when
Um,
we met Mouse, he was like
We all knew
15
that.
years old, but I don't actually know
He's
how old
always
he was.
15
Yes.
years old. He's never gotten.
And then
older
there
than
was, of
that.
course, Spider as well, and Queen Q. We have not
Talked
seen
to
them.
them in forever.
I know
And
he
she
was
got
doing a lot of
super-
work for Universal Studios for a while. I saw he would
and
put
she
pictures
got
up.
really busy with Disney doing the Star
Cosplay.
Wars stuff, and then
Yeah. When the Star Wars
something
park came out,
else.
yeah, that she
Yeah.
was putting up pictures of that. But I like to look back at the people who used to see here a lot. But it's a family run
We
business
still
for
get
sure.
Jillian comes out every once in a while. Defense Mechanism.
Yeah.
Jillian, I love you.
And
What happened to Sarah? Sarah's gone.
Sarah-
Haven't seen
Sarah
Sarah
went
in
on
forever.
bartending somewhere else,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I don't know where she ended up.
and
but-
Todd mentioned earlier that we missed Jen's last day
yeah,
just last
yeah,
week.
Last
Yeah,
week.
but she's like Loki. How many times has she said
She
that
can
was
come
her
back.
last day?
Few
That's
times.
her
Jen
last
can
time.
always come
Yeah.
back, Jen.
No, she started at a brand new swanky barista bar / and cocktail lounge at night place. So in Oviedo,
Oh, okay.
That's where.
it's like Oviedo area.
That's close.
Yeah, that's close.
So-
Closer to me than
And then she's at Hourglass, our buddy Brett.
Right.
Hourglass.
right. And then as
Yeah.
as you complete 8 years here, which I cannot believe, you've seen lots of changes go on here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
On the interior of this room, but the exterior of the area. You used to be able to hang out there and put tables up, and that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
Now it's
But-
artificial grass out there, and
Which is all roped
Which is
off,
all
and now
roped
nobody
off for
can
no
use it.
reason.
great.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good use.
Interesting.
But-
Do you still have the Brazilian tour
Brazilian
groups
tour
come
buses,
through?
yes.
No.
No?
Uh-uh.
Did they stop dropping
They stopped. It
off?
was well, they were kind of trashing everything, and so when
Oh.
they decided to renovate and make everything nice out there, they didn't want it getting
Lobbied to have the
destroyed.
bus not stop.
So
here.
the bathrooms were
Gotcha.
remodeled and
Yes,
everything.
yeah.
So it's
How is volume going lately, though? Is it steady and sustainable? And
Are you back to pre-COVID numbers?
so we surpassed pre-COVID numbers
Wow.
after the 2 years after COVID.
Mhm.
And then we had a drop this last year that
Really?
we've kind of haven't pulled out of yet. And
Okay.
I'm sure a lot of it's the political side.
Yeah, you're talking about like the
and
first quarter of
tariff
this year.
situation
I
and some of the
mean, yeah.
other stuff, and then tourism down. Like
Yeah.
we're
Oh,
a
that's
tourism area.
actually
so
a pretty
right now
big deal, I guess.
every country's warning don't
Right.
go here.
Yeah.
But
so
will there
that's-
be any benefits to this Epic Universe benefiting you in some way,
Well,
bringing
that,
in new
I'm
foot
sure,
traffic?
especially when we get closer to, because they're going to start up and they're going to have a Fallout house this year. So that's not
Oh,
gonna hurt
really?
us, I'm sure. And that's starting up in September, early this year.
Oh, that's very early.
So-
Yeah, Halloween starts sooner and sooner.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that brings in a ton of money for them, so they're going to have as many days as they can afford to have.
Very, very true.
It's not like they are hurting for people to show up. I mean, if you've been to one of those lately, we're talking about Halloween Horror Nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I spaced out there for a second. It's not like you can just go to a Halloween Horror Nights and just run up to anything you want and go see it. No, you're in a line for 2.5 hours. They don't have a problem packing the parks.
Yeah,
we got
it's that usually we had a really big spike when Fallout season 1 hit last year that we weren't even prepared for. So like we thought, sure, okay, let's fingers crossed this series is going to be good because
Mhm,
fandom
yeah.
things like
right.
Yeah, Borderlands.
Borderlands. I was about to say the
whoa.
same thing. Like, oh,
You didn't see a giant
didn't help
spike in
anything.
Borderlands demand after that movie came out? No, it's
not
shocking.
at all.
Amazing.
But so we were like, okay, let's hope for the best. But whatever.
Are
And it blew up.
are you seeing any similar with The Last of Us merchandise?
I mean, well, there's not a whole lot of merchandise to
Oh,
get.
really? Just
There's
the comic books?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
and
books.
books.
Mhm.
And obviously anything like game related. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to get, which is sad. Like
Do
Yeah.
things
So
drop
excited.
off? Like, do you see like Walking Dead stuff start to drop off in sales,
it's go in
popularity?
waves and they'll resurge, and
Sure.
it's interesting to see over the years how the trends kind of go up and down with certain things and certain properties.
Last of Us had a lot of momentum, but I think they just took too long in between seasons. And it just seemed like forever. Like I need to go back and watch the whole first season just to
I
remind
haven't
myself.
been able to finish the second season because, when Sky Daddy happened,
That was your focus.
I had to stop after that episode. I was so It's
I
like,
haven't seen it yet either,
can't-
but everybody immediately started talking about it. Like
I
this
haven't seen
show's
any of
this
it.
show's too much.
Take a break for 6 months.
And then another show that took a long time to come back was Andor, but season 2 just kind of online just blew up. Everybody loved season 2 of Andor.
I am hearing a lot of good things about Andor.
It was great.
Yeah. You have any
There was
Andor
there was
merchandise?
second episode or something got a little like I was like, there should be more of a trigger warning on this one. Like this should not be in my Star Wars.
There's
But
a whole Star Wars wall. there.
Oh yeah, the whole Star Wars wall. I just didn't know if there was anything Andor that's really hot right now. Is
well,
there?
and it, like for the first season, for some reason, like that stuff didn't really move, and then now there's more interest in it, but there's not a whole lot that we can get.
And
for.
Andor season 2 ends kind of right up to the Rogue One movie, and so that
Oh
means
my
that's
God,
it. No
it
more
was
Andor,
great
but it was so
following the
great.
Rogue One again,
Yeah,
rewatching
It was
after
it was
that.
great. We did the same thing.
Rogue One's probably one of my
So
favorite
good.
Star Wars films.
Yes, it's amazing.
It's just if you like binge watched Andor season 1 and
Jeez.
2, it takes 2 whole seasons to do all these things, and then suddenly the Rogue One movie starts, and it's like, all right, dead bodies, here we go, dead. Look, it's happening fast.
Crazy.
You got to kill a lot of people in a short amount of time. Go. But
Wow.
loved it. Loved Andor season 2.
So well done.
I expected to be nominated for a lot of Emmys coming up soon. The nominations will be out.
they-
Best show of the year for sure.
How is Vault 5421 doing? I got it. I got it.
Well, we're coming out of slow season, so now it's
Mhm.
starting to pick up. And
All the
but
kids are
like
out
I
of school, yeah.
said, when Fallout happened,
Wait, what?
season 1, holy, like it was insane. Like Wednesdays and Thursdays were always our chill time, and Sundays,
Mhm.
like we weren't even open on Sunday,
Right.
because
You weren't open.
there
You're not
wasn't
open on.
really a point.
The bar, you're saying?
Yeah, the
Okay,
bar.
okay.
The store was, but
Yeah.
and then so Friday and Saturdays was when we were really hopping usually.
Mhm.
And then Fallout happened, and all of a sudden people that had never heard of us before we had a line every single night, and we had to add Sundays, and we had to do all this stuff.
Wow.
And
That's the worst
Thank you,
problem to
Fallout.
have.
everybody was like, wow, when did this Fallout pop-up bar happen? I'm like, we've been here 7 years. Like, and it's not. It's a
Surprise.
post-apocalyptic pop
Yes.
culture.
As soon as
It's
the first episode came out, we just started building it.
like, what? Like, no. 7 years, homie.
Right.
So,
right.
yeah, it was.
Is that
funny.
frustrating when you do some advertising and you're trying like hell to get some people to come and look at this amazing space, and you have people wandering going, oh my god, this is amazing.
Cool.
How long has this been here?
You just started. No.
I know that's the happy and sad thing about getting nominated for Best Kept Secret on like Orlando Weekly's thing. It's like, yes, we're nominated, but
I am
where's
nominated
that
for the
category?
bar almost every year.
Yeah.
for-
And
like, it was
once again,
fun.
Gods and Monsters did win for Best Comic Book Store with the Orlando
And
Weekly.
we're up
How many years in a row
up
now?
Now.
Oh, you can start
It's
voting
Is it
now,
happening now?
It's up now. We
Okay.
got nominated for
which
again, for
will
Best
be your
Comic
9th
Shop.
or 10th time now being nominated,
Ninth,
and you've
yeah.
won every
And
one of those
then
years.
The bar got 3 categories this year.
Oh
Nice.
wow!
So
nice,
they got
nice.
nominated in Best I Drive Bar,
Okay,
Best Bottled Beer Selection,
excellent.
and Best I Drive Attraction.
Best iDrive attraction.
That's
Wow.
some high
All right.
praise based on everything
So
else.
Curious,
that's down
who
here.
else is in that
I
category?
mean,
Like Fun Spot or something, or is it?
Like Fun Spot, I think, and the
assume-
Eye, like Icon Park
Oh.
thing.
Oh,
and
okay, the Orlando Eye, which I don't know what they call it anymore. We
I
got
don't know,
nominated one
there's a
time.
bunch
Do you
of good
remember that?
stuff in there.
We were in the podcast category one time,
Oh,
but it's
We
always
did?
Tom and Dan win every year.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, they
it
deserve
was like 4 or 5 years ago, but at least it's an honor to be nominated.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what you're supposed to
it just is an honor to be
say.
nominated. But it is our birthday, so if you guys want to give us anything for our birthday,
Yeah, I mean, we
You
say
should come and
voting
visit.
is
and vote,
daily,
yes.
which is challenging.
yes.
But yeah, they're doing the votes count daily.
So please go to the Orlando Weekly's page, go and vote.
Best
you
of
have
Orlando
Max
Weekly.
books
Do you have the link up anywhere on
I
any of
loved
your
watching
pages?
the Max
Yeah,
on
Max is
on
great,
on
yeah.
MTV so
Yeah, I
many
used
years
to
ago.
have all the first print comics when they
Cool,
were
cool,
first
cool.
coming out.
Sorry, I have undiagnosed ADHD and I just lose focus a lot.
Undiagnosed.
Self-diagnosed.
Yes.
Like I've been looking at all these Disney things hanging on the shelves here. Is it a different story to try and get like a Disney
Lorcana.
Disney
Yeah,
merchandise to
Lorcana's
sell?
hot. That's new. That didn't exist.
I don't know.
10
Yeah,
years
what
ago.
that is.
So Lorcana started what a year ago, maybe.
I
It's a new
don't have any idea what it
TCG.
is.
It's a new trading card game.
Okay.
Obviously Disney based by Ravensburger, and it, we ordered into it when it started because we're near Disney, and like, sure, we have a lot of Disney people that come out here,
Mm-hmm.
and man, it was hot.
So I see it for
Like,
different things. Like I see Jafar on the big box there on the left. So there's like an Aladdin
yeah.
version of the game, or
And
is
they
there?
were heavily allocated. That was another one. Like when it first came out, like they did not print enough for the demand.
Mm.
So it was heavily
Wow.
allocated. It took forever to get to where they got it situated to have enough product. So now we can get it when the new releases come in pretty well.
So that was one of the things 10 years ago that
Yeah,
didn't exist. It didn't even
did
exist
not
a year ago, you
exist.
said.
It's
So
like
that's like your.
just over a year, I think, something like that. Forget.
I'm like looking through the store to think what else wasn't
don't know.
around.
The
What else
time
wasn't
is
around
a
10 years ago?
strange thing these days.
Time isn't real.
I mean, comic books will always be comic books. They'll always be there. But the figurines and like we
hope.
said, the
You would
pop
hope.
characters that's sort of starting to go on the downslide.
So
But
I saw on social media that you guys had a Dungeons and Dragons and Drinks night. Is that did I say that right?
Triple D is every.
That's something that's been ongoing.
Yeah, we
Okay.
used to do it at the
Oh,
old.
I
space
remember you used to do it a long,
too.
long time ago.
Yeah, it's gone from like at first it was Wednesday nights,
Mhm.
and then when Fallout happened, we had a line and we needed that booth space desperately.
Yes, because
So
you have
we
a
opened
large.
Sundays.
There's a
and
large
started doing it on
table in the
Sundays.
vault, and I guess
Mhm.
you do the tabletop gaming on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's our only role gaming booth left that's big enough for campaigns like that.
Sad
I know.
from the old
But
place.
you
the old
probably
days,
slept
many
at
of those
12
booths.
people in that room.
Well, you gotta be
It's
good
big,
friends.
yeah.
You gotta be real good friends.
But D&D still strong, still popular.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's not one of the original tables, is it?
from the original
No, we
store.
Yeah,
built
okay.
that one to fit that nook.
I would
in
assume
there.
because you the first couple of years here you had video games back there, little sit down video games.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm.
Oh, the tabletop games, yeah, little
And then a
stuff.
few years in, I guess you needed more space for people
Yeah,
to sit and drink
yeah,
and
we had to
enjoy the bar.
adjust how all
Mhm.
the tables were set
Yeah,
up
yeah.
again. Again, Fallout happened. It changed
I know
the
there was
whole layout of everything.
a thought some time ago about maybe acquiring more space, but it seems like this is up and running and it's not going to be available to you, and
Were
neither will next.
offered, and then, but I guess the other people renewed, so that's
Ah.
why we ended up in Altamont with the other space.
Right, the
So,
satellite store, yes.
but hey, it's like 6 minutes from our house.
Yes.
So I could be over there running the little witchy shop.
So for now, everything's cleaned up. Did we discuss that on air or is that off air? We talked about that.
Work in progress right
damage.
now.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, we did discuss it
Okay,
earlier.
thank you. Because
but,
Todd and I talked about it. I don't remember if we did.
Yeah, so it's a work in progress. It was it was defeating. It was
Yeah.
a little bit of a
You built it's really beautiful what you built there.
deflating kind of experience, but
But it's a place where you go and they can broadcast live from there and sell items. Yeah.
I was sitting here thinking that you continually Gods and Monsters has continually been hit with challenge after challenge after challenge and persisted through it all. I'm wondering, has there been like any
I think I'm just
windfall
crazy.
wins? Like I'm wondering, like, has something
A
nice
windfall win.
or good fallen into Gods and Monsters' lap?
Well, Fallout
That-
helped the
Okay,
bar
so Fallout. Yeah,
tremendously.
it's good.
Like we had all these influencers coming out, which is a good and bad thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They come out. Hey, I'm at Gods and Hey
Like,
guys, I'm at Gods and
It's a
Monsters.
Fallout
Yeah.
pop-up bar, and that kind of thing. It's like,
Yeah.
no.
I mean, it's not a bad combination to
We were all over
Yeah.
TikTok and
yes.
that's
everywhere.
I mean
YouTube,
that's
all
the
over
new
place.
advertising that you don't even
Mhm.
have to pay for anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So that was cool.
We didn't have that 10 years ago.
That's true. You had to have traditional
And
advertising.
It was
COVID,
Periscope
I-
and Facebook.
during
and
COVID,
Twitter.
I fought hard to get us a lot of grants and loans
Okay, good,
and
good, good.
disaster
Yeah. Oh,
recovery
paperwork.
stuff.
Oh.
So that's what kept us going
Yes.
through those 2 years.
And we always like to
Yeah.
keep a count. What is the feline count at the house? We always like to know what that number is.
Mm.
Okay, so like that's why I say I have at least 2 more years. So I started researching how could we
What does that mean, Anna? You have
integrate
2 more years? Are you
immigrate
not telling us
to
something?
Spain or somewhere. All the countries on the border of Italy are all very appealing right now to
Oh,
me.
I see. All
Oh,
right.
boy.
All
So I
right.
started like,
Greece,
but
Crete.
we have a no cat left behind policy. So our
You
oldest,
touched a
I
thing.
touched one
Why'd you
thing
touch
here.
a thing?
I was going to turn her up,
Touch
but
a
I
thing.
know touch it.
Yeah.
the oldest one is 15,
Okay.
and the next
Okay.
oldest is 13, and then they were kind of rescued in pairs after that, not at the same time,
Well, they had
but
to have
like
friends, right? They were
within
they were
2
buddies.
months apart,
Oh.
they would come into our lives every so many years. So like the next two are 8 or 9 now,
All
but
right.
we got them like 2 months apart, and then the next ones are 3 or 4. I'm
Okay.
losing
So
track
we're
of time.
really looking
And then
for
the
a
new
number
ones,
here.
She's
the
counting
new
actually in her head. She
two
doesn't know.
are just turned 1, the newest two.
Oh,
And they
boy.
all have
So
names.
The new models are in.
yes,
Do you have
so
trouble finding new names that you
no,
haven't that you recycled,
they all
or
tell me their
are they like
names.
Hurricane
hurricanes?
names. You have
Yeah.
to retire
8
some
rescue
names.
babies.
All right.
8. All right, 8.
And they keep me sane. That's why I work from home a lot, because I'm usually
Now,
to keep me de-stressed.
when you say rescue, are you housing them until they go somewhere else, or are you just like rescuing them from and they're
ours.
with you
They're
for
never
life?
going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're our babies.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right.
So Boudica, Booty for short, is
As
the
you would.
15-year-old,
Yeah.
and she's got this little baby face still, and she's a lover. She kisses everybody. She
Very
wants to be
nice.
everybody's best friend. She's a sweetheart. And then she like auntie bootied the next one, who's now 13 and has arthritis and voodoo.
It has arthritis, comma, and voodoo.
Yes. Practices black magic.
Okay.
She just practiced
I've seen those videos where they
got
dance
really
around the
witchy
thing on the floor.
eyes.
Some cats have cat toys. This one has cat toys with needles sticking in it.
She has her little voodoo dolls. And then the next two are Ripley and Anari.
Ripley, very good name.
And then
Mostly.
the next two are Loki, and we rescued him right when Loki season 1
Mm.
aired.
Oh, okay.
It just happened that
That
way.
was like
but-
3 years ago.
and I named him Loki because he was supposed to be a girl. And when we went to get his spade, they were like, "Oh
They-
no,
They
there's little hidden nuggets that we
Hidden
have to
nuggets.
deal with." So I was like, "You tricked us," because we were an all-girl
Oh.
like situation.
You're
And I
in
was like,
the Jurassic Park method of not
he tricked us, got into our hearts, and
Yeah.
then we were like, "Okay, I guess
Life finds a
you're here
way.
now." And he plays fetch with us too. He's cute.
I've seen cats do that. They play
Ah,
fetch
I did.
sometimes.
Yeah, he's
that's adorable
adorable.
sometimes.
I did have a cat. Squeaker would you throw a pencil down the stairs. Squeaker would go down and you get it and
A
bring it back
pencil?
to you. A pencil. 'cause
Usually it's something
Squeaker
small
would
and
like
fluffy
to
that
chew
they
on
can
the
hold in their
pencil
mouth.
and throw it and bring it back to us.
Interesting.
That was
So that was
rare.
Loki and Lily. Lily is all black, Lily Munster.
Okay.
And then the two young ones, the babies, are Kira. She's a floofy black princess.
Floofy.
And Mr. Beans.
Beans plural.
So Mr. Beans is a trip, and he is now the biggest of all of our cats. He is now Beefy Bean Burrito is his new nickname.
So wait, this
And
is
he has all of the beans. He
also a
has 7
male.
on his front feet, 7 beans on his front feet, and 6 on his back ones.
what do they call those
So,
Hemingway cats?
polydactyl or polydactyl?
I always thought they
But
were
you're right.
Hemingway
The Hemingway
cats
ones do
because,
have the
yeah.
extra
The Hemingway
digits, don't
cats
they? Yeah.
are all polydactyls.
I've
but
seen
yeah,
them before.
Well, I didn't know the
Yeah.
science name for it.
the science name.
I'm not a smart man.
I mean, he's a trip though. He's a big doofus.
And he's the second
We
male
can't
in
tell
your
if he's
menagerie.
the smartest of our cats or the absolute dumbest.
The answer is probably yes.
He's a tuxedo one, and he wears a bow tie
Fancy.
because Mr. Bean.
Fancy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that many cats and a fully functioning business, do you give yourself any time for vacation at all? Have you left
And my
Central
grandson
Florida?
lives with us too.
Oh yes, that's right.
And yeah, so both my kids and then the grandkids.
Yes. So no time for
Um,
that
vacation
is
or
a
leaving.
24/7 party, sounds like.
Oh, we built my daughter an apartment in the garage, so she has her own apartment.
Okay.
And Darian rents out the front room.
He's on camera right there now, up on the wide shot there as he's looking through the store, mining the register.
So what I'm gathering, Anna, is that you could make your life simpler. You simply refuse to do so.
In the middle of having all these cats and then people moving back in, it was let's get another store.
Speak again. I don't know what I'm doing. I am not well.
Well, listen, I admire and respect people like you because for every one of you out there, there's one of me who sits at home and does relatively nothing for 6 out of the 7 days a week. So thank you for balancing the universe.
Oh, can I have some of that?
You don't want this, Jelly. You don't want this, Jelly.
uh,
Oh man.
so
You have ambition and drive
Oh,
and
and fatigue.
purpose.
Fatigue and not enough sleep.
Yes, but think of
Health
all
problems.
you're accomplishing. Think of all you're accomplishing.
as we've been looking back for the past 10 years, what are we looking forward to? You have any big events or anything planned coming up for the store? Yes.
Excellent. Yes, bring them in. They've got merch.
Halloween Horror Nights. So
Mhm.
so September is that Horror Nights, and then I think October is season 2 premiere for Fallout. So we're gonna have I'm expecting us to get hopping around September.
Will you be filling the store with Tron Ares merchandise?
Well, October
Please.
11th, the Tron sequel comes out.
Shoot,
Tron
if we
Ares.
can get any.
Yes, please.
I want my Trent Reznor action figure. Is he going to be in the movie? Nine Inch Nails doing
I
the
have to take
album.
these away from
So-
you because you bang them on the table
Sorry,
too much.
sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Fan yourself with one, yes. But
Mhm.
yes, Tron comes out on October 11th. The soundtrack by Nine Inch Nails.
Yes, the ADD.
No. It's I understand.
So
I
hopefully
totally
there'll
get
be
it, yeah.
some. Disney will put out some
Some
Tron
people shake their
merchandise.
leg all the time.
That's
You know,
Todd.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
his
me.
trick.
my dad does
I'm
that.
bad at that too on camera.
We're all crack people. Crab people.
Yes.
Crab people. Crab people.
So yeah, do you have any other merchandise you're looking forward to that should be coming soon besides anything new Fallout?
Everything's a mystery right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
can't reach her duck. She can't.
There we go.
Saved.
Ducky time.
She was also upset about Orange Dream.
I mean, who isn't really?
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what summer wise. What's the big blockbuster movie or merchandise that we might be seeing in the store here?
What is the big blockbuster
I mean,
movie coming?
is it the I don't know. Is the new Superman movies coming out soon? Yeah, you don't get to go.
Well, we do have a big projector set up in the living room, so that's
Oh, okay.
usually
You show movies in the bar?
in the bar too.
Yes, that's
Mhm.
true. You've had theme nights there, and,
Keep
and
doing
you can
it. Keep
you
doing it.
continue.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, I brought cards. Did I say at the beginning of the episode? The cards from the very first day. They were grand opening cards that you guys had made. You weren't
Yes.
afraid to spend a little money there for that grand opening. I believe you did.
Well, I did.
But then that first day, I was rewatching the video again. Just the people, all
Yeah.
the people that
Yep.
showed up that first day
Proud
after
of
the
you.
ribbon was
You
cut.
probably
Like,
broke even that day.
Like we had, it was
Or not.
a little nuts. No, I think we did over 20 grand that day.
Wow,
First day open.
that's $2015.
I mean, that could be 80,000
Right,
now.
that's 80,000 today.
Now, I wish we'd done 20 grand every day. That would have been nice.
Well,
but,
sure.
You know, that's fine.
Do you miss the old place, or are you're happy that you're here?
Okay, so it's a mix.
You're fine. We're using that camera up there.
You're good.
We have two.
No.
That's why we have two. That's why we have two
Please
cameras.
be our audience. Just stand there for a
Absolutely.
while.
It makes the store look busy. So please walk through.
Famous.
Yeah. There are days maybe when you miss the store, but you've made this place.
It was
Just
what
the
I
greatest.
missed was how much love was put into like artists that
yeah.
put murals up for us, and like the scenic people that did different sections, and every aspect was themed, and just the love that was put into
I
it.
remember
Right?
shooting videos of the murals getting put up. That one guy was up on the lift and he was just going across
Yeah,
the
it
room
was
over.
really
over
cool.
weeks.
I
And then
will-
the themed lounge with the Skyrim Tavern booths
Yeah.
that we did. and
Yeah, those
the
are so
Nostromo themed
cool.
sci-fi booths. And
I will have you know that up until about 6 months ago, yeah, it was this year I took it off. I still had a switch plate of the circuit board switch plate from one of your
from the
walls. Yeah,
Oh,
in my house, and I just finally took that down.
switched it out.
I decided to grow up.
Well, where is Todd Fisher? I was for certain he was going to come and sit and
He's
tell us
He's bopping
stories.
around.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want
No,
poor
no, no,
Anna.
he'll be back in a moment.
Todd.
I don't want poor Anna to
Usually-
feel obligated to sit with
Usually
us.
he's the one that can't.
I
come.
Yeah,
will.
I'm
You know what?
shocked.
I'll say.
I'm
in,
shocked that
in the
you've been
first
here.
years, you did everything you could to not
Not
sit
be
at
a
this
part of the
table.
show. We had a
and
better
talk,
chance of getting Jen on the show than you.
I'm.
and you have
well, I
grown
usually
so
anxiety,
much.
so
Quite
you know.
comfortable with it
But
now.
you're drinking,
I have,
you know,
but this
THC and mushroom.
this little dandy. Yeah. So that's fun.
Imagine that first day. How many hours did we do? Like 6, 8 hours.
I don't know.
I mean, we were there when you opened. What did you open at? Like 10 or
It was
a.m.
just-
or 11
It
a.m.?
was so exciting. We didn't want
11
to
to,
stop.
like,
Yeah, we just
1
kept
or
interviewing
Yeah.
people, and we had cameras up looking around the store, and it was just
And it was such a big deal because you had kind of been with Anna and Todd on the way, you know,
shoot video of the
documenting-
progression of the store. Because
and that was
Yeah.
when Todd
months and
first showed
months
it
and
to me,
months.
the room was completely empty.
Right.
When he first showed it to me,
I mean, I remember seeing one of the first episodes you posted where you were in a dark.
there was no lights.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
that
remember-
was
We're trying to
fun.
show people
Yeah,
the
we
space.
had all those hurdles
I had
to
like
get
an-
open.
I had an extra light and like
they
an
stole
extension
our
cord. And you ran. I
power
don't know if you
meter.
were getting your electricity. You couldn't see light into the center of the store because the
That
walls
was-
were so far away to
That
plug
was
something
fun.
in.
Yeah, we ripping up that old nasty Shepler's carpet.
Oh
in the
yes,
Dark with
Shepler's, the Western
in the
footwear,
summer.
was it?
Oh,
I hope
God.
you wore
Forgot
respirators.
about
Did you
that.
wear
It was
respirators?
ugly.
Did you have
I
face
don't know.
mask?
Who
or-
knows?
Okay.
I mean, luckily the front of the store had a big opening. You know, all that
We
stuff
lived
just
in
blow out.
Sure. I mean, you own a small business. I mean, of course you do. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy, and that was because we went through all the permitting process
Uh-huh.
and got a power meter permitted, and then Toby Keith wanted to take shortcuts.
Oh,
So they
Toby
took
Keith
our
grand
power
opening,
meter
grand
because
closing.
It was already
Never.
permitted.
Nice.
I forgot
And
about
then
that
we
Toby
had to go through
Keith's.
the whole process over again. So we had to do all of our first work
Well, that's
Yeah.
it. I will
in
never
the dark.
buy another Toby Keith album again.
I got some bad news for you. You better sit down. He died
Aw,
Good.
a couple of years ago.
that's
But
That's what you get.
that's because we're not opening a business.
here.
That's a horrible thing to say, and I'm
But-
sorry,
But
but
they
I mean it.
send your letters to Greg Moan in a Popka at. But yeah, they didn't
We're
even
not.
they almost
not-
finished that. It was like almost a completion, but then they never opened it, did they?
I don't have to impress anybody.
Or it wasn't open for very long.
But yeah, I don't think it.
Ah. I don't even know if he came here for like the grand opening.
No, I think he was supposed to, and then didn't.
Yeah.
and
Were
that
they
was
also
kind of a-
victim to the same
Oh well, yes.
bullshit situation that happened over there?
With
That's a whole
Artigan,
thing.
yeah.
Alright.
What's
but so,
what's
like
sad
I
is you
said,
could
the
have stayed there
blessings and the
Mm-hmm.
things I'm sad about.
Right.
Not having anymore.
because you
but
came
then,
here and immediately the tour buses were coming and
like,
this place was busy
the
and
owners, they had been following our social media hype from before we opened. They were
awesome.
like, who are these people? Like,
Right.
so when the news when we had the tenant meeting, that they said you have 2
2
weeks
weeks.
to
Yeah.
relocate. Give us turn in your keys, and we were like, what do we do? There's 20,000 square feet of stuff here.
I wish somebody would have had the
And,
vision to think that just close the front entrance to our store. We have our own back entrance. Let us stay. And today you could still be there with all of those
Right
cars and
now, I
all
don't even
that
wanna be
stuff.
there
I
all
mean-
the problems, like they have still the rooftop industrial units from when it was Festival Bay.
Festival
Had
Bay
never
Mall.
been upgraded. and they
There
were
he
trying to
is.
get it
A
off
wild
us
Todd
to
appears.
upgrade.
We were hoping you'd stop by. Good. We were hoping you'd stop by.
Darren, did you see there's pizza too?
Well, hi, how you doing?
I'm good.
Can you believe she actually stayed with us this long?
I can't believe it. We can't be. He's probably too
What is
tired to
that?
play.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
That button's gone bad.
Hell yeah. What is this? What's this? Look at our grand opening.
I know. Flavor, but it's got.
Oh, maybe it's
mushrooms
the
in it.
wire.
I like mushrooms.
I guess. Oh, suddenly this sounds amazing.
How's that going?
It's fine.
I'm turning
Okay.
mine down. Hey, how you doing?
Hi guys.
Check. I'm
10
turning mine
years.
down.
That's weird.
Yes. We've been talking and reminiscing and looking back and talked about the days of wrestling and the grand opening, of course. And do you have anything that stands out in your mind looking back on 10 years? One of your favorite moments?
And we did talk. You talked about the wrestling already.
Yeah,
That was
we talked
that
about.
always stands out, man.
Yes.
The fact that they built that whole thing in there and that was
pretty remarkable.
Absolutely, yes.
No, you know, the gleam in the eye of every child. But
And whose idea was that?
Yeah, whose idea was like,
Whose
you know,
idea was
this
to bring
place
a
needs
wrestling ring into
wrestling.
your store?
man, I don't know. I think they pitched us on it. They came in and they were just a local group that did you know, promotional shows around town and yeah, they had little people in kaiju suits and
Oh yeah, the big finale.
I'm glad you said that because I thought that was a fever dream. That
No.
when we were talking about the kaiju stuff, there were little people in the ring. Is that
yeah,
correct?
Oh yeah, there was some.
Yes. Okay.
And then War Pig. There was
War Pig,
yeah,
one of the
War Pig.
names of the wrestlers.
War
Definitely
Pig.
War Pig.
War Pig.
And everybody misses War Pig.
What's up?
Turn the
Ye-
mic towards him
year,
a little
year
bit.
one shenanigans. I'm telling you.
Yeah, excellent.
Hey, it's
excellent.
me.
Hi.
Hi guys.
we hear you.
It's me, Todd.
So, and I
Come to
said
find
this,
out it was always me.
I said this
The
to
weirdest
Anna earlier, and it's like it's hard to believe it's been 10 years, but for some days for you guys, it probably feels like it's
Buddy,
been 10
it
years.
feels like 50 years.
Yeah.
No, it's great.
And-
It's wild that it is 10 years already though. That's wild to me.
We were
It
asking-
went by quick.
We were asking Anna also, what is it that you have today here in the store that you didn't have 10 years
Selling a
ago?
Lego Porg.
What's that? Lego.
We're
Fascinating.
selling a Lego Porg, it
That's
looks like.
fa-
Good job.
Oh.
Yeah,
No,
that was
the-
really cool looking.
What,
What?
so yeah,
What
what
is?
didn't exist 10 years ago that's like
the
super
only thing
popular
I
now?
came up with was Lorcana,
Oh, I see.
and I don't know.
Well, Blockies. Blockies
Oh,
are big. Right?
Blockies.
Blockies are big right
so
now.
cool.
But we basically run the gamut of Funko Pops. Funko Pops aren't they're still around, but they're
I remember you had
barely there anymore.
you basically had a whole
Yeah.
section of your store.
Oh
Funko
yeah,
Pop.
it's
Yeah.
any store worth its weight back then had to have
Right.
a pretty sizable Funko selection, and
I believe you can now contact the company and they can make you a custom Funko
Oh,
Pop
sure.
of you if you
yeah,
want.
man, that's most of their revenue.
Oh, I bet.
this
Yeah.
last quarter.
Currently, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, Lorcana's a big deal now.
How hard is it to keep up with the trends of toys and merchandise and
It's,
books?
I mean, I consider myself to be pretty heavily into this stuff, and I can't keep up with it. There's so much, and there is such a wide and varied fandom
And you-
for stuff in general.
you kind of have to predict what's going to be popular, right? I mean, for ordering and
It's-
for
I wish I could predict what was going to be popular. I probably would have dove more into Labubus,
Oh
but
my God, no, you can't even get an app for that.
I think that's like trying to make a viral video.
you know what I mean.
Can't try to make
exactly.
Try to
right.
predict the stock
It's-
market.
I think anybody that can. I mean, it's easy to see what works now, and kind of
Mhm.
like if you see something similar coming down the pike, you can be like, oh, that's probably going to do okay.
That's a good question. Do you feel that the two of you have gotten better at predicting those things and keeping stock proper? And
Luna's always been good at it. That's why
Well,
I keep her.
that's why
around.
she's tired.
That's
Give
why
her a
she's
break.
tired all the time.
But I mean, is it easier now to kind of see things happening faster,
Is it Mrs. Orderer?
I mean,
or you're still just barely
the-
staying above water?
The only thing I'm not as good at, and because of the sheer amount of time I don't have,
Yes.
is staying on top of what movies coming out, what shows coming
Oh,
out.
yes.
Like what,
Alright.
like so I have to rely on the crew
I'll be back.
to tell me
The
like,
store
oh,
calls.
are you gonna see the new movie?
There's a movie.
What?
I haven't seen the first one yet. You're saying
I'm
the second
still
one's out?
ordering for the last one, but yeah, so that's a little harder because I used to have time to follow
I see.
more social media stuff.
That
and
comes
I
with-
was doing all the PR too.
That comes with age also now because I'm not into as many things as I used to be. Like even when the whole Avengers thing started, it's like, cool, I'll go see these movies in the theater, but I'm not one to be like emotional about them and watch a character die like maybe I would have been when I was a kid. Is it that just comes with age? You
Yeah.
get older and you're not on top of everything like you used to be.
It's a lot.
I think the things that are important to you kind of shift, and you spend less and less time on the frivolous.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got two children
That we know of.
that. I mean, I'm sure you put some time and energy into them.
Sure.
Yeah, which takes time and energy away from your hobbies
From other
and
things,
other interests.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, the
Very good
things I'm
point.
most on top of are revolving around our 8-year-old grandson.
Yes.
So, like Skibbity Toilet Do you
Oh,
know what
boy.
a skimmity toilet is? I do. I've seen the videos.
Absolutely, I do. I'm a meme lord. I understand
Okay,
everything.
okay,
You know
I'm
that?
a meme lord.
Did either of you get to see Minecraft in the theater, and was popcorn thrown in your direction?
There was
You watched it.
we took the
home.
safe route. We did the home view.
That
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
that sounds pretty good. Yeah.
The grandson wanted to throw popcorn in the living room in
Oh.
homage to the trend, but we
Oh,
did not let him.
No? Oh, come on. That's
Like,
core memories right
only if
there.
you clean it up.
Oh,
That was the
yeah, that was the
deterrent.
deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would have backed out of that too.
yeah. He doesn't
Pretty
have the
rough flick.
attention for that.
Pretty rough flick. It's pretty rough flick.
now when the Minecraft trailers come out, and you see
Mm.
it's Jack Black, and you're like, oh, I don't know about this, but it's kind of a bulletproof movie because the Minecraft, it's the biggest video game in history.
Of
I don't think
course.
anything could have damaged the movie.
No, the 8-year-old loved it. Like he was like, that's the meme guy who's famous for, and then he died, and that's an homage to him, and he's like, telling us all about everything.
He's 8.
Yeah.
He's 8 years
So
old.
we got schooled.
Well, it's either that or
schooled.
dinosaurs.
That's
you know,
right.
I mean,
Worthwhile stuff. Or
At least the
Oh.
child has passionate interest.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
I was asking on earlier, like, do you have time for things? Do you have time? Like, is there a vacation in the future for you guys? Are you kind of?
I sit around practically comatose when I'm not here. I just say like I lack direction.
Hmm.
Art.
Do you allow yourself 2 days off a week?
I don't think I've ever had 2 days
Oh,
off
what
since
does that
we
mean?
started.
Incredibly insulted by that question.
We've gone, we used to try and make it like every year around my birthday where we take a trip or something.
yeah, I
because
remember
vacation.
fondly that you went overseas, I believe, for a
We
trip.
went to Hawaii because all of our friends paid for it for our honeymoon.
Oh,
We
yes, I do
were
remember
in-
that.
We were given the 2-week notice thing.
Oh, that's when that happened. At the
So
That's
yeah,
so
right
cool.
after everything was
So
paid
cool.
for, and we had the planes booked, and it literally we had a month and a half to get moved
Check,
and
check, check, check.
reopened for business to get on a. So we
See.
had our grand reopening here with Voltaire opened for us,
That
and then we got on a plane at
Check, 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 check.
5 in the morning that
so
morning.
that's another thing that I really admire about the two of you is that hearing these things, the universe was speaking, and you said,
Check, check, check.
"No,
Yeah.
no, we're doing this."
That's
Right.
right.
And then it was
Whereas I would have been like, "We're
Right.
cool, okay, you win, you got it."
I
I got that for you, Todd.
Oh, great. I'm famous for saying, what am I supposed to do? Quit? Like,
what?
what am I gonna do?
What else are we gonna do?
Right, exactly. Like, I don't know what else I would
Wow.
do. Like, I'd be a terrible Uber driver.
Oh,
right?
that's a good
So-
question. Now, as business owners, do you put a plan together? Like, okay, we're going to start this business. We're going to have a 20-year plan, or we're going to hand it off to somebody else in the family. Is there a plan for you guys? You're like,
I'll be honest. The plan was originally, that we were building it for the kids. We were building it for my kid Raceland and for Darian
Darian.
and
And now it looks like if I can hold on long enough, the one who wants it is the grandkid.
is the grandson.
oh,
But he's 8.
Like, don't
If you'll
worry,
re-
guys.
Oh,
He
no,
wears the
that's-
Gods of Monster
if-
shirt. He
that
comes
timetable's got to
in.
get
If
moved
you'll
up.
if you'll recall,
He's-
he is 8.
He also wants to be a dinosaur.
He is a dinosaur.
So he comes in every once in a while for a shift and his shirt, Gods of Monster shirt. And he's
Yes.
like, don't worry, everyone. The manager is here.
That's
Oh,
right.
And then
that's-
he goes around and
so-
goes, you get a $20,000 bonus.
Oh, okay, you're
And
not in
you
charge.
get
You're not in
$10,000.
charge of payroll. Never mind. Never mind.
We got to teach you about finance.
You're going to be more of a figurehead.
And Greg's like, "You're terrible at business, kid.
I mean,
Terrible."
he must have learned from the best.
That's right.
I can-
That's right.
I can
He's a
assume.
funny kid.
So there is some sort of plan.
I have
Where-
been touring the. I have been.
There'll be some sort of plan where you guys see yourself one day, like, you know what? One day I'm only going to come in one day a week.
The sooner the better for her, I think.
Jeez.
She's breaking.
Well, like I said, I have set it up to where I am mostly work from home
Good.
now
All right.
with cats piled on me
Yes.
to purring to keep
Cats
the
right.
stress
Feed
levels
themselves.
down.
Right.
So it's like the laptop's here and I'm like typing away and there's a cat here, a cat under this arm, a
I think
cat under this
that's-
arm, 2 in the
that's,
crotch,
uh,
you know?
Federal law, right? You're not allowed to move if a cat is on top of you.
That's
You're
right.
relaxing on you.
That's correct.
It's punishable by big fines.
That's
That's
right.
how I work nowadays.
So good. Some sort of plan is out there.
That's right.
Just dreaming about the future
Um,
retirement
we
plan.
need, we need to know the status of Box. How is Box?
Box is right up there.
Get a wide shot
It's
here.
hard to, you can't really see him.
Hold on, I'll get.
Todd's gonna get
Oh,
Box.
okay.
So he
Special,
can
go to the
make an
wide guest.
appearance.
We'll go to the wide
Special
shot
guest,
camera. Todd's gonna.
Box.
Oh, sorry, we
Oh,
took your ladder. Or no,
Box. Box, come visit.
reaching,
Oh, look
reaching.
at it. He's just hanging out behind the TV, keeping warm.
He should be wearing costume
Careful.
today.
There we go.
No, I like
Box.
Box just as Box.
I haven't seen Box in a long time.
Hey, it's Box.
Hey, Box
Yeah.
is here, guys.
Hair. Look at that.
He's a man now.
He was. I think he was what, first year here.
It
First
was-
year in
Yeah,
this-
for the hurricane, the what
First year?
hurricane was it?
Was that
Was it
fir-
first or second? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't remember
It
now.
was
but-
in this.
I-
We holed up. We holed up with a bunch of staff
Yeah.
and some of our cats that would fit in the carrier.
Oh, geez.
And
That's his hair.
basically used the fallout shelter as a shelter.
Mhm.
It was a fallout shelter, and it was very surreal. And then this box was on the sidewalk out front in the torrential peak of the
Oh,
hurricane,
looking for a home.
not moving. And Todd was like live, like commentary about this box, like filming it on our social media, and he was like,
I was super inspired by their
Sure.
tenacity.
"Box is still strong. Box strong.
Box
And it was like,
strong.
Box strong was the hashtag. So he
Oh.
came in with, and he had his little, he was wrapped in a towel and reading some comics, and he got promoted to the manager very quickly.
That's right.
And
One day, Box, this will all be yours.
Box, Box,
Look around.
please.
If Barry doesn't
want it, Box.
Are those his original googly eyes?
Freaking would put.
Those are the original googly eyes.
That's fascinating
that's it, man.
that he survived.
He's in good shape, actually.
Well,
Look
now
at
we're
shape. Yeah, you can
they're
tell.
bloodshot
He's,
now, but-
he's
Eyes are a little weathered, maybe.
Stop
He's
drinking
got
some
jaundice.
shit.
Yes,
Stop
a little bit
drinking
yellow.
his
Stop
THC
drinking.
drinks. Box.
He's seen a lot.
It's been rough, Box.
No way, man.
So you told us the story about the water damage going through the boxes,
Yeah.
and you
Oh,
lost,
yeah.
you lost some
Big
things.
days,
But
yeah.
is there anything? Do you like once a week just open up a box you haven't opened before? Does that still happen?
Well, we're the goal is to get things cleaned up enough to start going back through it, and the what's left kind of and
Keenan and I were
start.
there the other day. We did a little straightening and got it kind of back to a square one kind of a thing where I'm able to go in and start going through the stuff properly again. But yeah, for a couple of months there, it was kind of touch and go. They
February.
insurance was acting crazy, still acting crazy with
It's
us. and-
still, yeah, they were getting a
Yeah.
lot of runaround.
but we've got
so
about 70-80 grand worth of for the
losses.
Is every day a struggle, or
Buddy,
do you
I
get to
tell ya,
cruise at
it's-
all? Do you get to
it's-
cruise even a little?
It's funny, man. It seems like it's one thing after another. Like it's always something. It seems
Right.
like, and it's usually on her shoulders, man.
The 2 years right after COVID was really cool because we broke 1 million the year after COVID for the first time with all the setbacks that we'd had
Yeah.
from opening. We never quite got there, and then it took us in this space. Like I said, we got on the plane for our honeymoon and thought, okay, now we're open, everything's gonna be fine, and it was not fine. We
Not
got
fine.
the call that like we were having $20 days every day after we moved. People thought we would close down and we were gone,
Oh,
even though we were across the street.
Despite
And it
despite us
was
absolutely
so-
blasting social media with the idea that we're not closing, we're moving.
people just don't like
I know,
change.
man.
They
It was
tough.
very
can't do
strange. So it
change.
took us literally like 4 years
And
to
we were,
recover.
like
from
literally
the
a block
move.
up the road. Like we were literally a
Yeah.
block up the
Yeah.
street.
But
So-
everybody knew you were leaving. I mean, it was news. Every
It
Yeah.
business
doesn't
that
matter. It's
when you
really
look back on our
weird.
YouTube page and you click on most recent video or oldest video, you can click on most popular video, and our most popular video was the one where you made the announcement,
yeah.
like we're leaving and this is where we were going, and
Yeah.
it was like there was a big deal. So
You'd think there would have been a little bit more clarity to
what
it.
you didn't have was 4 months of foreknowledge and being able to in store say
100%.
we're moving. You know,
We had
moving
2 weeks.
sail,
right,
you know, we're
2
we're
weeks,
going to
man.
this new location. See us there next. You know,
That's
don't,
it.
don't come here next time. Go
Yeah.
there next time.
and now it's been 8 years in
Yeah.
this establishment.
Yeah.
And that's amazing.
Yeah, I still get people in that are like, "Oh, I haven't been here since the last place." I'm like, "Wow, that's cool."
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, thanks.
to tell us things like
Right.
that. It's okay.
Yeah, don't tell us that.
It's like I've been getting all my stuff on eBay and Amazon.
Yeah, I didn't know you guys moved. When did you guys move? I don't know, a decade ago.
2013.
Business, and I was going to the post office.
That's all right. That's all right. We're here now, and we're here now, and everything's great.
We were also talking with
crazy.
Anna about the whole Orlando Weekly thing. You're always getting nominated every
Yeah.
year, and there were those years where you got nominated for Best Kept Secret, which was kind of nice, but also
Yeah,
you know,
I'll take what I can get, but that's kind of a sucky thing to, you know what I mean? No, we are obviously. I say obviously, we are up again this year
Yes.
for what?
which would
Comic
be the
shop.
ninth or 10th year now.
This would be our 10th year in a row as
Ninth.
best comic shop. Well,
Nice.
Voting is open
'Cause
now.
remember the first year
You had
we were open.
OrlandoWeekly.com.
We were at the end of the voting.
And you had just
So they
opened.
made a category for us. So we won best of that year, but for the best new place to roll a D20.
Oh, good memory.
Because you
Very
get
good
50%
memory.
off because Todd doesn't know how to do business.
So that's what the category we won the first year because we opened at when it was on the last week of the polling. So
The
we
polling's going on
got
right now, right?
nominations, right?
Polling's
And
on-
so if you think about
yeah,
it, 10 years ago today, you were just
can-
opening.
you can vote every day at OrlandoWeekly.com.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We'll
do you,
probably put a link in the description.
Very
maybe.
good.
you still do the D20 roll?
On our
Yeah,
the
sure.
holiday sale, I think we do it,
Mhm.
and I forget. But yeah,
And you can't lose doing that, right?
It's true. It's a
If
it-
you roll, you're gonna win something.
right.
yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Either
Terrible
a
business.
little
I
bit
know.
off, or a little tchotchke,
lot
or a
off.
lot.
So back up for a second. You said something about you had $1 million year, meaning it just merchandise
in
and
a
sales. Okay.
row.
Is that profit or is that just merchandise?
no.
Okay. I
Funny
was like,
man.
where you just dropped that number
Pretty
so
sure they'd be taking
casually, and I was
vacations
like,
if
well,
they-
wait a minute.
Where's this
Profiting.
profit you speak
Let's
of?
$1 million in sales.
We hit yeah, in sales we did $1.25 million 2 years in a row after COVID.
Yeah.
And so that was like a
That's-
huge deal because that was
Wow.
always like
That's a
we were
huge
supposed
deal
to
for
get
a
there in the
comic
old
shop.
I know,
days.
man.
People were missing you.
Weird.
They were missing you after COVID, and they came
It
back.
just
Came back strong with their
it was
government
the
checks.
economy kind of boomed for a bit
Does
there.
does
Yeah.
the bar
The bar factors.
bar
and all
factors
that.
into that?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
of course.
what I'll ask you off camera. Never mind. Okay.
Oh, all right. That's good for the show.
No, I wanted to ask something
I'm an open book.
business personal, and it's not appropriate
I-
for.
He wants to see
public.
your
Are
book.
you sure?
He wants to actually
Yeah.
see the books.
You're really sure.
Todd has no
He's giving me the eyes like he's really
No,
sure.
okay, so I was just wondering, what percentage comes from the bar, and what percentage, or do you even
Yeah.
break it down?
Well, okay, so the store by hands down is
course.
is the bread.
Of course.
And,
The,
our
the
big
bar.
and what does best in the store as well? Like what are your
Oh, okay. So in our top sellers, toys by a long shot.
Oh, more than
So
comics.
toys is top. Then it's comics and trades.
Mhm.
And then it would be like gaming is third.
and that's
and then
dice and that's
Okay.
all
Yeah.
that
Thank you
stuff,
for
too.
clarifying. It was about
yeah,
dice.
okay.
yeah.
A lot of dice.
And
Yeah,
It's not
all
that
of
claw machine, I'm sure. No.
Right. Dice, D&D
So-
books,
Yeah.
miniatures, things like that. But dice, God, we sell so many dice.
So you
Good.
you broke it down for us, but when you say toys, do you have the ability to break it down and say specifically what are your most popular toys or brand of toys?
if I really picked apart the reports, but just overall toys and statues.
Kind of what you would expect,
top.
like statues and like Marvel Black Series.
Okay,
or
Marvel, that's what I was saying.
Marvel,
Marvel
Legends.
or Star
and
Wars
loose
or
toys is a category for us,
Right.
Mhm.
Because we have a lot of collections we take in. So
Totally.
so loose toys is probably one of the top selling.
And then the
Um,
bar.
And then the bar would be about a quarter,
Mhm.
so a fourth.
Oh, that's actually
Yeah.
way more than I would have thought.
Yeah.
So that's great.
So it's about
Yeah.
a quarter
Especially
of what the store
for
brings in.
an and then.
Well, okay,
you know, like,
now,
because-
but Fallout, we keep going back to that because literally,
season 2 coming soon.
because literally, the bar doubled and became 50% of what the store was doing,
That's
and we had
crazy.
never seen numbers like that. Or,
Wow.
but like I said, a wait list every single night to get in.
That show dropping.
I had
that
to
show being
hire
good.
like
She mentioned that. Yeah,
extra
the
staff.
the
It was
Fallout.
like it was nuts. It was nuts.
Like,
And
I
you can't
totally
pre-
think it would have been detrimental if the show had sucked, but the show is actually good.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the fact that it was a good show,
And you
and
can't
everybody
predict
was
that
into
stuff.
it.
You
That's
you don't
Yeah,
know.
man.
You're
You're
just
at-
like fingers crossed.
Hey, and people were digging it, man. It was pretty great. So
When-
yes, looking forward to season 2.
When you were putting together the original idea for the store, how early was Vault? I wasn't Vault back then, but
Outward.
how early was the bar part of the plan?
Well,
Oh, well, always.
Was it always?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
That's
like
great.
even the old location, like we actually had our first business planning what involved like moving to Colorado and having the first comic bar dispensary.
Hey man,
attached.
that is not the worst idea I've ever heard. man.
Dispensary lounge kind of
That's-
situation. So
Listen, getting ripped, stoned, and reading books. Are you kidding me? That's a market that I would be shocked if that's not a thing.
leaves immediately.
No, it's not that crazy.
keep up with a taco stand, you know.
But it makes sense, you know, like Girl Scout cookies outside the dispensary. You know,
So approach it,
legalized marijuana. That's what we didn't have that 10 years ago when
Right.
Gods and Monsters opened.
we don't have
that
that
was
here.
not.
Well, it's
Easy
better than it
now.
was.
It's somewhere.
now.
Yeah,
Getting there.
Yeah,
it's getting
Eventually.
there.
Maybe.
Maybe I'll keep voting. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Depends on who's up top.
Everybody vote.
Yes.
Vote.
And vote in the Orlando Weekly. Gods and Monsters.
Every day. You do it
Multiple
every day.
categories, right? That's what Anna told us. Multiple categories.
One for the store and 3 for the bar.
Yeah, man.
That's
Best
awesome.
Best bottled beer selection.
That's weird.
Best
Who
time
did?
to try
Who from the
bar.
Weekly did the research
We
on
do
that?
have a lot.
I don't know. When I was
We do
having
like
beers here,
80
you always had
cans and
something interesting.
bottles
Yeah.
Selection.
Always, and it
I
was
mean,
usually different too.
Probably-
it's a
probably
good
voted for it.
curated menu.
I may have
Oh,
once or
yeah,
twice.
always.
We have a very decent selection of mostly craft and import stuff. There's
now
like
you
a
got the
few
THC drinks
domestics
and
everything.
just
And PBR.
because, but
Now you're doing the THC.
yeah, and that's what I mean. A few domestics like
Mhm.
PBR. You
Well,
have to
you
have
got to,
PBR.
yeah.
So
Uh,
For the uncultured swine.
The junk beer.
The
Gotta have
way-
junk beer.
the way things are going, 10 years ago, grand opening, you couldn't have looked ahead 10 years to know where you'd be, where the business would be, but it succeeded. It's grown. Where do you see the next 10 years?
Okay, I want to, but that was the shift to go get this studio space to start generating more static revenue with content creation,
Good job.
and then having a smaller retail footprint, right? And then like get this
You
a little
sound like
more
a small business
And
owner.
then
streamlined.
One
using all
one
these
MRI
buzzwords.
crashes through a wall, and it just puts that all on hold.
What is,
As they do.
what would you want?
You
for
don't
the
want
vision?
to hear what
You
I
want to go
want.
bigger?
I would like my wife to get more rest,
Okay,
Yes.
but I
that's
would
a
love
good
to. I
answer.
would love to see us at least get the space next to us,
Yeah, that
or
would be
expand.
Get
I
excited
would
about.
like more room to play with.
Yes.
I would love to have more room for more stuff. That's all.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
it seems like the further we go with it, the sadder she gets. So so
Like every time there's another setback, and it's just
There's-
I'm tired.
there's
I'm
probably some
older,
kind
man.
of Venn diagram that would show.
Who comes up with all the ideas for the events that you guys put on? So
It's all her.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
even
some of
the special nights.
That's
in
why
the
she's so
Pulse River.
tired, Greg.
Bar crew also like to come up with stuff like, oh, can we do something for the new season of King of the Hill or whatever? Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yes, coming in August.
be, you know,
Back,
like
back, dog.
they throw out ideas. "Oh, let's do it this party. Let's
Okay.
do that party. So yeah, it's definitely a
This August on Hulu. King of
brainstorming.
the Hill returning for one season that we know of.
There's
That's
large
very cool.
brain here.
It's collaborative. It's a collaborative effort.
Very collaborative.
That's good to hear. So you're not just sitting in the back going, "No, go back to work."
No, I love ideas.
Everybody work. Everybody work.
Do you see a time when I know COVID kind of ruined it, but the escape room thing, is there, or do you need more space for that?
COVID did kill our escape room,
Yeah.
man.
Escape room.
We had the coolest little escape room back there, and it was an added little feature that
Another
we
time
did
I
for a
lost
little
I
my
while.
remember
mind
David
and
Martin was here
decided,
from Fox
you know,
35, and he
another
did live that
business.
day and said it was
I mean,
just
how
a
much-
fantastic place.
So cool.
Yeah.
Started
Yeah.
a business.
That's all right. Nobody was going out for a while,
Yeah.
so
We were
After
living
the
in a panic room,
convention
Right,
so we
that's
didn't have
right.
time
Didn't have
to
the
do that
heart
for
to-
fun.
to find out everybody had their own panic room the whole time.
Oh,
Why go to ours when you could just stay at home for 3 years?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was weird.
So you definitely need more space if you were going to do a
I
panic
would,
room
you
thing
know
again.
what? I constantly lament with people that are asking like, what do you miss about having the big space? What do you? And all of it
The
is, I
space.
just miss having room
space.
to play. I miss having
Right,
room to
yeah,
dream bigger and to
they
do
have artists
bigger stuff.
do stuff.
No matter how much you love this place, there'll never be another wrestling match here.
I
right.
well,
They're good.
yeah,
Hey,
not
we
with
could
an
get
attitude like that, Art Miles.
2 spaces over. We could
Just all with little people. The
Right,
entire
right.
the
Everything
entire-
in miniature. It'll be
Yes.
great.
miniature
It's gonna
people.
be great.
Yes. Do you get along well with your neighbors? You know, you've got the restaurant, and then
I
next
know
door.
none of them.
Really?
I
It's
literally
You
know
you want them to be
That's
here at
me
least.
in my
we don't
neighborhood.
go out that
I have
way
never
very
met
You
my
want them to
neighbors.
be here
I
at
have no
least 6
interest.
months before you even get to know their name,
Well,
right? Because
yeah,
they
when
rotate a
we
lot.
first moved in, we had very close, like,
Yeah. Remember they had a
with
record
the
store next door.
Mexican store that was,
Yeah.
restaurant. We did really good. Like, they would deliver to the bar, and you
Yeah.
could order from our bar to get your food. They were really
Name
cool.
next door. What was dude's name?
Record store guy?
Oh yeah, and
Is
record store
the
guy next
sushi
door
Asian
that's not
place still
there
in the corner back
anymore.
there?
It's secret sushi.
Yeah,
Sushi.
Yeah, secret sushi over there.
and then
Next to the bathroom.
It's some of the weirdest marketing you've ever heard. There's like no zero signage and like it's like a secret. That's the whole thing. It's
Okay.
a secret.
secret sushi.
Okay.
I like my sushi to be a secret.
It's private.
We've had surprisingly little interaction with the people around us, and that's
That's
weird to me. Yeah.
we are more inclined to like let's all come together and do
Right,
cool
right.
stuff. You know, it just didn't pan out with a lot of.
We got super excited when they were saying, "Oh, we're gonna bring a pizzeria," and we're like, "That'd be a
Oh,
great
heck
That
yeah.
would be a great
I
thing.
was
Yeah.
like, they could
Great
deliver,
for-
and then there was like
Yeah.
no reciprocation to like
Yeah."
trying to
Whatever.
introduce ourselves.
Do you
and-
poll any of your patrons at all to ask them, "Hey, where have you been? Where are you coming from? Are you starting to see like that Epic Universe crowd? I mean, there's a whole new theme park here."
A little bit. Big Universal. We've got a pretty good horror selection. You know, the Universal monsters and
Sure.
all that is a big deal for us. So we see that crowd come in quite a bit.
Do you get an uptick around the Halloween time?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah.
The nighttime is the right time.
Somebody's
the nighttime
excited.
is the right time. The nighttime is the right time. The nighttime is the right time.
Yes. I got the wide shot of
my
it.
Batman
Something was
shower.
going on in the background.
I don't
that I
know
was
what's
missing
going
out on.
Yeah. It's growing pains. We're 10 years old. That's what it sounds like.
You reach that point where, and this happened to me working at the TV station, where suddenly a new employee comes in and you realize that person wasn't born when I started working here. Are you starting to experience things like
Except the whole
you
dynamic.
got like 20-year-olds that work here that realized they were 10 years old when you started this place?
Started. Oh yeah, Mason's 21. Just turned 21.
So that does happen.
Where is? Oh, Mason left on the.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, yeah, well, I just by design,
Yeah.
Our place tends to get we attract a younger
Sure.
not clientele. What would I say? Workmanship or whatever. We attract a
Staff. Sure.
younger,
Yeah,
younger
sure.
workforce,
Mm. That sounds
and with
wonderful.
that comes challenges.
Yes. Oh, there you go. I just heard he used the microphone, and for a second I went, "Ooh," because it's like I heard your voice real nice and clear.
So
I got in there.
who does the hiring and who does the firing?
Oh, this is a good question.
That is a good question, Greg. Who does the hiring, Anna? That's why she's so that's why she's so tired, Greg. is that she does the hiring too. She does all of that.
Man,
I know, man. Sometimes they'll let me show up and just like, oh, that's Todd. And that's it. Yeah.
maybe. Well, you're the
You may see him straightening shelves from time to time.
you're the face. You're the face.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the behind the scenes mystery.
I'm with
in
you.
the
my
plucky
little
comic
cat
relief.
So
cave.
I'm a
I'm in my
that's
cat
the
cave.
film. I work behind all the stuff. You don't see me on. You don't even see me in the BTS pictures. I'm a ghost.
Well, one's the Wozniak and
behind.
one's the Jobs, right?
I'm like Sam Rockwell. I'm the comic relief. I'm the plucky comic relief.
I see.
Oh, if
Yes.
you could move like him, man. If
That's
you had dance
right.
moves like that,
Call us plucky.
I did.
Well, that's the other thing that's weird. I was thinking about this the other day. Is that we have had we didn't never had any turnover until like COVID.
Sure.
Because everybody went on to unemployment and getting benefits by not working. So then
Yeah.
we had a limited, very
I
skeleton crew for a
Don't
while.
think that the general public understands how COVID affected things on a much deeper level, on a societal level,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's harder for you to hire now. I'm sure it's harder for you to retain now.
It's a lot of it is without sounding mean about it.
Nah, go ahead.
There's a certain degree of entitlement that comes with a lot of the younger generation. That makes me sound very old.
No,
and
no,
like-
no, no.
Not even
We are old.
Well,
sure,
I
but
mean, and I don't mean it as a bad thing. If it works for them, great. But there's a certain sense of entitlement that comes.
You're
with it.
you're right.
It's sad because
It's a little challenging.
you know it's hard to circumnavigate a more youthful audience that has a different outlook on, well, let's say capitalism. They have they're not used to, in a society where you can go on your phone and become a star.
yes.
It lessens the likelihood that you're going to take a job
Also-
seriously.
Also,
sometimes.
the competition has gotten more difficult too with
Sure.
rising minimum wage expectations. And
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
And
uh,
we try
Oh,
to
we're
be-
very competitive
I'm
there.
sure
very
you
good.
are, but only
And it
I mean,
doesn't matter.
You can
it
only
doesn't matter.
But
You know,
and you got to be able to come in and do the job. And frankly, I'll be honest, retail isn't for everybody.
It's
it's
Right,
not.
right.
That's right.
Not for
You're right.
me.
they see this and they're like, "Whoa, cool!" But then it's retail.
You're the
Really,
queen of
really-
spring.
Definitely not for me.
I can only
I did
really
it
get
for,
so
like,
upset
30
about
years.
it.
Right.
Because I get it. Who wants to work? Who wants to?
If you don't- Yeah, if there's an alternative, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
If I can get on my phone and be a star, why would I want to?
Sure, skibbity. Yeah.
Does
I
this
would,
say
I would do the same thing.
Skibbity riz? Does that say dementia?
Skibbity
All right,
riz.
dementia on.
All right, we got
I
some
miss
messages,
being
live
an
messages
artist.
from
Oh,
Dementia saying,
hi.
"When did
Hi, Demi.
Demi says, when did we get so old?" But before that, Demi said, "Congratulations, I love you guys so much." Absolutely,
Demi.
absolutely, my heroes
You.
in so many ways, the real icon of Orlando.
Oh man, Demi.
That's from
That's
Demi.
something I'd like to
Don't
touch
forget to
on.
vote.
Demi also said, if Todd doesn't have a plucky comic relief shirt, we're all going to have words.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? I need a.
So thank you,
So-
Demi, for those words.
Thank you, Demi.
Yeah.
After 10 years, you have clearly built a community.
Yes.
Long-term
I would
customers,
like to think so.
long-term
Well, I love
relationships with
like we have
with
people
people.
from all over the world, and they
Mhm.
come on their yearly vacations and bring us treats from their country. And,
Every
like,
time
and
we-
I love
Every time we do
that
one of
kind of
these, somebody
interaction.
from overseas will pop onto the
Yeah, like the
comment.
first one was
Yeah.
from the UK.
Yeah.
My
Who was
favorites are
that?
the one that'll come here straight from the airport, and we're like, "You're our first stop." And I'm just
Excellent.
like, that's the coolest thing.
Brazilians.
yeah,
Have-
Gab and Stacy, if you guys are out there,
Hell yeah.
we love you. Thanks for all the tea and the chocolates. Vote.
We're seeing Ted Hager is watching now. Rodney
guys.
Adams is watching. Mike
Welcome to the chat,
Hashal
guys.
is watching. They're just all people that are just clicking on and just saying that they're watching you guys live right now.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So you have anything I asked Anna earlier? Anything you're looking forward to in the next few weeks or so that you're promoting? Something coming up in the store?
We get a new Fantastic Four movie. I'm looking forward
Oh,
to Fantastic
our
Four.
fourth version of Fantastic Four stick.
It's okay. I think this one might be all right.
Uh,
I always said that it would do better once it was back in Marvel's hands. Like,
Do you
As-
like the
as many
idea
things are,
of
but
the
not all
time
things.
period they're putting it in
I
this
love
time?
it.
Yes.
I love
yes.
it. I used to always, when I used to Dreamcast what I was doing with Fantastic Four. It always used to be. I used to think it needed to be a '60s period,
Right.
and this is, while not
This is
specifically that,
yeah.
it is a retro
It's a-
'60s feel. So I'm super down with it. It's like they heard my brain.
And in the 10 years
Or they
we've
read the
been here,
comics.
Right. Or
Yes.
they read the comics and did the right thing.
in the 10 years we've been here, I believe we've had 15 different Supermans, and we're about to have another one coming
Yeah.
out. The trailer looks
Looks
phenomenal.
I'm in.
Yep.
James Gunn is no slouch.
Yep.
He's good too.
Yep.
You know,
That extended trailer, that was pretty amazing. They showed all of
I
that.
still don't watch trailers.
Oh, he still doesn't
Still
watch
Good for
trailers.
you.
Do it,
It,
man.
they, I wouldn't even call it a trailer. It was like 10 minutes of the movie that they put in.
Everybody just gives everybody gives anything that's made public about it a hard time. I think it's going to be fine. I
Right.
think you're going to love it. There's a dog.
There's a
It's gonna
dog.
be great.
I
Super
know.
dog.
I know.
Super dog. Crypto is here.
Yep,
guys.
yep.
Come on.
But the Silver Surfer has boobies.
Whatever. She does in the comics too. It's
It's
actually
It's
DEI.
weird how that
It's
happens.
DEI superheroes.
Exactly. I
It's
just
straight
think
out of the
it's
comics,
so
guys.
dumb.
Straight out of
Yes.
the comics. I
For those that
promise.
read the comic, yes. For everybody
Great
else,
Ozark. You guys watch Ozarks?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yes.
It's the the little trouble girl.
Oh my gosh, she's the one playing.
Silver Surfer.
I
man.
love her. Did you
Yeah.
watch? You said you do watch Ozark?
No, I don't watch it.
Oh my God, she's amazing. I think she won a couple Emmys for that role.
Hey,
She's
she blew up a little
fantastic.
bit there for a bit.
Yeah, she did. She played that heiress in that one movie, or it was a movie where she
We should
pretended
know.
to be somebody. I know it's terrible. I don't know her name.
Cat, what's her name?
Jason Bateman, Ozark,
Her name
but
is not
the
Jason
girl
Internet.
can't even remember her character's name right now.
Internet. I
That's
do,
all.
but no, look, it did this, so I have to go down there and be like
Oh no,
the whole black.
horrible.
Yeah,
middle, so
yeah.
now I can't use.
that's not
the-
usable.
That's terrible.
So yeah, I'm not up happy about it.
Hmm.
But
Don't
So, yeah,
buy
so
bendable
Fantastic
phones.
Four, Superman's coming.
Yes,
Uh,
discussed Tron earlier, coming in
all right.
October.
Now, well,
October
let's
11th.
see what they're going to do with that. With,
Yeah, I
this
know.
one.
I have
So,
high
Because,
hopes.
well,
Breaking news on I'm sure Disney's going to do their best to bury that story because it's all he said, she said right now. But
What did Jared Leto?
yeah, he's been
touch
accused of some
somebody?
things. Yes, possibly. But Disney's going to do their best to bury that so they don't kill their franchise.
she looks great though.
We get a shot of her. She walked. No, she's left away. And with the back camera up there.
I need to shout out to Gavin Sophie again for all the teas. I have now officially gone through all of them.
They bring her tea.
Oh my God.
Gift baskets.
So
and
great.
And English chocolates.
Oh,
They're
Love it.
wonderful.
You heard it. Anna needs that
I need
special tea.
Special tea. Wink, wink.
Give me the tea. No. They send me the greatest British teas. I'm like, oh, I can't get that over here. That's great.
Earl Grey.
I do a lot of. I like the look. I didn't think you'd like the flavor,
I know.
just the effect.
That's what it does to you.
Yes, just the effect.
Ugh.
Blech.
so good. You
gotta
got
get
some
past
things.
the
You have some things this summer
for
you're
me.
looking
It's
forward
very
to.
herbal.
Yes.
tonic.
Tastes like dirt.
And I think everyone else should too.
What you would expect.
Yes. Embrace.
I would expect mushrooms in a
elderflower
can.
and
Sounds
lemon
like it
and
smells like-
tonic.
Chad is heading out of the store.
You got your man back?
He's
Okay, good. Oh yeah, right on.
Chad's our in-suit mascot, Sirloin, or a friend of
He didn't make an appearance.
Oh.
Friend of sirloin.
Oh no,
Best
the
friends.
Yes,
It's
they're
just
they're
that
best
whenever
buddies.
Chad's here, Sirloin
The
is not
illusion
at the
is
same time
ruined.
for some reason.
the
It's like the
illusion
Superman paradox.
ruined.
Bye, Chad.
That's in that one little rolling. Oh,
Yeah,
It's crazy, right?
Chad's been with us in costume
So
Since the grand
since the very
opening.
beginning.
that's the size
He
I
was
need
there
to
for
hide a
the
body.
ribbon
Is that what I
cutting
need?
at the old
About,
location.
that's about the size I need to put a body
Yeah.
in. Okay,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
A minotaur body.
noted.
It's got wheels on it. It's very convenient.
I watch a lot of true crime drama, and
Guys, welcome in.
I think I can do it. I think I can do it.
Yeah, we were also
think I can do
talking with Anna. I was revisiting the grand opening and the ribbon cutting on YouTube just to
Yeah.
reminisce and look back and the amounts of people that were there that day, and new friends, all the new friends you made that day that you still have today.
Yeah, it's wild. I still get people that pop in from time to time that I haven't seen in years that still pop in. It's pretty cool, guys.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
pretty cool.
I asked Anna this earlier, Todd.
Yes.
What in the last 10 years of the proprietor of this fine establishment,
Fine as that.
what have you learned in
Okay.
general over the last 10 years?
Here,
Give
I'm
him
gonna
this so he
move
doesn't
over
have to
here.
hold that
My wife's
anymore.
away.
Oh, you're heading out?
Yeah, I'm gonna head
Oh.
back and hydrate, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
when you're done,
When I'm done,
we'll go home so I can be with kitties and
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, we're appreciative to have Anna
Girl,
stay for this
right?
long. I think he's on one. Yeah,
Bye.
we're appreciative to have you stay on this long. That's
We'll
the,
see you in
the
10 years.
longest
my
we've ever
butt's
seen.
asleep.
Put that graphic up there. There's
Love
Anna,
you
everybody.
guys.
She's
Thank you.
heading out. She's
I'll
spent
stick around
a
for a little
long.
bit. and then I'll
Anna's been
come
with
get
us
you.
since we started. That's exactly 2 hours. One
Man, you've
hour
for 2 hours?
1 hour and 58 minutes. We had her
I
for
feel like
2
I've been here
hours.
for 20 minutes.
Hell yeah.
Get the new peeps on camera too.
Sure. Yeah. Once we're gone, you can talk to Francis. Or hi, Francis.
Internet
Hey, it's Francis, everybody.
Francis.
Francis, yes,
Hello.
we haven't met
Hey,
Francis
Vanessa.
yet.
podcast.
Oh my God. What am I even doing here? I'll stick around for a few minutes and then you guys can jump on. So what have I learned?
What have you learned in
learned?
10 years of running this particular school?
Oh man.
If you turn that,
There's always
he's gonna say
something.
something important here.
I don't know, man. It's tough it's tough stuff to plan for. This is tough to plan for. Tough to plan around.
Yeah.
You always want to. I don't know, man.
I assume
Yes.
that when you started Gods and Monsters,
Yes.
you and Anna had a dream, a plan,
Yeah.
and to be here 10 years later was part of that plan.
Sure. Yeah. I would, my goal now is always just to keep her happy and rested
How's
and
that going?
and motivated
So
towards the goal. Like,
marriage first, store second.
exactly.
Okay,
That's right.
that's that's commendable.
And
A lot of people confuse
right.
those things.
Right.
Good. So what are you actively doing to make that happen?
Well, I try to keep as much of this stuff off her plate as I can. Like she's got she has multiple full plates at any given time.
Every time I was asking her who does this, it's her. She
Yeah.
does.
She
Yeah.
does. She
so
does.
much.
Well, she does. Like I do. If it's something physical,
Mhm.
it's probably me or Al.
Sure.
Or Keenan maybe. But typically it falls on me, especially at home. So it's me kind of giving a support system at home so she can do the things that she does
Cool.
that make this place a success. That's
When you
all.
were doing all of the on camera stuff,
Yeah.
was that in the that started here, but you're doing also a lot of it in the Altamont place. Is that right?
We
Or
were.
Well, yes. The goal with the new space in Altamont is just to have an offsite space where all of the eBay stuff could be centralized, so May could do all of her work
Mhm.
on site with the product there, rather than it being in storage everywhere. And then all of the money that was going towards the storage could just go to rent in a centralized
Sure.
location.
Okay.
There's a small space up front. She probably told you about the small space up front in the studio space that will be she's wanting to do a pagan pop culture store there,
Hmm.
which is more ordering, more stuff on her plate. So
Hmm.
so it's, I don't know, man. To her credit, she keeps pushing
She's
forward.
her worst enemy.
She is, man. She's
Now the on screen stuff that started around COVID time when things were a little slower and
Yes.
you needed to get that merchandise on eyeballs.
100%.
So to do these little shows where you were doing a lot of unboxings of
Right,
new stuff
right.
coming in for the week. and stuff like
Initially,
that.
we were just doing it here.
Yes.
But yes, the goal expanded to where we just wanted to be able to do more content of other kinds. Like we
Mhm.
wanted to, I really want to do like first watch videos, like people watching movies for the first time and stuff. That's the kind of
Yeah.
content that I take in, and I think that would be fun to
I
do.
watch that almost
It's great.
every day. Where
first-
I'm watching first watches of other people watching the Marvel films.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
great.
I'm fascinated that with music. Like,
Yeah.
all right.
Oh yeah. I watch
Somebody
those too.
told me to listen to this song by the
Yeah.
Beastie Boys. I've never heard this before.
Right.
And now I'll show that to Kristen, and she'll be like, "That's fake." Like she just assumes
like,
everybody
no,
knows.
right.
Like the Beastie Boys, like, no, this kid's 17 years old.
Yeah,
He doesn't know.
If you're under 25, the
Right.
chances that you heard Beastie Boys anywhere is pretty
But
low.
So
But
I
it's
love
funny-
those reaction videos because you enjoy it for the first time again.
Again, yes.
Right. And it's also because I'm the type of guy when I'm single. I'm the type of guy that will just sit down and watch movies all day. I'll
Sure.
just sit down and watch movie after movie after movie. Sometimes I'll watch a movie, then I'll watch it with commentary. Like
gotcha.
I'll just keep watching. I consume that
Gotcha.
stuff.
Yeah.
So, and Anna's not that way. Anna will watch a movie once and I won't see it again for several years.
Okay.
So, which is weird for me. So, being able to watch RoboCop with other people, virtually in these
Yes,
videos
yes.
is I've watched RoboCop 100 times in the
course.
past year now, which is great, which is how it should be.
Right.
Everybody should watch RoboCop 100 times a year.
Saw it in the theater.
guys,
Saw it-
thanks.
Did you see it in the theater when it came out? I did.
I did.
Of course.
Of course I did.
Of course we did.
Oh man,
That always ages us, doesn't it? When people are like
a little
"Yeah,
bit.
this movie RoboCop. Like I saw it. In
And
the
then they're like, ew.
Oh, that 2017 version?
No.
Not that one.
So what's you say you do your best to keep Anna,
I make a mean
lot,
glass.
right.
I make a mean cup of tea, guys.
Nice.
Is
since
what
I
I'm saying.
know- Since I know she'll never go back and watch this episode because you've already seen it.
Of
You're gonna watch
course.
it. So
She lived it.
give us an
Art.
example.
She lived it.
Give us an example of something about the store
Yeah.
that she doesn't know about.
That she doesn't know about.
Right. There's
boy.
something you not. I don't
Let's
want to say.
see.
I don't want to say you keep it from her, but what's just something
Right.
you're like, oh, this happened or that happened. It's like, you know what? She doesn't need to worry about that.
I don't know.
Todd
man.
once peed in the Dropbox.
Todd's currently peeing in the Dropbox. What doesn't she? What doesn't she know
about?
I don't know.
Like something happened one day at the store, and you're like, you know what? She
Oh,
doesn't even need to know about that. She's got enough on her
That-
plate.
One's killed him.
Parallels a question that I was going to ask earlier,
Okay.
and that
We'll piggyback it. Let's see if we can get
the-
something going.
The merchandise density in the store is
Yes.
quite high.
Sure.
There's like a lot of glass cases back there full of
Right.
stuff, and I was just wondering, has there ever been a time, and has to be yes, has there ever been an incident or a time where somebody knocked something
I did that
large
one time.
over?
Okay, I did that one time, and Spider fixed it. Okay, live on the show, and he fixed it.
So, okay, so this is a two-part
Oh, boy.
answer. I have a two-part answer. The only time that anybody has really done anything that could have almost been terrible was me.
Okay.
And it was one of the dice ones over there.
Yeah.
The Detolf sets. A shelf got away from me, and like I think the way that it's built, if you push the walls of it apart a little bit,
Mhm.
the shelves just collapse. And
Yeah.
I happened to catch everything, and everything was fine,
Mhm.
but everything in the case just went.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Another one was out of our hands. This one over here in the Marvel aisle, the entire back wall of the thing spontaneously shattered and went out on the
What?
Wow.
I don't know. And
During the
it-
business day?
I don't think it was during the business day. Al came in and just found like a sea of this stuff
Wow.
and kind of surmised what happened.
Oh,
But and we watched the video, and it's like,
oh, so you had video of the
Yeah,
store?
yeah.
Just one panel gave up
It
the
was-
ghost, and
That's
next.
right.
Okay.
We've had incidents where things would fall off the wall as well and set off alarms.
Yeah,
and all
that's.
that.
I'm just kind of wondering because like you have all those large cases back there
Sure.
full of very pricey
Oh my gosh,
cheeses
yes.
and
Yeah.
just people come through here with
But
strollers. and
I'm surprised
children.
that no one's
Me
ever
too.
done that. Yeah.
Then good job. That's your win that I was looking
Yeah,
for
that's
earlier.
the win. Yeah, very good.
I was talking to Anna about every time you guys are starting to
Right.
do well, some giant bomb
It's-
gets dropped in your lap, and
and frankly, I'm OCD enough to where I'm constantly walking
Mhm.
around and straightening and moving things and keeping things just so
Sure.
because I'm a freaking crazy person.
no, but
It's a
that's a long
but it
string
shows,
of good luck then.
doesn't
Yeah.
it? I'm crazy, but it shows.
So it's good. It sounds like you have not kept anything from her.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I might give a little extra trade here and there, but I mean, that's not really that big a
That's all
deal.
That's
No,
good. So
I don't think
she
so.
does know everything. There's not. I was hoping for like one big secret, like, oh yeah, this one time this happened at the store, and I came home that night, and
The
she asked, "How
Swedish
was your day?"
bikini
And you were
team
like,
came in, and
Al and I have been making love since 2014.
that's
went
big
home.
No,
news.
she
That's
knows
how
about
you
that.
start a rumor.
"That's how you start."
Yeah, that's how you start a
We had
rumor.
one of those in a while. I was thinking about you guys a couple of months ago. A friend of Kristen's and Kristen and I, we went and saw Kevin Smith for the Dogma
Yeah.
Q&A. He came to Pleasure Island, the movie theater. Pleasure Island. He came to the movie theater at Disney Springs and did Q&A. And I thought, man, I wish that guy would come and visit your store. But he was in and out of town. His mom lives here, so it was during Mother's Day weekend. And right after he did
don't-
Q&A with us,
I don't know how often he makes it out, but like a few weeks before we were set to open, you may remember that I
start a rumor.
I asked the last question at a Q&A for him and told him what we were building. He's like, I want to go to that store.
Right,
And I'm like,
yeah.
I want you to go to that
Believe me, I
store.
want you
He's
to
a
go to that
liar.
store.
He is a liar and a charlatan. He is a thin man now.
Yes.
Yes. A heart attack will do that to you.
Was that what happened?
Yeah, he had a,
Yeah,
he had a
he,
heart
he,
attack.
he had a major heart attack,
changed
big
his life.
health issue, and
Immediately started the Ozempic.
that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
This was before Ozempic. I
Hey
think.
guys, oh my God,
Todd welcoming people into the
It's-
store as always.
How-
it's my guys. Hi,
How
guys.
is the book business going? Is it strong?
So yeah, I think so. I mean, the DC stuff with their new Absolute line, Absolute Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, those are doing really well.
Okay.
Marvel's doing decent too. Like the yes, comics are great.
Okay.
Comics are doing good.
That's good to hear.
A lot of Godzilla crossovers lately. They're doing a lot of like Godzilla. Like my number one in my top 12 this week is Godzilla versus Spider-Man. It's great. But they did a Godzilla Spider-Man, Godzilla X-Men, Godzilla Hulk. It's great.
I always
You
feel
know,
like there was like an
They're fun and they're weird.
overflow of Godzilla material, but then when Godzilla -1 came out,
Oh my God,
like
dude!
my daughter
right?
saw it 3 times in the theater. She
incredible.
loved it.
What
and then
an
they re-released it in
and then
black
it starts
and white.
winning Oscars.
Yeah,
Like a
it's
Godzilla
like-
movie is winning Oscars.
Yeah.
What's happening? So cool.
When cool things like that happen, that's good for a place like this.
Yeah.
Because then
I don't think anything's going to top Matthew Broderick and
I mean, right?
Godzilla
dare you.
95.
How dare you.
No.
Come on. How dare you?
Oh, he drove the car on the tail of the. I remember.
You guys wouldn't let
I
me
saw
leave.
that.
You wouldn't let me
Genre, no.
leave the
theater.
theater.
We
I
saw
got
that at the
up.
Oviedo Mall. I worked
Yeah.
at the
Wanted to
Oviedo
leave.
Mall then, and yeah, we
I
were.
was so hyped for that movie.
Yeah,
too.
I
You know
know.
what? Funny story. That movie made my mom cry.
In a
Made
bad
my
way.
mom cry
Because you made her watch it?
because she made yes. She's no. It's when she jumps up on the bridge. And
Yes.
they start shooting her. They start shooting her
Oh,
with missiles. My
yes.
mom. I look over. My mom is like a
Oh,
mess. And I'm like,
wow.
what? She's like,
'Cause they're gonna
she's just
kill-
a mother. And I'm
kill
like, oh my
Godzilla.
god, mom, no.
Well, that's good to have that
My
kind
mom.
of emotional.
Yeah, she really got into it.
Yeah, that's
She
great.
really-
That's great.
She's the
That's
only one.
for the
Yeah,
filmmaker.
she
You know what I
was the
mean?
only one. Next time we see Matthew Broderick, we're gonna have to let him know. There was an emotional impact there. Boy, more than a few times now today, just while we've been sitting here in 2 hours, the phone is rung and someone has had to go over to the glass case related to the Final Fantasy cards.
Oh yeah.
It's
It's
very
a big
popular.
it's a big release right now. Yeah, the Magic stuff has the TCG stuff in general. Pokemon, of course, being a phenomenon again, but Magic the Gathering is still keeping pace. They've been doing a lot of collaboration releases. And Final Fantasy is the newest one.
Yeah.
They've got a Marvel series coming out, a Magic Marvel series coming out that's going to be a big hit as well. I think.
I bet. Yeah.
But man, it's tough to get and keep Pokemon product in at all.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and people are just beating the hell out of each other in like Costco's for it.
Are you
wild.
getting a lot of customer requests for that?
A ton, yes.
Yeah.
I all the time. And when we do have it, it sells.
Mm.
Sells very quickly. It's just getting it in at all,
Yeah.
especially with the tariffs and all that stuff, kind of making everything.
Is that the only way
ambiguous.
consumers can get Pokemon cards? Is through retailers, or can they order them themselves?
I think you have to be a retailer to get.
I would agree with you, because I know that I'm seeing stories all the time of people like
Yeah.
just scooping up pallets of this stuff
It's
from
wild,
like
man.
a Target or something like that before they even are on the shelves.
Yeah.
Like they have some insider
crazy.
information.
We mentioned Labubus earlier. Labubus are the same way right now. Like I see similar scenes, but it's usually mostly women. Just kind of stuff
Wow.
like crazy, dude.
Hmm.
It's wild. Like lining up outside. Yeah, there was a line around the block at GameStop the other day for the new Final Fantasy stuff. It's
Oh,
crazy.
I did see that. Yeah. Have you had any line around the block things before
We have
opening?
people that stand out front. Sure. Yeah, we get that stuff too.
Depending on what the event
Depending
is.
on what it is, you know, it's not every time, of course, but we sell out every time.
And I've noticed
Yes.
sitting here for 2.5 hours that customers come in these waves. But
They do.
But you mentioned that the buses don't drop off here anymore.
They do not.
How does
Yeah,
that-
we
is
haven't
that
had,
just like
we
a-
haven't had a bus drop off, and man,
We got to
a
talk to
long
the
time.
tourism board. What happened?
It's it's not there was a company in our plaza here called Super Tours,
Hmm.
and this was a drop off point. This was kind of the midway drop off point for the Miami bus. So
Ah.
that's why the bathrooms were always terrible, because they were a bus stop
that
Got it.
tracks.
bathroom
Sure.
at
Yep.
the halfway point
Yep.
to a Miami destination. So, you know,
Oh, okay. Question:
yes.
Have you and Anna ever considered or got into any kind of planning stages of actually putting a restroom inside the store?
Just for the foot traffic.
You know,
I'm mostly speaking because you have a
Ugh.
bar back there, and because
Then you got to
I-
deal
the
with that.
bathrooms were so
I
terrible
don't
for
know
so
that
long.
we've ever really broached it. Like, it's never really come up, and it just seemed easier to do it their way.
Because I know you had them in the old place, and everybody hated cleaning
When
them. Because,
okay,
you know,
so when
Definitely.
when this next door
Check, check.
place that was the pharmacy,
yes,
when that place was on the block for
That was
us,
me.
they were saying that we might be able to. I think that what they were doing was they were gauging interest with us so they could sell
Sell,
it
right.
quicker. Like, we have an interested party.
Right.
got it.
But they gave it. There was about a month-long period where we thought we were gonna get that spot, and
Right.
we were really excited about it. So I got a walkthrough, and I kind of mapped it out in my head so I could start kind of thinking about how I was going to lay it out.
Mhm.
And with that, I was going to add more bathrooms. But
Okay.
but in our space, we've got our one little rinky-dink one in the
Yeah.
back for us, and then
That's for
that's
staff.
for us.
Yeah.
That's
So
for us.
for the near future, both of these spaces are going to be occupied for a while.
think so.
You don't
Like,
see that falling apart
it's
and not
the
happening.
pharmacy next door. It's weird. I showed it to Greg earlier.
Yeah.
There's barely anything on the shelves.
When they get arrested by the feds, yeah,
Right,
that'll be
because it's a
that'll
front.
be-
It's a front for
It
something.
seems really suspect. There was a like, I guess when they opened, they were touting it as the only Brazilian-owned pharmacy in Central Florida, and
okay.
which is fine.
All right.
But then we got word that Bolsonaro was gonna the Brazilian, Donald Trump or whatever, that he was supposed to come by, like he was dictator of Brazil for a while or whatever.
Okay.
it
I'm
was.
getting the feeling that that's not going to last long. You're going to get an opportunity to grab that building once again.
There's barely anything in there. Like
Okay.
there's
Yeah,
barely
Todd showed me there's a shelf there with 2 jars of honey on it.
2 jars
Okay.
of money.
I mean,
Okay.
it's a big shelf too.
So who knows? This time next year, we could be sledgehammering down a wall. if for some reason you were to acquire that space,
Yes.
does a whole wall come down or just a doorway?
The way I pictured it was that the wall would come down to about
Okay.
where the shelves start over there.
So he's saying over by the red shelves
So
over there. I
this,
just went to
think,
that
would all be
camera.
open space because most of from there back on the other side is office space.
Okay.
Like office space behind. So we would probably use their back of house to dictate where the cutoff was over here.
So you
Yeah, about half of it would.
you
come
wouldn't
down.
hate the idea of more space, more
I
square
would-
footage.
I would love it. I would love it. We talked about doing it as a as just all of our gaming stuff over there, like doing something big and themed out in that room, like doing we were gonna do a big like a vendor cart, like a giant medieval style vendor cart in the
Okay.
middle of it. Do the ceilings to look like the night sky, so you were out. You know what I mean? And just make it crazy in there. But we
I
it's
like,
always something, Greg.
I like people with vision.
Yes, of
I-
course.
It frustrates me so much being in the film industry when I go to work with a team
I dream big, baby.
and they just don't really know
Yeah.
what they want.
I shoot for the moon, man,
Yeah.
every time.
Do you have issues like that where Greg, where you're on a set and then
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry,
it's
I'm distracted by 1980s Ghostbusters
yeah.
animated
Yeah,
up there.
the real Ghostbusters?
real
I believe they were
Ghostbusters, yeah.
called. There was a
Sorry.
whole reason behind that. But what the hell?
Mondo has some really.
What's the deal,
amazing
by the way,
figures
with
coming
4x3 Star Wars? What's
That's
going
just
on?
weird,
there?
right?
Now available on VHS.
I know. I
Why?
think
in 4x3.
I
That was
know.
never presented in 4x3.
I think it's one of the. Remember when they
For
used to
what
do
reason?
DVDs, but in full screen.
Right.
I think this is I think it's a full screen.
That's-
Now
DVD.
available
that's,
in pan and scan.
Sacrilege. Yes,
That's
I know.
3.
It's
That's the third film.
Right, that's-
nobody
that's
had
episode
normal
3.
screens back then.
That was just very surprising.
it's
to me.
weird, right?
Yeah,
What a weird place we are.
He
Nah.
died of a broken heart.
that's
Yeah,
not
screens. Look, I got screens playing. It's
Oh,
like,
we discussed
fancy.
this earlier. Did you finish Andor season 2?
buddy,
Oh my god!
man,
Immediately-
great TV.
Immediately watched
What are
Rogue
you
One.
talking about? Didn't
He
like it?
hasn't yet.
I watched Severance. I don't.
Oh, I watched Severance.
Well, I
too.
watched Severance
That's
too,
good
yeah,
too.
heck yeah. But
It's a
immediately,
different kind of good though.
I'm not really into Star Wars
immediately
anymore.
after watching Andor, it's like, all right, let's just go right into Rogue One.
Andor hits a little different than most Star Wars because it's think political thriller,
Right.
Like Star Wars through the lens of political thriller rather than like.
But
you know,
not-
most Star Wars is kind of happy-go-lucky.
But
Almost.
not episode 1 politics, which people always gave George Lucas a hard time about. The politics on this,
Oh, no, I love debates about trade.
and
routes.
no,
that's
it's
really
it's
riveting.
politics and no
fascinating
Jedi's.
stuff.
It's
What Andor is it is the earliest formation of the rebellion. It's them forming
Right.
the
So
rebellion.
you've got an 8-year-old kicking around your house, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I share his attention span. I think.
Fair enough.
I can no longer sit down and watch a narrative any longer.
Because of this, right?
Probably.
Yeah, I
that.
do that too.
And YouTube Premium
Yeah.
and just short form
Yeah.
content. And
I'm right there with you, man.
Andor short form, 40 minutes each episode.
Just a
Fine.
sponge, man. I just
10 episodes.
absorb all that
Right.
weird
somewhere
stuff, dude.
along the line, I just stopped watching films. it's hard
It's
for me to
Vines,
sit
man.
down and
Vines ruined us.
Maybe.
Vines ruined a
Vines.
generation.
But yeah, you should try Andor. Everything that Mon Mothra was in,
It's
I was
good.
fascinated with every
Got
scene she was in.
rid of my
Yeah.
Disney Plus.
It was just,
Wasn't watching.
oh,
She's great, right?
she's just
that whole
great.
dancing scene is
Yes,
fantastic.
she was just
It's great.
she was sick of everything. and it's
Bollywood
like
in
over her
my
head.
Star Wars.
Sort of.
Yeah, yeah.
It's great, man.
Yeah. I'm up on the wide shot right now.
Hell yeah,
Just
wide
looking
shot.
into the deep. No, we're up there on that camera.
Oh,
up
I
there.
gotcha.
So that we're in the wide shot. We always like to look deep into the back of the store in case anybody needs to
see
go
it.
shopping here. I cut away from that shot.
Good to see you. How you
Todd,
doing?
always
You
friendly,
got-
always friendly with the customers.
Have you seen
Look
Adolescence?
awesome.
It's those long one take episodes.
Adolescence.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Everybody in film is like going
No,
going
I haven't.
crazy about it. So
They're asking me about the
episode
star.
is
They've
like
been
40,
doing
45
these,
minutes.
these
It's
shows
one
since we
one
started
take.
10 years
One
ago.
take.
so-
Oh, geez.
and the things that they're able to do are incredible. But that's part of the
Okay,
problem
no,
is that
I
it's so
know.
distracting
Oh,
watching
We've
these
been
one
here.
take.
We've been here the whole time.
I'm still trying to get through Euphoria. Then maybe I'll move on to
What'd you get?
Adolescence.
How are you having a problem with Euphoria?
Yeah,
It's
I
like
just-
a bunch of
Pokemon.
naked
I
hot
just
chicks, right?
I just finished. You know what? Actually, no, I take that back. I am finished. But the final 2 episodes where they were doing the school play, it was so great.
What is it? Tell me.
Is that the one with Sydney
Zendaya.
Sweeney in
Yes.
and Daddario?
Yes.
Is Daddario in that one
Wait,
also?
who's Daddario? That one I don't know. Sydney Sweeney, yes, 100%. Yes, she's in it. They're in it. I mean, those are in it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's in it.
Your tacos.
Daddario. She's got real dark hair, really, really bright blue eyes. I can't remember her. Oh, we're talking like we're just never mind. We're doing a podcast. Alexandria Daddario? I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, was she in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood
Yes.
with those eyes? The girl, the hitchhiker in the movie.
Oh, unless that's Margaret Qualley.
Oh gosh,
Margaret Qualley was also in The Substance.
people.
So is that all like?
You've seen The Substance.
That's Margaret Qualley. Yeah, okay. If she's the one in The Substance, she's the one in
She's in Once Upon a Time.
Once Upon a Time in America. But I don't know if she's in this Adolescence you're telling me. Or
Okay.
Euphoria. She's not in Euphoria.
Probably not then.
Okay, whew, we learned a lot there.
Yes, we sure did.
Anybody online that wants to correct this, please do. But Todd is currently, I'll get a shot. He's currently talking to customers right now. This is what he's best at.
He's doing what Todd does. And that is the reason why this place has been open for 10 years.
Right. He's talking to the gentleman here on the right side of the camera here and just catching up. Bringing his second generation, his daughter here to the
That
same thing I did.
That might be the recipe for success, is to have a team of one person who is excellent at doing everything behind the scenes and have one person who is excellent at doing everything in front of the scenes.
And even before Todd worked here and he worked at that other comic book store,
The
he
one we
was
don't
that
talk
guy.
about.
He was that guy too. You know, he was the guy on the front of the camera and you knew who he was and he knew everything about this. Oh, hi.
Maryland.
There's a cake. There's a cake.
Oh,
Got the
monsters. Live on Facebook.
anniversary.
Look at that. Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you're up there on camera. You're live on Facebook.
Oh yeah. Wait. Happy anniversary.
Thanks, Eugene.
Got the monsters.
All right. 10 years.
10 years, baby.
10 years.
Look at
10
that.
years.
And don't worry,
Who
I know
knew?
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Is he gonna charge for the singing?
Yes.
No, that was in the house.
Okay.
Fantastic.
We'll,
For a
we'll
second,
square
I
up.
thought-
later.
Happy
I thought that
birthday is
was-
not on copyright anymore.
I thought
Eugene Schnee, everybody. Eugene Schnee.
he was going to do the Marilyn Monroe, Mr. President. It was close, yeah.
Bar's open if you guys are thirsty. You know where you
Very nice.
I did Happy Birthday fall into the public domain?
Yeah, it fell into the public domain, so it's in
When did
movies
that
now
happen?
all the time. A couple of years ago.
Oh,
You can do your happy birthday. You don't have to pay for that song
That's
anymore.
great. Good news.
Yeah. Good, news?
Yeah, that's good news.
I love good news.
Well,
That means
Hey, look, you brought me a cake.
that restaurants
Let's go to the
can
shot of the
now
cake. There's the
just
shot of the
sing
cake.
Happy Birthday instead of making up their own dumb
Got
song.
me a cake.
Right.
Happy Birthday from me to you.
Like they did that in Lethal Weapon. I remember that. They sing their own happy birthday version. Well, that's very nice.
Hell yeah.
Presents.
With a cookie on top.
I know, man. That's crazy.
That is,
Not expecting that.
when people say cookie cake, that's not what I think of.
That's what Gods and Monsters is, actually. When you walk into the store, it's a cake, but there's a cookie on top.
He could do that whole
So much more. So much more. We've hit the 2 hour and 22-minute mark. 222. Now, this is another, okay, related to the time here.
Sure.
What's your energy level like? Because I think back to 10 years ago and we did 6 to 8 hours and I was like, heck yeah, let's keep going.
Let's keep
I'm
going.
at 222 right now
You're
and
ready
I'm
to-
like,
you're ready to
roll
fall over.
credits.
Roll
Exhausted.
credits.
How's your energy level running a business
You know what?
from your 30s now to your 40s? No, I'm sorry, from your 40s now to your 50s.
I find that when I'm in the zone, I'm always.
Wait, how old are you?
I turned 52 this year.
Dude, you look fantastic.
Thank you. Yes, 52 years old.
Yep.
All right.
Born 1973.
So
Kids.
73, 72, 71?
71.
Oh, we're both 71.
Yeah.
Man.
You're
Yeah.
older than me.
All right.
The so while my if I'm in the zone,
Yes.
a good sativa in me, I can run through a task in no time flat. I just find that I get more sore now.
Oh,
Like
yes.
I hurt a little
Recovery.
more after. I can still do all the stuff.
Recovery.
Recovery time is difficult.
Right.
Yeah.
My
Oh.
recovery time
Recovery
is
time.
heightened.
Agreed. If I go to the theme parks on Saturday,
It's my
and
feet,
on
Greg. My
Sunday.
feet and my legs, Greg.
Oh,
What
I'm
happened to my
useless.
legs, Greg?
Well, you gotta use those compression socks.
That's
I hear.
right. That's
Compression
right.
socks.
Oh, that reminds me. Anna needs her socks on. There you go.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Art. You need a new board.
I know. I
one is,
noticed. I hardly ever use it. I
Yeah.
touch one little thing, and the board.
Same with
just-
my microphone. I put it away for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Good.
But
Good,
we
good.
got 10 good years out of a lot of this equipment. Uh-oh, I'm gone.
It's true. It's a true story.
I shouldn't have touched that button.
Check. Here, if you press down on this.
Check. Oh, you're right. Oh no,
That sounds like a theremin.
There you go. Thank you. I'm back and welcome back. Thank you.
Oh, that's from Sir.
I mean that's
Miss Wong.
Right, Miss Wong.
it's fine. The board's 10 years old.
What a
too,
show, right?
so-
Holy crap.
Which show?
I'm still
Severance.
Still kind of
It's-
digesting.
Oh, so
it.
good.
Yeah.
The end of the second season.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm
Oh.
not sure about it yet.
Oh my
You're
God.
not sure about it yet.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't. I don't know why he made the decision he did, but
He made so many
we-
decisions.
We
I
can't-
don't even
We can't
remember
talk about
now.
it here.
We can't talk about it here.
No, fantastic show.
Yes. No, we've had good TV the last few years.
Oh my,
Good.
yes. We were
Yeah.
kind of in the golden age 10 years ago with the Mad Men's and the Breaking Bad
Sure.
and the the
Go on.
dragons, Mother of Dragons,
Game of
and
Thrones.
Game of Thrones. I
Game
can't
of
believe I blanked on that.
Thrones.
I mean, we had, but it's still going on. We get less episodes of our favorite shows,
Right.
But we still get what turns out to be
We're still
our
getting
favorite
quality,
shows.
though.
Yes, absolutely.
I think the storytelling has changed a bit in the last 20 years, whereas
Check.
we don't do serial so much as really, really long films.
Correct.
Right.
Just broken up into digestible chunks. And I guess we have
I found that the
we have
UK
David Lynch
does
to
that.
thank for that.
Oh,
UK does that a lot. Where like with Sherlock, they'd be like,
Mhm.
you'd only get 3 things a season, but they were movie length. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You
yeah,
get like
yeah,
3
yeah.
things, but they were like an hour and a half.
And I have realized I found that actual films in theaters all pretty much suck lately.
Yeah.
yeah.
I hear that what is it? The Life of Chuck is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah,
This was Stephen King's first
That
book that he
is
wrote. It's
Mike
finally been adapted.
Flanagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did
Yes.
Hill House.
Yes.
He's fantastic. I
Yes.
like him a lot, and I will probably make it my business to see that
Ed
movie.
Hiddleston's no slouch.
But I will not go to a theater because theaters are terrible.
Yeah. They're still my church, but I just haven't gone to church in a while.
So
But-
I have gotten away from the group experience of media consumption, and I'm more of a sit on my butt by myself
And watch other people watch movies.
that and
That's what I do.
too. But I more and more as I get older, I found that that's a real emotional release for me. But
Yeah.
if I'm in a crowd of people, I don't allow myself to go all the way.
I
If I'm
see.
sitting by myself in my own comfy couch,
You can enjoy
I
something
can do
fully.
whatever I need to do and as
I
many
get-
tissues as it takes. To
Like,
wipe my
well,
eyes. To wipe my eyes.
Sad
to
movies.
wipe
He's-
my
he's
eyes.
referring to
Greg,
sad
what it
movies.
is?
To wipe my eyes.
Yes, to wipe his eyes. Sad movies.
Yes.
Yes.
Where I don't feel as comfortable doing that. in
Greg,
front of-
Greg has some me time.
Yeah.
It's time for some Greg me time.
Exactly. So when I do watch narrative, it's by myself at home.
Neat,
Speaking of me time with tissues, the Pee Wee Herman documentary is out.
buddy.
Mm.
Did you
And
watch it?
I have not yet, but all I saw was the trailer. I know you don't watch trailers. But
Sure.
it's like I'm in on it.
I've
It's
watched
just-
it.
It's just
I saw
amazing.
it.
Yes.
It is. It is very sad by the
Yes.
end of it. But I would say that the first half of it is I learned so much
Yeah.
about him. Like I had very little context for his early career, like pre
He was a comedian for
Pre-Herman
many
stuff.
years
Sure.
before he was.
yeah, all of that stuff and just weird esoteric art stuff and an art scene on the West Coast, and it was really eye opening.
And it appears that he didn't tell the filmmakers about his illness. That was kept secret.
That's my understanding too. Like none of it was apparent until after the fact.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I learned an interesting factoid that I did not know for 30 years. Do you know who sang the intro song for Pee Wee's Playhouse?
Who sang the song for
know.
Pee Wee's
Because you saw
Playhouse?
this thing, right?
Oh,
Or you knew
I
somebody
knew
won it?
I knew
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
but
I can't.
I mean,
picture
it
it.
only makes sense after you hear it, but it's Cyndi Lauper, and she did not
Yeah,
go.
Wow.
She did not go
Uncredited?
credited.
Pull
She
you
went
down a
uncredited because at
bit.
the time her label, her Girls Just Want to Have Fun was about to come out,
Okay.
and they didn't want her name
Associated with
this
something
kids
like that.
show.
That's so
Um,
weird that they do things. They used to do things like
I
that.
guess, but yeah, I
Very interesting.
30
So
years
yeah,
it took me to learn that.
now that you hear it, now that you
information.
said that,
Yeah,
of course that's what I hear. Of
yeah,
course
that's
you're
exactly
right. Yeah.
what
Hey,
the
guys,
voice
welcome
is.
in.
Todd welcoming people into the store.
Let's
go.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
we're
I-
live on
it's-
Facebook
doing
right
his
It's
now.
our
thing.
10th anniversary tonight, so yeah,
Tonight
tonight
is 10
and
years.
the bar is open and
My second time here. so-
excellent.
Oh,
You're back just in
Whoa,
time.
perfect time.
for everybody.
You're here on a great day, live on Facebook,
Constantly.
10th anniversary.
Yeah, man.
I'd love to know from 10 years ago. I
Yes.
know everyone got kicked out of the mall.
Yes.
Which stores from 10 years ago are still with us that were there
So-
that just relocated?
Okay, so Misty had her what's it? What was it called? Florida Soap Company.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I remember them.
I think she's still got a version of that.
Very good.
I don't know. And I'm sure that like DJ and Miriam are still doing art under Genki Goth.
Kinky Goth, were they the ones that had the giant Pac-Man on the walls, or who
No,
was that?
No. That was
It's across the street from you at the mall there.
I don't think. What was the toy store that jumped in over there? Big J's. Big J's came along, and I don't know if they're still doing stuff. I know he was doing conventions for a while, but I don't know.
Yeah, who was around 10 years ago? You were
Subway
trying
Subway
to bring up
is
the
still
list.
around, I think, in some form.
Subway, yes. Well, you were making a list. You said of
not a local list.
you were trying. Like
Yeah.
what was
So
And-
I was just trying to think of more like recognizable brand names or something that
Sure.
just that didn't make it to 10 years.
Yeah.
That's true.
and
Like I said, Periscope.
Oh, that's an interesting exercise.
I was trying to
Let's
stay
do
away
that.
from actual tech services like
Yeah.
mine or something like that because that's not really a product. That's
What'd you
more
come
of
up
a
with?
platform.
Anything?
No,
No,
but,
right, no.
but I put zero effort into it. So I mean,
I see.
if I would have put a little bit of effort into it, I'm sure I would have come up with some interesting things.
Don't you have a team for that? Do you have a
Right.
team for?
I gave
for
them
your
the week
research?
off
Yeah.
because I'm a benevolent
Right.
master.
We
Right.
have a team. We put it together. Let's play the clip.
It's for the
Yeah.
protest.
No-
it's the
no clip?
protest.
Okay,
It's
no
the
clip.
protest. You
Well,
let
they
them go to
wanted the day
protest.
off to no kings. Yep.
Fair enough.
So
I'm not gonna say no to that. Come on, man.
Right. Come on.
I'm not a monster.
What?
whew. See, again,
10
how
years,
did we
man.
do? How did we do 8 hours of this that
We
opening
didn't.
night?
Oh well,
I'm exhausted at 2.5 hours.
So which
because
was- so which was the
everything
one
was
where-
exciting and new then.
Which was the? How long was the wedding one? The wedding one was pretty long
oh
too.
boy,
right?
that's true too. Except
because you
I don't-
Well, it
only
wasn't-
only the actual ceremony was live on Facebook.
Yeah.
The rest of it was just recorded. Like we set
Right.
up at the bar and recorded and edited, interviewed George Perez.
I was
and
going to say you have
many other
something very
people.
special in that
Yes, yes.
interview. Since
We-
George is no longer
We
with
talked
us.
about that with Anna on like her favorite things over the 10 years. That would be George
Yeah.
Perez giving her away at the wedding. And then we
Yeah.
got a chance to sit and actually talk with him for a whole segment at the show. He just came up to the bar and talked to us. Like I said, he answered my dumb Teen Titans
You-
questions. And
Eugene, who dropped this cake off, was very, very, very close personal friends with George, and
Oh,
they,
really?
they would get lunch every week and
Ah.
everything. And he still goes to lunch with a picture of George.
Oh wow.
That's a true
that's
story.
Sweet. That's sweet.
Yeah,
That
we,
was a-
we,
that
mi-
was a
we
treat.
miss George. He's
That was a treat to meet him at your wedding, and he talked to us.
sure
Really
can
took the-
talk, man.
He talked.
Can
he
he? Yeah, he
he's a
was great.
storyteller. You know, and he's a really good storyteller.
Art,
And we
if you
recorded
die,
that forever.
I will once a year have a glass of milk with a picture of you.
And watch one of our old episodes. I mean, there's hundreds of hours now.
Remember you forever in songs.
We have hundreds of hours of Gods and Monsters you can
Both of
always
you,
watch.
not just Art. Both
yes,
of you.
Yes, of course.
He said we. He said we.
Oh, okay.
He said we have hundreds of hours of Gods and Monsters on
let's be-
on
He
YouTube.
does everything. I just
I
show
know.
up and talk.
I'm making it up as
Me
I go.
too.
It's all made up as I
It's
go.
weird.
We
10 years of Art doing everything.
we steal your valuable time. From
Hell
the
yeah.
show
Right, right. You have
Oh,
no time
whatever.
for
and make
this.
you
Yeah.
sit down and talk to us.
Come
yeah.
on. This is great. This is the best.
And we're taking a breath now at 2 hours and 33 minutes.
Do you ever hang out in the vault?
No, I'm
No?
not a drinker. I don't drink. I don't drink that. I say that. I drink. I drink a little bit sometimes at home. There's I can point you at a great meadery locally.
what?
Our friends opened a meadery
I don't know
called-
what that.
called
Oh, a meadery.
A meadery.
Okay,
they
okay,
make
okay,
their
okay,
own
okay.
mead.
Yes, yes,
and,
yes.
Oh,
honey
mead.
wine,
Yeah,
like
I
heavy
understand
honey
now.
wines.
Mhm.
Okay.
Zymerium Meadery. If you've never been, it's over on Mills Avenue. It's a delight. It's great, and they make their own stuff, and it's delicious. They do flights. I
no
highly
longer-
recommend.
I no longer drink, but I have had mead in the past, and it's
very
very
tasty.
Good.
What's
Very
the name?
tasty.
What's the name of the place?
And it,
Zymerium Meadery.
you have to be
Mills,
careful.
on Mills.
Yeah, they're great.
Will
They-
flatten you.
They recently, like in the last 6 months or so, they opened up an event space in the back too, because she was the main girl. Ginger was she used to do like performance art and stuff with. She was big into mathematics, so a lot of
Oh, that's fun.
light shows and mathematics. And very, very, very cool stuff. But she's got a like this light up installation in the back of the meadery that you can rent out for events and stuff, and they're great. They're great people, and you should go.
So I have lived.
Take up drinking again, Greg.
I have. He's an enabler. I have been living in the Central Florida area for 45 years.
Yeah.
Okay,
43.
sure.
I have explored 1% of it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hear
It's like-
I hear about all these really cool places, and I think, and that's something I would like, and I
Yeah.
would never go.
Never go.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's very cool. They have a really nice design aesthetic. It's very chill in there. It's good.
I need a
A place where
A
everybody
type-
knows your name and
I
you can
need an
walk in.
A-type extrovert wife is what I need.
Yeah.
Sure.
That
It takes a
drag me
lot
out of the house.
to get you out of the house. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
usually have
that
a-
comes with age
Almost
too.
always have a good time when I'm
Right.
there, but getting me there that's the hard part.
Even when you plan something, it's like, oh, today's the day we're going to do that thing, or tomorrow's the day we're going to do that thing. Yeah, cool. And you wake up that day and you're like,
Like, ugh.
oh shit, I got to do that thing.
But when I get there, I'm usually having a good time.
Yes,
I feel like I should take my wife home right now. I feel like I should. I feel like it's probably time to take my
After
wife home.
10
You
years,
have-
you have people that will lock up for you.
You
So
have
here-
you
so-
have a lovely cake. I think you should share it with her.
I'm going to take this cake and I'm going to go and I'm going to let you talk to my other people too.
All right.
Before the end of the night. 10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
And it's very, very cool that you guys have been here.
Thank you for doing.
Oh, thanks
what
for
you
letting us do that because you could have said no.
Because a lesser
Come
man.
on.
Because
a
you were like,
lesser-
look, I got a
lesser
lot of
man
stuff to
would've
deal with
quit.
right now. I'm starting a business. I don't have time.
Oh, but we don't really see each other much anymore.
I know.
But I still consider you guys really, really good friends.
Thank
and
you.
I think
Well,
it's
thank you.
I think it's good to see you whenever I can see you. So thanks for hanging out.
Oh,
guys.
thank you for
it's
spending
super
time
cool.
with us.
Yeah, man.
On camera.
That's proof. That's proof that we're friends.
That's very cool. But you're 100% right. You should bring Anna home.
Let's
you should-
let's plan for this in another 10 years. Let's do this. in
I-
another
Oh,
10 years.
my
jeez.
my calendar's open for 2030.
God, I hope we figured all this out in 10 years.
I never ever want you guys to think that you're not welcome to do this whenever
thank
you
you.
want. Like if you ever get a free weekend and you're like, hey, let's do a show. I'm always down. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Here's
You're
the next-
always a good conversation, too. You're always a good storyteller. You got stuff to
That's
tell
what
us.
I got. It's all I got, really.
Thank you.
So here's the. All right, we'll make sure to put him back in his proper location.
Hi, everybody.
We'll go back to. There's Todd saying goodbye. There he is.
Everybody vote.
Yes, vote.
No kings.
No kings. Vote. No kings. And vote for Gods and Monsters on the Orlando Weekly. There we go. Tip the mic down.
Sure.
There we go.
That's Francis.
Hi, Francis. Come
Oh, good.
sit.
The seat's still there. Good.
Hello, hello.
Joining us now is Francis, one of the employees here at Gods and Monsters that we have not met before.
How long have you been a staple here?
2 days.
2 days.
Oh my God!
Are you looking at this camera or that?
Oh no, you don't have to look
You
at
don't
any
have to
camera
look
if you
at
don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Because
No.
this camera is for us, but if somebody walks by, we got this one way up here, and so we just showed the store while we're talking to each other.
Got
so
it,
it's more of an
okay.
audio thing.
And
So-
that's just for fun.
So 2 days. How familiar were you with this place before you started here?
So I used to come here pretty frequently just throughout the years.
So customer turned employee.
Yeah,
Good,
exactly.
good, good.
Yeah. And then
I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Frankie.
Frankie. Okay,
Frankie,
got it.
yes.
I won't forget that.
So I'm
Is that a chosen name or is that short for Francesca?
it's short for Francis.
Francis.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Yeah.
the Deadpool guy.
Right.
Good.
Lighten up,
Exactly.
Francis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
2 days
Frankie.
ago you started. Is that just like technically, or was there a training for a couple of weeks?
This is my second training day.
Okay.
So this is like literally
On
my
the
second
job
day.
training.
Yeah.
Okay,
On the
so
job
you
training.
are terrified. Good.
So
okay.
day 2, there's a
Absolutely.
podcast going on
Yeah.
while she's working. Great, she says. Great.
We're not here all the time. Don't worry about it. This is a one-time thing.
Honestly, it's pretty fun.
Is it?
I
Okay.
like this.
There was a time the first year we came every Friday, and we did 100 episodes before the first anniversary.
And we spoke
Really?
to
Yeah.
every employee multiple times. Whoever was,
Gosh,
you know,
whoever
sit
came in
down with
the
us.
store that day would just come and sit and talk with us.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we did every Friday almost for the whole year. And then unfortunately, once they had to move here, there's less space, and I already feel like we're infringing on their space doing the show here like this.
So, Frankie, who is the nicest person that? You know what? I'm not even going to go down this road. Not even going to go down this road because
You'll be fired.
you'll be
my
fired
second
tomorrow.
day.
By the end of the day, take your stuff. So you said you were a customer here for what, a couple years before,
Yeah.
or okay?
So I just came like sporadically throughout the year.
And what is your addiction here? Like,
good question.
what is it that you normally shop for?
So I like Pokemon a lot,
Yes.
Magic,
Good.
D&D, horror stuff,
Okay.
Okay.
anime. Honestly,
So you're kind of the perfect person to
Right,
work here
right.
because they know everything.
everything.
Do you have any memories of the first thing you bought here?
Ooh, it was definitely like an anime figure from the
Yeah,
back.
Very
Yeah.
good.
What
Take away.
how'd you find this place, first of all?
Oh, good
Obviously you were into this stuff prior.
Yes.
were,
Somebody. Sorry, go ahead.
were you like a super nerdy girl in high school?
Yes. So I've been
Maybe you're still in
playing
high school. I don't even know. Oh.
Dungeons and Dragons since high school.
Okay.
Okay.
And one of my high school friends from my campaign showed me this shop,
Uh-huh.
and then I've been going ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like they had like fancy dice, and they're like, "Where'd you get that?" With
Yeah,
gods and
exactly.
monsters, you have to go and buy your dice.
Yep. They actually gifted me a set from here, and I was like, "Oh my god,
That's
should
sweet.
get that Rob."
Just get everything.
I know.
So you said that you play. Is it AD&D that you play, or is it just a type game?
What do you mean?
Like you
Dungeons and
it's
Dragons, you said?
definitely Advanced Dungeons and Dragons that you play.
Yeah.
Just D&D 5 or
Oh, just D&D 5.
okay. I like to
Advanced.
pretend that I know some of the
Good on you that you knew the differences and you
well,
said D&D
'cause
5 and
we
advanced
talked so many
AD&D.
times with Gary, not Gary, but
Yes, we spoke directly to Gary Gygax.
not him. We talked to the other guy that all the time, right? We used to have him on the show.
Oh yeah, and his name will come to me any second.
Yeah.
Keep
well,
going.
I follow him on Facebook,
Yes.
and he whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had been playing D&D 5 for what? Since you're
High school. I am 22 now, so it's been like 7 years.
and
Okay.
how did you get involved in that?
Um,
It's always fascinating to me to meet women, especially who are like, yeah, I've been playing for like 10 years. Like, how? How does that work?
so
like, How did you get involved?
I joined a gaming club in high school, and essentially, like, they would just try to get students to play after school
Mhm.
in a bunch of different games, not just D&D, but like Magic, Pokemon, and other tabletop games.
Okay, that's where I'm
Um,
fascinated. Like,
yeah.
how? Where did the connection between the club? You obviously had some interest prior, right? So did
Yeah,
that start with
definitely.
Pokemon maybe when you're a kid and you're watching the cartoons?
So yes,
Okay.
I before even like I was into D&D, I was into anime for like almost all of my life.
Yes, anime is
So
the gateway to all
yes.
evils. Yeah, that's right.
So
Okay.
all my anime friends were in the gaming club, and then I joined
Mhm.
the gaming club, and then yeah,
I see. Okay, and then that led you down the D&D.
route.
Yes. All right.
Anime is
Things
the
are starting to
gateway.
make sense.
So
And
what? Go ahead.
What is your preferred character? What do you? Are you a bard? Don't say you're a bard. That's so typical.
No,
Okay.
I like playing a Haragon because I love bunnies a lot.
Okay, that's it. She's reached the level of my understanding of everything. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, they're just bunny people.
Bunny people.
Yeah. Not a
Wait.
furry though.
So give us.
Oh my god! Like that's like what is that bad?
Sometimes.
Oh, I don't know.
So and how have the first 2 days gone for you here?
Pretty well. There's obviously a lot to learn
Sure.
about where everything is.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't even think I'll fully get it even after a month here.
I doubt you. will.
But yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Like I'm picking up pretty quickly. Yeah.
Are you going to be part-time to start, or you're full-time now?
I'm part-time.
Okay, part-time now. Still going to school or anything, or just
Yeah, I
part-time?
go to school for computer science. So
Okay,
I
very
do my
good.
own side.
Where are you going to school for that?
UCF.
Yay, UCF. My daughter's there now too.
Really?
Greg and I both
So
graduated
she's
from
a
there.
smart
really?
nerd.
Yes. Very good.
Smart nerd. Interesting.
Smart nerd who plays tabletop games.
Are there dumb nerds?
Yes.
This-
Are you kidding me?
geeks?
Yes.
So have you reached the point yet now where customers come up and ask you questions and you have to
Yes.
say, oh, it's over here, or I can show you where that is, that you've been okay with that?
Or is it
It's
a
been half
let
and half.
me find somebody who knows where that is?
It has been half and half. Sometimes I know if they're asking very specific questions, though, I'll have to grab someone else
Mhm.
to answer the question. But I'm learning at the same time as they're answering those questions. so-
Good.
Yeah.
What did you do before you worked here at Gods and Monsters?
I don't know if you guys know this spot, but I worked at Arcade Monsters, which is literally like right down the street.
heard
Arcade
of it.
Monsters here on iDrive. No.
What is that? Is it an arcade?
It's an arcade with a bar. It's like this like
Well, I got to go there.
Ah.
retro Japanese arcade. It's pretty cool.
Oh, with a lot of Plinko and stuff?
Huh?
With the Plinko machines and
Yeah.
nice.
And all like the Dance Revolution machines.
Where's that
Oh, no,
place?
that
What is
sounds
it, what is
too
it
much like
close to? Or
exercise.
where can you say that is near?
There
Is that
is-
way down on iDrive?
Don't. I don't know if you know where the Applebee's is, but it's right across from the Applebee's.
All right.
Or
At
the
least we had a point of reference
Yeah.
now. Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty cool.
And this is, and I obviously this is terribly rude, but that's your real hair?
Yes.
You really dyed it that color?
I really dyed it this color.
That's awesome. That is
Was this what the hair looked like during the job interview?
Yes.
Because they said yes, I'm sure. Like, sold. This is what we need here. We need somebody that's outgoing and is not afraid to show her true colors.
That is something that's really, really great about Gods and Monsters is that they are probably the most welcoming.
Oh yeah.
Just they don't care who you are. They just care if
we're up there, so
you
you're good.
can do the job and
Exactly.
be nice. And they care more about their customer experience than
Right.
anything else.
Yeah, normally I would be worried about my hair color for other interviews, but
No.
for here I was not.
You
I
blend
knew it'd be
right in
fine.
here. No
Yeah.
problem. No problem.
And have you spent any time in the vault?
In the vault.
Oh,
yes.
that's what I was going to ask. Any aspirations to work in the vault?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You do? You'd like to work back there?
So I believe they're gonna have me work retail and bar, just like switching on and
Okay.
off.
All right.
But yes, I've been a bartender for most of my career, so I would definitely
Wow,
be interested
perfect fit.
doing the vault.
Perfect fit. Okay.
Yeah.
Would we have seen you at other bars around here?
I worked
Showing us on the camera there a purchase made a Back to the Future movie poster,
Nice.
the 1985 original, and Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Okay,
Nice.
we got the kind of idea what time period he grew up in.
Like the Pokemon pack stickers in the
Then you get
Yeah.
one of those.
You grabbed one of those too? Yes, yes.
preview over there.
Nice.
Excellent. Happy,
Nice
satisfied
purchases.
customers.
Go.
Going home with items. Bye bye. Going home with movie posters and
Would you say that
memorabilia.
you prefer to work retail or prefer to work the bar side of things?
Definitely bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
But I do
that
like retail.
you get a lot of longer customer interaction when you're at the bar.
Oh yeah.
Definitely,
Uh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I also just love mixology, like making new cocktails, drinks, all of that good stuff.
Wow. Okay.
Have you created one on your own yet that you've named?
Yes, I made a cinnamon toast crunch shot.
Oh.
It's really good. It's honestly just Bailey's and Fireball mixed together, but it's
Nice.
really yummy.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, though.
All right. I'm gonna put you to the test here. Name me two
Oh, no.
drinks. Mixologist.
Like making up things.
No,
It's
no, no,
different.
no, no. Just tell me two drinks you can make with Drambuie.
Drambuie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what that is.
Good.
Good.
Nor should you ever
You passed the
serve
test.
anyone who asks for Drambuie.
What is
So Drambuie is it's a liqueur, but I think it's like almond and it's the worst. It's literally the worst. The one drink that I know that people make with it is called a rusty nail, and it's Drambuie and scotch. And it's probably the worst drink ever.
I feel like as you were describing the drink, you paused for a second and you were just like reliving
I
it.
gagged a little. It almost came back up. Damien and I were Drambuie
Drambuie.
drinkers back in the fraternity house.
Back in the 90s.
Back in the 90s. We were just doing it because we thought it was funny, not because it was good. It's probably the worst
Drambuie.
alcohol that
Really?
exists.
Oh my
Drambuie.
gosh. Okay. Well,
That
I'll
stuff.
remember that.
Yeah. Well, if
That's
anybody
good.
ever orders it, they shouldn't.
Okay. Like change your mind right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah.
So good.
Let me
You're-
make you something good.
You're currently going to school. You've worked Gods and Monsters in for part-time for right now.
Mhm.
And it seems like you're already pretty comfortable. When I walked in, I just assumed you'd worked here a very long time. So it's only 2 days.
Only 2 days.
That's great.
What is your favorite cereal anime?
Cereal?
Meaning,
Like bowl of cereal?
no, because there's anime films like Ghost in the Shell, and well, that's also a series, but like
Oh, series.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Akira. I'm talking about One Piece or
Yeah.
whatever.
I didn't realize it's cereal.
Cereal series.
It's anime you
She's
watch
like,
while eating cereal.
You mean like a show that I watch that's a breakfast cereal? I know.
It's Captain Crunch's big
that.
big day.
So my favorite animes right now are Death Note and Castlevania.
Okay, I've heard
Yeah. I just like anything gothy, vampire-y.
that would be the
It's
bat
up
wings
my
on your
alley.
head.
Yes.
Castlevania. I do know that one. I played that on Game Boy when it
Yes. There's a
I
lot
played
of Castlevania
I played
games.
Castlevania on Game Boy
Yes.
in the
That was
1980s.
big on the Nintendo Entertainment Center
Wow.
system, otherwise known as the NES.
Yes,
Shocked it was
yes.
on the Game Boy.
Yeah, it was on the Game
Oh,
Boy.
they tried everything on Game Boy, and it
Oh
was
yeah.
terrible.
Oh yeah.
It was
most
terrible.
Of, most of
I
it was
I never finished it. I got to the final level, but I couldn't finish it.
Do you know what I learned about I learned about Tetris is that the original Tetris was kind of on this terrible screen,
Yeah.
but you didn't even get score for clearing the boards. In fact, you didn't clear the boards. The whole game was to stack it up as solid as you could until you couldn't anymore.
Oh, it did.
It
A
did-
line wouldn't delete.
Right.
It was all about filling up all the
Correct.
boxes.
The original game that it was a short game because it would only.
Was that in the movie? That
I don't
Tetris
know.
movie? I haven't seen it yet.
I don't know, but I watch a lot of YouTube, and
Ah.
this was so they.
Interesting.
So a lot of interesting things have been happening with Tetris lately. Whereas this one kid got the death lock or something like that. I don't know. Nobody heard about that. Anyway, there's something called a perfect game where you get nothing but Tetrises up until a million or until the score flips.
Okay.
And it's like
Death block.
incredibly impossible to do because
You can't plan ahead in Tetris. Yeah.
you can't plan ahead. And to get only Tetrises, you could get 940 lines, and then you just don't get the pieces,
Right.
and then you're screwed. So perfect game. So that's where I learned about that.
Have you guys ever played like Tetris 99? Or I don't know if it's called that. It's the newer.
Is that the multiplayer game?
Yes.
You know what? So
So good.
I watch a series called Game Grumps. I don't know if you're familiar with Game Grumps, but they play games.
All drunk.
It follows, right? Anyway, they're also at bands and stuff like that. Anyway,
Okay.
they played this multiple Tetris game. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yes, I've
Please
heard
go.
about it. Yeah,
Okay,
just want to
cool.
let you know.
I'm glad you
It's
mentioned that
really
though,
fun.
because back to the Game Boy, my sisters and I had the Game Boy where you can link them together,
Oh yeah,
and you could link together and play Tetris. Whereas I lose a line, I believe it goes onto her board. I have to remember or it was at a race to see who could get it done faster. But the Tetrises were linked together. The Game Boys were linked together.
I remember that.
Yeah, that just brought back this great memory when you were saying that. I'm learning a lot today.
Have
I'm
you ever-
remembering a lot
Have you
as well.
ever played a Game Boy?
Sure, how many groups you might have? Like if you've got Instagram or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I mean, Francis is
Oh.
Frankie's only job isn't
get
just
them
working here and
professionals.
going to school.
Question.
Yes, you have your own projects you're working on, or your
Wait a minute.
socials.
I'm not done yet. So at
Tetris.
22 years old, have you ever physically held a Game Boy?
Yeah.
Oh,
course.
you have. Okay,
Yeah.
so you
They were in
played.
my childhood.
You played.
Like very
Yeah,
early
they had a
childhood. though.
resurgence. They came back.
It's like here, Frankie,
say.
play this. Don't bother me. No, you probably played. You didn't play an original Game Boy though, with the no light on the back and
the gray one. with-
really.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay.
Actually, my siblings were collectors of those type of games.
okay.
Just see them by
Yeah,
default.
yeah. Because I mean, there's so many better options out there when you're a kid.
But there was a time when that was the only.
That was it. If you were in the car,
Car travel in the '80s was
And
our
Just
Game
black and
Boys.
white pictures.
you would
Yeah.
constantly get yelled at because you wanted to turn the dome light on because you could not see your screen. because
Yeah, that's
what the
right.
Game
That's
Boy
what
was
Game
about.
Boy was. You can only play that in the daytime.
Only the rich cool kids had that like thing that you slipped on. And
Oh, and then the
magnifying
light.
glass and-
Yes. Nope. Didn't have that.
No.
No way.
Didn't have that piece.
Wow.
Good. Okay, so
memories.
now we can ask her about her
Yes.
stuff.
Where could we find you on social media? And what's
Oh God.
For the stalkers,
yes?
For the stalkers. Well,
you don't have to say, but it's just
okay, I'm fine.
people like to know who works here at Gods and Monsters because they're a very
Right.
family oriented place and long term employees. So
Right.
what's up?
So I do a lot of cosplay and go a lot of to a lot of conventions. So those are like the only, I
Okay.
guess, projects I do.
Okay.
My Instagram is Frankie Bunny with 2 eyes for Frankie and 2 eyes for Bunny.
2 eyes for
Yeah.
Frankie, 2 eyes for Bunny. Gotcha.
If you go on there, you'll just see like a lot of cosplay stuff, a lot of rave inspired stuff.
Mhm.
Did you go to MegaCon this year? It was just a couple months ago.
Yes.
The end of May, or was it in May?
I did go to MegaCon. It was amazing.
What'd you dress up as?
Uh, bye guys. I went as Gengar. I was only able to go for 1 day. So
Don't know who Gengar is.
I don't know who Gengar is. From
We
where?
just do podcasts.
right.
Well, was the costume successful enough that people asked to take pictures with you?
I know who Morgana is.
Okay.
Can you do Morgana?
Yeah.
Oh, really? No. I didn't expect that. Never mind. Pass.
Okay. Um, Actually, at MegaCon this year, I had a crazy interaction with somebody. There's just a lot of like interesting folks. Some guy came
Oh,
up
yeah.
to me saying that if I
What do
like
you mean?
Oh God.
walked him on a leash, he would pay for like $500 of my things.
Oh.
So there's a lot of like those type of people.
So
at
what'd you spend the
conventions.
$500 on?
So many things.
It's like all this wouldn't believe it. This man came up to me and said,
Holding up.
if he could grab my boobs, he would give me a bottle of wine. He gave another way.
With the bottle of wine in the hand.
Yeah.
Very well execution of that joke and modernizing it for her
Mm.
scenario at MegaCon. Very good.
Well the fetish crossover to oh my gosh, what is this station we're listening to? This is
Elevator music.
no, get out of here. This is 07. How dare you? How dare you? You know who Sia is?
Sia the singer.
Sia, yeah.
Yeah.
She was originally from 07. So I mean it's
Oh, that's a
Oh,
place.
how about
it's
that?
good music. No, it's a band. 07 is a band.
Oh,
We're up on this
CAC.
camera up here too. We're all over. the
And
place.
this is 07 from like 2012.
Wow.
nice.
Anyway, so what are
So $500.
what are you, what is your favorite cosplay that you do?
Ooh. What is my favorite?
Oh, maybe that's a more broad question I should ask. Do you have favorite costumes that you wear over and over again, or once you do one, do you kind of say, okay, I've done that, now I'm
Tired.
gonna put it in the closet and look at it, and then I'll just make new ones for the next con that I go to.
I typically do like to buy new cosplays after I've already worn one, but I'm not opposed to re-wearing things, especially if like
But you
out
generally
of
do
it.
not. You
Yeah, I generally don't.
yeah. It's buying the
Um,
gown for the ball and then you don't wear that gown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad. I just have like an entire closet full of cosplay.
I don't think so. I think that being a creative person, you make a creation and then that
Exactly.
creation is complete.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a good way to put
And you'll
it.
certainly get the opportunity working here to dress up, I'm sure, from time to time,
Yay, yeah,
based
that'd
on
be really
themed
fun.
events.
oh yeah, they do. So
I'm excited
you'll have
for that.
opportunities. Um,
I don't know if you're going to get $500 leash offers again, but you'll get the opportunity to dress
Hopefully.
up here.
Maybe.
and
Here's
do
hoping.
all of your creations end up on your on your Instagram, or like do you make them for cons, or do you make them for you? Do you make them why do you create the costumes?
I don't create most of my costumes. I definitely purchase them. Yeah. I would like to get
With the
into creation
$500.
though. Right. My Instagram's definitely a little bit more like just personal to me though. Like it's not fully cosplay stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I just do it mainly for fun.
Okay.
So
That's nice. You're very passionate about it.
yeah.
Um, so maybe I don't understand. I thought all cosplayers kind of created their own things. You can actually purchase pre
Yeah.
built,
Pre-do, but then it's about the makeup and how you present yourself as
Yeah.
well, I suppose.
It's more I guess like a lot of cosplayers do it more for modeling
Yeah.
things. instead of
When you stream, do you use like an anime character instead of your actual face?
I don't
Oh,
stream.
good question.
Just asking.
Good question.
There are a lot of those
No,
out.
I know there are.
Convention.
Yeah, I know there are. You don't play games? You don't play video games?
I do play video games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's another,
Actually-
there's another potential stream of income. It's
True.
streaming,
The Twitch. Such
Could
with
do
the
a
playing the games.
cosplayer stream.
Yes.
that.
maybe.
I mean, that's a thing.
Yeah.
People do.
What is the system that you use? Xbox, PlayStation,
PC.
Twitch. PC?
Whoa.
All right.
She's just
Epic
going higher and
gamer.
higher
Right,
on the
right.
cool factor scale.
I feel like these things are pretty normal nowadays.
Yeah, you're right. Art and I come from the 90s, 80s, I guess.
I guess.
We come from the 80s in high school when girls wore bongo. And that's all.
Right.
That's
War bongo.
Did you know any girls that played Nintendo 64 like,
No,
when you bought that?
no.
And we played that
Wow.
constantly.
not a single one.
Right.
No.
Really?
No.
That's so
And then
interesting.
PlayStation and
So,
Xbox. No.
Geek and
No.
nerd were very, very negative things in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And cool people didn't do that stuff.
Or maybe they just weren't making games that girls were interested in back then.
Barbie Adventure Horse? Barbie Horse Adventure.
Did you see how
Excuse me.
quickly he came up with that? Like
Only
instant.
because the Game Grumps played it, and I
Oh
thought that
my
was
gosh.
hilarious.
That's
Anyway.
like cancelable, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
I'm old enough, I don't care.
Again, answered that right away. He knew the answer right away.
It's quick with this.
Cancel culture is a problem.
Oh yeah,
It's a necessary problem.
Sure.
But it's still a problem.
definitely.
It's too easy to just be on the opposite side of that fence and then find yourself on an island. Like what recourse do you have once you're labeled, whatever you're labeled?
Yeah. It's pretty awful nowadays.
Anyway, we
Wow,
should.
the show took a turn there.
Sorry, it went serious. But if you,
Politics.
yes. So cosplay and tabletop games,
Right?
Game.
Going to school.
games,
do you call Magic the Gathering MTG? Is that the thing?
MTG.
Magic the
MTG.
Gathering.
I am new to MTG though,
Yeah.
so it's not like my.
See,
main
with
thing.
old people, MTG means a very different thing.
Thank you.
What does it mean?
Remember the first time you knew about Magic the Gathering? It was
Oh, for nerds.
no.
Total nerds.
The first time you learned about Magic the Gathering
Oh, I thought it was the stupidest thing ever.
was the commercials that would air on South Park because it was like their only sponsor when the show first came out. It was always Magic the Gathering. That's the first time we ever learned what Magic the Gathering was. It was a card game and it was like their main sponsor on South Park those first few seasons. That
So
first season.
I like what's happened to nerd culture because it is now a positive thing.
Oh yes.
Um,
I mean, look at this.
if you're in a team that gets together every Friday night and plays 9 hours of D&D, that's the coolest thing ever
Yep.
because you got your squad
Yep.
and you're not just, doing it online on a headset. You're there and
With
you're
them.
being social
Yeah.
and you're getting back to what kids used to do when they play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously in 1985, anybody who played Dungeons and Dragons was a complete loser.
Really?
That's just the way it
Oh, yeah.
was. That's
Wow.
just the way. So you had people who were ashamed of what they were doing, whereas I think today kids just don't care.
Right.
They don't care nearly as much
kept it
as
to themselves. But
Actually,
now
you're a
today,
loser if you don't play games.
there you
I
go.
feel like, yeah, that's probably true.
It's how it is now.
Are the gems like glued to your teeth or do they come out?
These aren't gems. This is a piercing. All this money.
Ah.
How do you pierce through your teeth? That's weird.
So you have a thin layer of skin.
Oh, I know
yeah.
what that
yeah,
is.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Just right
That
through it.
would bother me.
That would bother you.
At first, it did.
You got to get
I
used
got
to it.
used to it. Yeah.
I mean, you wear people wear braces on all their teeth. You get
I
used
mean,
to
I
that.
that's true.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should get one.
I should not. I should not do a lot
Should
of
not.
things. I should not do a lot of
It could
things.
look cool.
No, I think when you are young, you should do everything.
Right.
Everything.
And then regret it later.
Yeah, because regret fades. It's fine. It's
Fair.
there we go. But when you're older,
And
Uh,
you're older and you regret not doing things. That's
well,
a terrible
that's
regret.
worse too. But
That's a bad regret.
I don't think I want a piercing at the top of my lip.
You say
On my
that
top
now.
of my teeth. Yeah.
You say that now, but
How
then
do you-
next
how
week
do
we
you
do a
brush
show.
your teeth. Like, doesn't that hurt? Doesn't it? Like,
No, I go underneath. It just flips up and down.
oh my
Yeah.
god, that sounds horrible. Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good.
Pretty visual.
Learned a lot about Frankie today.
Want to see?
No, I do respect everybody who has the courage to actually do these things that they want.
Yeah.
My only problem with all of that is that you all are starting to look exactly
Insane.
the same, which is why you did it in the first place, is to be individuals and different.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And it's not a scream for attention. You're okay. Blink twice.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it. Okay, everybody's good. We're good.
Gods
we're good.
Monsters is a safe place.
I'm not okay.
Yeah, it's very good.
No, I would say that's absolutely true. Gods and Monsters is probably one of the safest places to work.
Yeah.
You're going to be supported, and you're
Oh
going
God,
to be
everyone is welcome.
protected. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and encouraged.
Oh yeah.
I can feel that energy like the second I became a part of this team.
She's already using team.
Team, 2
Nice.
days in,
Good
2
for
days
you.
in.
What am I
So-
supposed to say?
Good for you.
So, as a new employee, do you have to close? Do you have to close up at night? Are you here till the end sometimes?
I'm actually here for the next 4 minutes.
Oh, she's done at 9
All
o'clock.
right.
Yeah.
We should be done at 9 o'clock too. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Seriously, how did we do this for 8 hours on opening day?
Why?
We were live for 8 hours on the at the grand opening 10 years ago.
Really?
I don't know how we did that.
Jesus.
We were excited.
I
Can you
didn't-
see how many like people are tuned in?
Oh, it was none.
What?
It was YouTube. No, actually, right now, right now, I only see 2 people live on Facebook, but people have been coming in and
Yeah.
out, just constantly because
Nobody's gonna sit and watch us for 3 hours to
because
talk like this.
they'll know it'll be up
Good.
on YouTube
But-
later, and they can just scroll.
Yeah,
through.
later they'll scrub through to find like if Todd's sitting down.
Right.
Yeah.
He
They're
always
like-
has fun things to say.
Cute.
But yeah, 10 years ago, it was like 8 hours, and we spent probably 8 hours the night before setting up, and YouTube Live was not a thing that
Not
was
really.
we didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah.
We
And
still
luckily, I was also recording it on the cameras because I had to go back and edit it together. But what we did was live was
Do you
kind
have
of
a
a
cat?
mess.
I do have a cat.
Okay.
So she's best friends with Anna.
Okay. Who did the interview when you was it Todd Nana? Was it just
Actually,
Anna?
I came in and the entire crew was there.
She just came in and started working.
Wow.
Like, no
Yeah.
interview. She just
I
like
didn't even ask.
yeah. She just,
She hasn't even filled out paperwork. She just
yeah.
shows up.
It's actually true. Okay,
Hey,
oh, they're loosey
Payday's going to
goosey.
be real awkward. Payday's going to be awkward. Where's my check? Who are you?
I will gladly pay you Tuesday if you work for the next 3 years.
It's so crazy that D&D was like the loser thing back then.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
Well, there
People
was,
played it and didn't talk about it. I mean, they kept
Yeah.
it to themselves.
have you ever heard of the term satanic panic?
No.
So back in the 80s, there was a thing called satanic panic, and that everybody thought that Satan was, influencing the minds of young people, and Dungeons and Dragons was part of that because of the imagery from the books and all that
Right.
stuff. Parents didn't understand.
Nope.
Yeah.
They didn't realize it was a game because it was a role playing thing, and that
Mhm.
was there wasn't really role playing back then.
Yeah, it
really.
makes
I
you
mean,
weird.
The first parents learned of it as they saw something on the news or they heard secondhand that somebody's character died and they killed themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we don't even know if that ever really happened or not.
no, it's razor blades in the candy. It's just doesn't really
Right,
happen,
right.
but
Yeah.
but
So,
everybody thinks
Then
it's
no, the
that-
camera's up here.
it's fine.
If anybody walks in front of that one, it goes to that one up there. So you're safe.
Don't worry. a
We
thing.
want you to shop.
We're
Let's
in
keep shopping.
we're in your way.
And now let's get a close up of him while he shops. And there we go. But yeah, it was a thing where the only thing parents learned is about what they learned on the news about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dungeons and Dragons was a bad thing.
Yeah. Now the equivalent of that is just like Facebook
I thought it was heroin.
ad.
No? Okay. Heroin's good? Okay.
Yeah, heroin's
Frankie said it. You heard it here first.
Right.
No.
Heroin is good.
Heroin good, Facebook ad.
Guys, I'm getting fired
Zuckerberg
today.
just keeled over.
I'm so fired. I'm kidding.
Should be
Uh,
fine.
Okay, this is a good question since you brought up Facebook. So you're 22 years
She
old.
doesn't
Is
have
Facebook even a thing?
She doesn't use Facebook.
I had to join the Teams Messenger,
Mm.
but
Okay.
I definitely don't use Facebook.
Right.
No, of course not.
And that age group doesn't. It's true.
Yeah.
And it's all Instagram.
It is all
Everything is
Instagram.
Instagram.
That's 1000% correct.
When I was teaching at the high school and TV production class, everything, there were at least 20 different Instagram pages for every club, organization, sports team, extracurricular. They all have their own Facebook pages. Student government. There was no need for TV broadcasting at the school. Everything is
I don't
Instagram.
understand how to navigate Instagram in that capacity, like to get
Facebook is
information.
worse.
Well, Facebook is worse because of the proliferation of ads
Yeah.
everywhere.
But we
on that.
understand how to use it to
Yeah,
our benefit.
I think I've been
as we
using
are
it for
live on
12
Facebook right now.
years. Yeah, I've been using it, so I continue to use it.
Right.
And while I have Instagram, I find it very difficult to communicate on Instagram. And friggin', if people would stop texting me, just stop texting me. I can't keep track of texts anymore.
I mean,
Stop that.
Instagram.
Everyone
or
stopped
actual
No,
text?
it's phone
socializing.
texts.
Oh, okay.
Why would anybody do that anymore?
That's actually, I don't think I text with you. We Facebook Messenger,
Yeah,
don't
Facebook Messenger, because I can keep a good record and track of everything.
we? Right.
And we're old.
So yes, Facebook is a no, but that's not just her. That's the whole generation.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do
And
your
then-
daughters? Your daughters don't use Facebook, do they?
They both have it, but never use it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I use it to put photos up, like so that my mom and dad can see. Here's what we did this weekend. Here's our
You're
photos.
going to
we
an
went
even
here.
older generation.
It's the scrapbook of our generation now. This is how I let my family know. Here's everything we did this weekend. Here's all the pictures that now my mom, dad. Here, grandma, and grandpa. Here's all the stuff we did.
You probably never used MySpace, did you?
I know of it.
You know
but
of it?
Yeah.
So
Never
you,
used it.
You know, top 8, where you had your 8
Your
favorite
friends. Yeah.
What? No.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Everybody could see who was in your top
Your
8.
best
Right.
friends.
And if your best friend wasn't in your top left first spot,
Right.
That's messy.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
god.
so relationship status on Facebook, except every friend
Right.
Wow.
just knows.
But we
In
didn't-
real time, you can reorganize them, and you're just like, oh, they must have had a fight.
we couldn't imagine MySpace ever getting beaten out by anything. It was like, oh, this is it. This is how we're all going to communicate
oh my God,
now.
everybody,
MySpace.
everybody had sparkly graphics and
Or my
automatic played songs.
Music would come in when you go to my page,
Yep.
and it's like,
Tom was smart to sell that when he did.
yeah.
Yeah,
Tom
yeah.
with his picture.
Tom was everybody's first friend.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're not in that time.
Yeah,
anymore.
no.
Oh,
That's
it was
Facebook.
it was a
insane.
glorious time.
So
when
so
it
she
happened.
didn't know MySpace and she doesn't use Facebook. Things have definitely changed.
Mhm.
Even that's maybe that's the one big thing that's also we asked the question, what's changed in the past 10 years since Gods and Monsters opened? And it's got to be a whole generation of kids not using Facebook.
Well, wait a minute. Do you do short form video on like TikTok and stuff like that in your cosplay?
No, but I am on TikTok.
See,
A
and
lot.
I feel
But
like
I don't post.
they did TikTok a lot here at Gods and Monsters in the past year or two, but even Todd and Anna said they haven't done it as much. So maybe they're waiting for that next generation 22-year-old to come work here to start it up again.
You're the new social media manager.
You're the new social update your business card. You're the social media manager now.
Oh god.
All right, it's 9:01. Frankie's off the clock right now. And if she actually works
You
here, I
earned
don't
it.
know.
Go home.
I actually do.
But it's very nice to meet you. Congratulations on your new job. And you can always find us on Facebook, but also on Gods and Monsters YouTube page.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
This is fun.
Only been here 2 days.
2 days.
That's right. Already on the
Good.
podcast.
I know. What should we do?
Now you've got an expectation for 2 more years.
Do you want to sit for a
Sign-
few
sign
minutes?
the con-
Sure,
sign the
absolutely.
contract.
Introduce yourself to the crowd.
Yeah. Where's the camera?
The camera's that one's on right now. Occasionally we go to this one if somebody needs to shop here. So introduce yourself to the camera.
Hey, I'm Keenan McClellan. I've been here for 5 years.
Keenan has been here for 5 years.
Yes.
And you were a big part of the build at I call it the satellite office.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Getting
You worked on that one a
the
lot.
apothecary
Yes.
store and studio up and running. Yeah.
Yes. Which will eventually be up and running again.
Yeah. It's still in the works. It's, I don't know if we want to talk too much about it because I don't know what they want to do right now with it. But
the build was impressive. I went and visited before you started using it.
yeah.
And you had your black magic and but the wall that you built and everything. There's a lot.
I will say I definitely got some. I felt reassured when you came in and you saw you got black magic going. You got that.
So
you guys
excited,
are
yeah.
good to go.
I was so excited to see that. Yes.
Yeah.
So 5 years here
Mm-hmm.
can sometimes probably feel like 10 years as well. So you
Sure.
may feel like you've been here all 10 of those years.
Oh.
Somebody gonna.
I was like, I'll answer the phone
I'm
on the
going
show. I
camera
don't
two.
care.
I'm going to see. Is he going to answer that phone? I'm telling you. I said earlier, a lot of these phone calls, when somebody answers it, they immediately go over to the magic glass container. Somebody's asking a question. It's
Yeah.
very hot right now, isn't it?
It is, yes. TCG is bigger than it's ever been before. Like it's kind of wild that Pokemon and Magic are flying up. It was for Pokemon. See, yeah, exactly. There it is.
What is TCG?
Trading card game.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So everything from Lorcana to Magic the Gathering
Mhm.
to Pokemon. Also Labubu's. Are you in the
Todd spoke.
You mentioned that. Yeah.
Yes, Todd spoke romantically about
Yes,
that.
these would be
about it
things I would
flying off
never
the shelves.
know about if I wasn't working
Yeah.
in retail. But yeah, it's wild.
Uh,
Labubu's.
Magic has real staying power. Like I really would have thought it might have died out by now.
Right. I was
because-
playing that in middle school.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
Still
got
going.
20
for
years
15
now, right?
years at least.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was the main sponsor of South Park in its first season, and that's
Mhm.
over 20 years old.
Right. Yeah, wow. I didn't. That was it really their main sponsor back when they had the first episodes.
The first episodes.
Wow.
It's hard to go back and watch the original
I
episodes because the commercials aren't
I
attached. But it
wonder
was
why
Magic
they're
the Gathering.
still doing it. Like, do they really have more
Magic or
funny-
South Park?
South Park.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean you can make fun of anything more that's happening now.
Sure.
They're
than
good
ever
about
before.
making fun of current events.
Yeah, yeah,
That's-
yeah. And it's
I mean-
their production schedule that allows for that because it's like they
Yeah.
make the whole episode in 7 days.
Remember the
Right.
turnaround time they did, like on the Elian Gonzalez episode, the kid who was
Well, that's
who was
but that's how they
Yes.
do every show,
Right.
7 days. That's,
Uh-huh.
that's
so
that's
they
how
could
it's
do
done.
this until they're sick of it. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, now they're doing a thing where they kind of take off, like they've been gone for a
Long
while,
breaks,
and
yeah.
then they were doing like these like mini movies for HBO
Right.
Max,
Oh, yeah.
the COVID special, COVID special
Oh,
part
that's right,
2.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like they're just doing that.
hmm
So yeah, it's wild what those
But
guys
yeah,
are doing.
Magic the Gathering was that first big sponsor for South Park.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
that's season 1, 20 something years ago. So you're seeing that as a card that's still going strong. Is it
Yep.
is it in like the top 2 or 3 of
I would
card
say
games?
Pokemon's still number 1 with
Mm.
Magic right behind it at number 2. Yeah. Right now, but the thing with Magic is what they're doing is you go into a franchise. So
Okay.
they'll have the Fallout Magic the Gathering cards, Jurassic Park Magic the Gathering card. Now it's Final Fantasy.
Can you
Oh.
help me understand
Mhm.
in 90 seconds or less?
Okay.
That's an impossible task. But can you explain to me? No, thanks. What is the draw? Like okay, so you have your standard pack
Yes.
Magic the Gathering cards,
Mhm.
right? To play the game.
Yeah.
And then there are a million special editions. There's a million
Oh, yeah.
extra cards and stuff
Uh-huh.
like that. So how because I've never played and
Okay.
I'm only vaguely familiar with how it works.
Yeah.
How is it fair, I guess, if somebody has just the standard pack and they're trying to play with somebody who's got a collection of 30,000 cards?
How is it fair if somebody
Don't
has
like
all
this
the cards
fair.
in the world
Maybe-
and you're
maybe
just
not-
starting?
Maybe not fair because I know that you kind of build your own deck
Right.
and then you play with
Yeah.
that deck.
Right.
But if somebody is not as familiar as the other with the deck that you're playing with,
Yeah.
That-
So there's a thing now called Commander Deck where whenever you go to tournaments, you both don't have any cards. You go in and buy the cards right then and there. So
Oh,
it's
wow.
very fair for each party that builds them.
Interesting.
Same thing with these decks. They're called Commander decks where like everything's just kind of in there and you have to use that deck specifically.
sure.
That curbs that kind of thing where somebody has every card known to man and then they make like the God deck or whatever, Yeah.
But you have to be knowledgeable about all the expansion cards, right?
Sure,
Because if they
you-
show up in the game that you're going to play,
Right, and
you're
they-
supposed to know.
They do let you not use every card, especially the stuff like the early series.
Thank you for saying
Take
that.
care. Great working with you. Drive safe.
Meet you.
Yeah, it's they ban a lot of cards. Walking Dead cards, they got kind of out of hand with the rules. It was kind of
Mhm.
breaking the game, so a lot of them don't allow you to have that. So it gets very minute whenever but if you're just like playing with your friends,
Yeah.
they don't really care. You can make decks and you guys can just have a good time. Just don't, you don't want to roll your friend. You know what I mean? Like you want to make it a little fair. Yeah.
It's like having a handful of skips and
Right. Yeah.
you
I'm
just
ready to go. Yeah. And you're like, I don't want to play Uno
Damn,
with you anymore.
draw
Good
4,
example.
you lose.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, yeah, I do convention Q&As for celebrities. That's
kidding.
my thing. Yeah, I do GalaxyCon. You ever hear about GalaxyCon?
Mhm.
SuperCon. You hear about SuperCon?
I am the wrong person to have that conversation.
Okay,
with.
all right.
I'm skilled at knowing just enough
Yeah.
to carry on a conversation, but as soon as you hit
Wonderful.
details,
Yeah.
my eyes go blank.
Okay,
my
gotcha.
my brain falls out of my ear, and then I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
we're talking about real stuff.
Oh, sure,
I
yeah.
can't.
No, I do. I do Q&As with celebrities for mostly horror conventions.
Okay.
Since I kind of have all that in my back pocket. So they're like, Keenan, come here and
So you facilitate or I'm sorry, that word escaped me, but you're the moderator for the
yes,
the-
moderator for panels.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, a lot of classic films from the 70s and 80s.
That's fun.
Yeah, I did. Sean Cunningham, who was the
yeah,
producer
he was,
and writer for
Friday the 13th.
Yep.
Friday the 13th. Yep.
Interviewed him and Ari Lehman, who played the young Jason in the very first Friday the
Okay.
13th.
Okay.
Judith
Oh my
Myers
gosh.
from Halloween.
Yes.
panel with her.
Yes.
And then Eli Roth from the cast
Oh
of
yeah, of
Thanksgiving.
course. Sure.
Yeah. So
What? The cast of
the entire cast of
oh,
Thanksgiving. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant he was in the cast
Oh
of
no. Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's done a few
Yeah.
things. You know, he's
Sure.
done a
Other
few
than
things.
that, yeah.
Yes. Some of the ghost hunters, whenever they do cons and stuff, I interview them, and yeah, so
Oh,
it's a good time.
that's gotta be fun.
Oh, it is. Yeah. You'd be surprised.
So give me a little inside scoop. Are they
Yeah.
in on the joke, or do they really believe?
They really believe.
Oh my God!
Wow.
They
Wow.
do.
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that.
Nuts.
You know what's crazy is I see more people at the Ghost Hunter panels as guests than I do the celebrities. Because so many people have things that have happened with them and their
Well,
loved
of course,
ones.
of
So they
course,
go to
yeah.
these panels or they watch those shows where they
Yeah.
feel a connection with those guys.
Yes.
And
And
yeah.
everybody loves a conspiracy theory. Everybody
Oh, yeah.
loves
Sure.
loves the unknown and to
Uh-huh.
make up all that stuff.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if the people that are profiting from it are in. Or
Oh,
if they,
sure. Like Discovery Channel and all the like those companies.
I mean, you know, and the hosts too. You know, like.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, they're 100% in on the whole
Well,
shebang.
that actually
Yeah.
makes me. Wait, they're in on it, or they?
Oh no. Like they
believe it.
believe
They're
it. Right.
invested.
Right.
They're invested in it.
That
Well, because
actually,
it got to the point on the show he'd tell me like they came down to St. Augustine one time and they were going to do a place, and the guy that when they got to the hotel said, you have to say that our hotel's haunted. And they're like, that's not what we do. We believe in the EVP thing, and when we get readings and stuff.
okay.
So they said we're not doing it. So then they were just hanging out in St. Augustine, and everybody's like, have you visited the lighthouse? You have to go to the
The
lighthouse.
lighthouse.
That's where we hear is the most haunted in St. Augustine. And they did the episode, and that episode to this very day is the one episode that is proven the most haunted.
They could have gone to Otis Castle.
Oh yeah.
That looks haunted.
Oh, I can imagine.
No, I don't know what the lighthouse is.
No, I don't know the lighthouse
Yeah,
in
St. Augustine Lighthouse. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Apparently the most haunted place in St. Augustine.
I guess it makes me feel better that everybody involved in that is you know, they believe in it, so
they're
not,
they're
not
invested
just
in it. They believe
actors.
it.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the one guy, Steve, who I interviewed, he does not fly anywhere. So if he does conventions and stuff, he's getting a train or driving. He's like super suspicious.
I don't really fly
about
either,
it.
but it's just because I hate flying.
Sure, no, I get it.
I
Yeah,
hate people.
especially after 2025. God, every
Boy,
plane
it's
is
been a
just
tough
flipping
year.
over.
Yeah,
and-
just this week, even
Yeah.
plane goes up, plane goes down.
Yeah, not a fan. I saw a Southwest plane taking off earlier, and then a private jet was coming in, so they were landing, and
Oh,
they
I
had to
saw
take
that.
back
Yeah,
off
I saw
again.
that
And I was
too.
like, "That's nightmare fuel."
Well, you know,
Stay grounded,
I have my
everybody.
opinions. Yeah, but
That
anyway,
that
we'll-
plane that crashed
we'll
this
move
week,
on.
was it in India?
Yes,
Had a perfect
No.
record. Was it what was that?
787.
787 had a perfect record until
No
it didn't.
way.
Well, it really only takes one.
Right.
It really only takes one.
mean,
Yes.
But then people were showing photos or videos that people recorded on the plane before it took off. Like, hey, look, the screens
Yeah,
are shutting
things
off.
weren't
We're having
working.
power
Yeah,
issues.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we
yeah.
have a perfect record.
Don't worry about it.
Jeez.
Man. Yeah.
What else do you do?
What else do? I do a lot of things. I have I'm the host of the Bloody Disgusting podcast.
I know that.
Do you know that?
I know that.
Love that. Yes. Yeah. I have two other co-hosts, Zena, who lives out in Tampa,
Mm-hmm.
and Shelby, who lives out in California. And we all just Skype in together and bring in guests
That's
every
cool.
week and every Monday on Bloody Disgusting.
So that means you have advanced information and knowledge on upcoming horror products?
Yes, all horror movies, indie horror projects.
All right.
Yeah. Ingrained in it all. New
When
Toxic
does,
Avenger coming out soon
Yeah,
with Peter Dinklage.
I'm not sure about that. When does Blood and Honey Part 3 come out?
Oh my God, you're not into Toxic Avenger, but Blood and Honey is where your attention is at. I see.
No, I'm just that's funny to me.
Yeah.
That, the minute the
license drops,
yeah,
they're
the minute it goes
on
into,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with Steamboat Willie.
Yep,
The
yep.
Mickey stuff that came out
Oh,
from that was
yes.
wild.
Yep.
Yeah, and it seemed like to be a trend. I saw one that was Cinderella.
Well, what's interesting is
Ugh.
is the original, the first Blood and Honey. It made a few bucks, and
Mhm.
then they put all that money back into the sequel, and the sequel looks a lot better.
It does. Yes, I haven't seen
I
any of them.
don't know if it made any money.
Sure.
Um,
There's a
I-
Popeye one.
I heard the
Terrifier.
Fire 4 is going
Uh-huh.
to happen in space.
That would be amazing if they
Please
did
don't
it.
do this. Please don't make this happen.
It was a cheap trend when they did it in the late aughts,
Yeah.
late 90s, early aughts.
Oh, that's a 10-year thing that I actually did find out that was a thing. 3D TVs.
Yeah.
Remember they were
Oh.
huge.
We were discussing things that were around 10 years
Huge
ago
for
that
about
aren't now.
5,
Yeah,
6
you
years.
got to get a 3D TV, or what are you doing?
And now they don't
Yeah.
do it anymore.
God, you go to a
because-
theater and they go, all the movie is in 3D, and it goes, oh wait, if people
Yeah, I
don't
don't
want to
wanna
have
wear the
the
glasses.
headache of
Yeah.
watching 3D.
Yeah.
And then when you buy Blu-rays, back when you bought Blu-rays, if you bought the bundle, it's a Blu-ray, it's a DVD, but it's got the 3D
Oh yeah.
Blu-ray.
Do you
disc
remember
as
how
well.
many discs you got? You had the digital disc, you had the normal
Oh
DVD, you had
my
the Blu-ray,
gosh, yeah.
and you had the 3D
I
all in
remember
one thing.
one of the last few I bought, I think was Tron Legacy, and it
Uh-huh.
had like 4 discs in there.
Yeah.
Because you did get the DVD and the 3D disc and the Blu-ray disc,
Right.
and then the bonus disc behind the scenes.
And they would do a thing where they give you the slip for the Uplay thing.
Yeah.
And then nobody would ever redeem those.
Right,
And then if you
right.
did, they would, oh, by the way, Uplay's ending. And you're like, all those things I've redeemed are like, well, you can have your old stuff, but we're not going to keep doing this anymore.
Right.
So it's just buy your own DVD and Blu-ray and call it. you know?
Physical media is going away.
Yeah,
It is.
unfortunately.
I am a firm believer of buy your favorite media though, because I've seen so many streaming services taking things and editing the way they want to.
Yeah.
Ren and Stimpy, they'll take out 10 episodes because Paramount doesn't feel they're safe or PC.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I
when
hate
they
that.
when they buy the license to show it, I mean, I guess they do have some sort of a responsibility or
Yeah.
or whatever to alter it as they see fit. I don't agree with that,
Right.
but
Yeah. It's just one of those. If you want to remember it like you did, buy it. If not, it is what it is. And a lot of things you don't need to
Plug me
buy
in there.
everything. So
you have to go back to
Thank you. It's my phone.
you have to go back to 1977 and see Star Wars in a theater.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Else you see some bastardized version of it.
Oh,
I did see
so
that.
true.
Was it Plex? Somebody on a Plex channel uploaded the original uncut 1977
Yeah, I
A
have
New
that.
Hope.
I have that.
Oh, do you have that? Yeah. But it was funny that it was like readily available to stream, and it wasn't until maybe a week until Disney Plus got a ear of it and said, "Take that."
Nope.
down."
So the community around that is they've spent like years and years and years and years putting together these special editions that are despecialized, I think they called it, and then the
Yes.
4K 77, and
Mhm.
then there's even a more raw version of the 4K 77 that is, I mean, it's rough.
Yeah.
The some of the film looks pretty bad,
Mhm.
but it is the closest thing to what you would have seen in
In the
77
theater,
when you
right.
went to the theater.
Right. Yes.
And it's boring. The
It's
first
boring,
the
yeah, yeah.
first 15 minutes is pretty boring.
Now, what did they do to zhuzh it up?
What do you mean?
For A New Hope. Like, is it just that the you're watching it a little bit blurrier? It's just
No,
kinda-
so what I saw and is in the beginning when Luke is buying the droids or whatever like that.
yes,
It's these long desert shots,
Mm.
and they're so proud of this giant model thing that they built.
Yeah. The skeleton.
Yeah. And
Oh, yes.
it's just like it's just boring. It's
Yeah.
not what you expect from a
There's a
from
scene with
Star Wars.
I
movie.
forget if it's Biggs or Wedge, but it's him talking to him because he's got the cape, he's got the mustache,
Yeah,
he's talking to
Wedge.
him. Wedge,
No,
and-
you're
is it Biggs?
Oh.
Biggs. You're right. It's Biggs.
It's Biggs. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, before he does that awkward whoop whoop. when he
Oh,
walks on the
right.
tail,
No, that's
not
that.
there.
That's
Oh, that's
the-
Han Solo walking
Solo
on Jabba
Jabba.
the Hutt.
Yeah, what,
Yeah.
That
what are
whole
you talking
scene
about?
was cut.
This is a whole scene
never in the
where
movie. Oh, I got the
he meets Biggs and he's basically telling him like, hey, like
Biggs
I'm
is talking
leaving.
about joining the rebellion.
I'm joining the rebellion. I'm getting out of here, and it's a lot of just dialogue that they cut from
Oh,
the
this is a
original
cut
A
scene.
New Hope. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And that's when Luke was looking up at the binoculars and he could see the battle was going on up in space. All that
Okay.
got cut. I don't
Right,
think
but
it's
you
on
do
there.
get to see Biggs at the end in his orange BDUs when they win. They
And he
blow up
gets
the Death
he
Star.
gets
Ah,
killed
yeah.
at the end there.
But I could see it. Yeah, it's just a lot of long, drawn
So,
out dialogue.
It was long, drawn out, and boring. So, are we saying that Lucas was right to go back and
Oh,
make the
man.
corrections that he made? What are we saying, Greg?
No.
No.
I think own the product that you made, and the excuse of the technology wasn't there for my original vision, or
Mm.
I didn't have the money at the time. I don't buy any of that. And the reason why is because you're an artist. Artists don't get to go back and repaint the paintings. They
Right.
don't get
Okay.
to re-record. Well, I guess you do get to re-record music, but
Yeah.
it's
Taylor
I
version.
don't think anybody likes the newer versions of songs
Yeah.
rather than what we heard the first time around.
Uh-huh.
Being an artist, you should make what you can make when you can make it, and then say that's it.
Right. We're moving on. to the
That's my
next one.
product.
Mm.
Yeah. Did Lucas make movies other than Star Wars?
Howard the
THX.
Duck?
No.
What do you mean
Oh, he
make?
made that.
Yeah.
Howard the
Oh,
Duck.
American Graffiti.
American Graffiti was what he made
Okay.
before THX. THX, then
Yes.
American Graffiti, then Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm okay. But after Star Wars,
After Star Wars,
did he do anything other than Star Wars?
not until he did Red Tails.
Let
I
me
don't
check.
think.
Yeah, he did Red Tails. You're right.
He produced
Yeah.
more than anything.
Red
He
Tails.
focused more on, but Red Tails was after.
Was that a
the
war
prequel.
movie?
Yes.
About the Pacific
So
engagement.
I would
in
say
World War
He
II?
did not
he
do Howard the
directed-
Duck. I was wrong about
He directed Star Wars: A New Hope. Then he
Yeah, that
directed
was-
the 3 prequels. And then he directed Red Tails. I can't think of anything else he directed.
Who's responsible for Howard the Duck? What was that? That was Lucas.
No.
Landis. Jen Landis.
No, how it would you'd think it would be right. No, it is Williard Huck. Huyck.
No, there's a larger name attached to that. I think.
Yeah, I don't
Go
know.
ahead, you can go in there if you want to. The camera up here is on. So,
I
Yeah.
feel like I've heard that a larger name.
Yeah, I mean, look,
was behind that.
Leah Thompson and Tim Robbins are in it. You know.
yeah, I feel like
those are
Lucas
just
was blamed for
the
it, though. 'Cause
actors.
Was it he produced it or something?
Yeah, I feel like Lucas was attached in a way.
Right. Well, that was a mistake.
Yeah, right. That
Yes.
movie. Was
But
a
yeah,
mistake.
I don't think he directed anything again until that Red Tails movie.
Yeah,
Maybe he directed episodes of Young Indiana Jones. I don't remember.
that's
Mhm.
right. Yeah, he probably did do some
That's
episodes
television.
of that. Yeah, there is an episode of Young Indiana Jones where Harrison Ford shows up
Yes,
and he's like
he had
in
the
full-
beard.
He's got the beard.
That
No
was
kidding.
the he was playing the saxophone and it made the snow fall.
Yeah, it's a jazz episode, and I think Forrest Whitaker's in that episode. and
Oh
it's-
wow!
Yeah,
I don't remember.
it's-
Those are all on Disney Plus, I believe.
yes.
Young Indiana Jones. I just learned something about that series last week, and now I can't remember what it was. It was fascinating to me. At the
Oh,
moment.
is it the main kid is the one from Boondock Saints?
What, River Phoenix?
Is it River Phoenix that played young Indy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the movie,
In the movie, right.
River Phoenix was in the 3rd Indiana Jones movie in the flashback.
And then
But
they
the
got
young Indiana Jones in the TV show. Young Indiana Jones was Sean Patrick
Flannery, right? Who
Yes.
was the other
Oh.
guy?
Dang, I buzzed in quick on that one.
There you go.
I could
But
have
there
sworn
was
it
actually-
River Phoenix.
No, he was only in the movie version of it, where they did
But he
a
was young
flashback.
version.
In Young Indiana Jones and Indiana
Last
Jones and the
Crusade.
Last Crusade,
Okay.
it started with a flashback to him in the Scouts, and he was chasing that guy who had the Golden Cross, and
Yeah, sure.
that was River Phoenix's only.
Interesting. Okay, then I'm very confused about life and everything.
I will tell you, you know what's so crazy is Metascores, how they kind of, the Rotten Tomato scores and what's good and what's not good. A New Hope falls down below a lot of the original Star Wars films fall below the top
No.
Metascores. Predator also.
Go ahead, you can go for it because this camera's on up here.
Yeah, you're good.
So you're good.
We're
Don't
in
worry
your
about it.
way.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
worry
fine.
about us.
Don't you worry. Do whatever you need to do. So
Yeah, so I guess the new Predator movie came out on Hulu. It's like a 3-part animation film. People hold that one as number one.
Really?
Wait, what?
Prey.
Huh?
Huh?
Hold on a second.
So there's a new Predator movie on Hulu right
yeah,
now.
I know,
Mhm.
and I know what you're talking about. But you're saying that Metacritic scores it higher than New Hope.
No, sorry. For the Predator movies,
Yeah.
people hold that as number one. Number two is Prey, the other movie that came out on
Yep.
Hulu. Then
Yep.
3 is the first Predator movie.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for Star Wars. I think it's episode 3, Revenge of the Sith is at number 1.
Hearing that too. I know. Greg is left.
That's what I'm
Let's watch
saying.
as Greg walks away, hearing that news. But and I saw it in the theater when it came out a couple of months ago again, because I had our friend Bill and Ty wanted to go see it in the theater.
Uh-huh.
We saw it in the 4D theater too, which I've never done before. That's a one-time thing.
So where people spit on you?
Yeah, yes, the water and the shaking.
Love it.
But there is a love for the third movie, episode 3, because it's just a whole generation of kids who were 15 to 20 years old when that movie came
I mean,
out.
Right.
of the prequels, it is the best effort.
Right.
But I can't put it above any of the original. films.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And now I'm a product of Return of the Jedi. When I was a kid, Return of the Jedi was out, and I
course.
vibe with Return of the Jedi a little bit more. But I
Did-
still appreciate Empire
Did
as being the
you
best
or
Star
did you
Wars film.
not own an Ewok plushie?
I did not. No, I never bought into that. I think I had the Burger King glasses. I remember to get
did.
Return of the
Same.
Jedi
Got those.
glasses. Yeah. So but I think that's the thing, right? With Star Wars, like even Star Wars fans go, "Oh, the Ewok movie."
Right,
I'm not,
right.
But if you're gonna go for the prequels, you're like, "I'll take the Ewok movie." Like those are
There was a time when all we had was the Ewok movie. After
the trash on.
after Jedi, it was like
It was 15
that's
years,
it for
right?
your Star Wars childhood. And suddenly, like,
Right.
there's going to be a TV show and an episode, and the Ewoks are like, I mean, that's all we got.
Sure, right.
So
Now it's wild. There's so many
Now there's
shows.
everything,
Wait,
and-
right.
there was a TV show with Ewoks?
Just one episode. It was a movie, made for TV
Well,
movie.
there.
Oh.
Oh, there was the. There
I
was.
didn't know about that.
No, you're right. So there was the Ewok the movie with the little blonde kid. And then Caravan. I think Caravan of something something.
Right. Caravan.
But there was the animated Ewok show
that
and the
one I did
Droids
never-
animated show.
Right. We were older at that point, so we didn't get
Right.
into that. But yeah, there
What
wasn't.
years
There was
are these?
there
I don't have any.
It was still the
memory of
80s.
these.
It was in the late
Yes.
80s for the
Ah.
made-for-TV Ewok movie.
I do not
Yeah.
remember any of that.
Caravan of Courage.
Caravan of Courage.
I
Very good. I
remember
remember the poster even
animated
for
Lord
it.
of the Rings, and that's it.
Forrest Whitaker's in it.
Wow. Full circle.
Yeah,
and
but he
comes
was
back
also-
in Rogue
Or no,
One.
not Forrest Whitaker. Diabetes.
Wilford Brimley.
Wilford Brimley
What?
is
What?
in this Ewok movie.
Oh,
Yes.
Because
Greg, you need to watch that with one of the models, like that show you used to.
you know what? I'm so mad at myself because
Greg used to do a YouTube show.
one of these girls they contacted me a couple of months ago, and she's like, I want to come back and do another one.
Yes, the show was called Models and Movies.
Okay.
I don't really do that anymore, thanks. But and then I hung up the phone. I'm like, what am I doing?
What am I doing telling them no?
So he'd have a model come over. They'd watch a movie that she'd never seen
Usually
before.
a bad movie.
Usually a bad movie
Oh,
on
yeah.
purpose.
On
Yeah.
purpose, yeah.
Or
Right.
Definitely a movie she'd never
And
seen
then we
before.
review it.
I kind of love that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was a hook. I mean,
Yeah.
it was a little bit different than what all the other bad movie reviewers were doing.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Well, now that's the thing, right? Is
love it.
having people that never
Love
seen
it.
movies and
Yeah,
just
love it.
yeah. Todd same way. That's his favorite
Yeah.
thing.
We talked about that earlier on
Yeah.
the show today. Just
Oh,
like
cool.
first time. What's that called? First time
First time watches.
just first time watching
watches.
reactions. Yeah.
reactions for songs or
Yep.
albums or movies. It's
Mhm.
Have you seen the ones where people watch come back to me. I'll give it a thought. I'll come back to me.
We're gonna take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
No
have to-
sponsors. Sorry.
We have to get Greg some more.
But
Coke
this
or
is a
something.
YouTube thing, like a first time seeing something.
Yes, closer. The closer video. The
Oh,
director's
all the time.
the director's
Nine
cut.
Inch Nails closer.
closer.
Yeah, because
People lose their mind.
when
It's
on-
ever made. How?
Right.
Sometimes it's couples that are watching it. Sometimes it's just one guy, and it's like, all right, I've seen those all. I've watched every one of those.
I
Yes,
love it.
I have too.
I love it.
And then I want to feel like, all right, let's see the first time they hear the song "Wish" by Nine Inch Nails, or
Yeah.
or something else, or the first time they hear Rammstein, or
Sure.
something.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh, it's so fascinating to
What
see
I-
people's shock.
What I've noticed is that it's almost universally positive when
Yes.
they see these things or hear the things for the
Yes.
first time. They very rarely say, "This just isn't for me." Maybe they think it makes a bad video, so they just don't
Right.
produce those.
One of the ones that I love that I've seen every one of them. It's got to be 20 or 30 of them. Is first time kids listening to 3 MCs and 1 DJ by Beastie Boys.
Oh,
the
yeah.
live
Cool.
version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where because he's scratching live Mixmaster Mike, and it's like they always pause it and be like, "Yo, who is this guy?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah,
It was the Saturday Night Live performance.
no. It
No?
was no, it was just the one time they made a music video where Mixmaster Mike walked down into the basement and the 3
Uh-huh.
of them were just standing there frozen, and then he started spinning the records, and then they just made a one take music video
Oh, cool.
with 3 cameras all set up.
Yeah.
And then people always pause it like, "Whoa, listen to I," and it's like, if you don't know, now you know.
Right. Yeah.
I think there's an entire generation of people who don't understand that the turntable was an instrument
Right.
for
Yes.
a decade,
Yeah.
at least.
It is weird to think that it's not anymore. Like there's DJs and they go up on
Right.
stage,
It's a
but
laptop.
Yeah, it's all a
that's what it
laptop.
is.
it's a USB that they're
Yeah.
popping in. Yeah.
And they're doing this.
Yes.
And they go,
I saw a DJ on social media the other day, and
Yeah.
she was talking about. She's like, anywhere I go, I bring my USBs with me, and I was just like, that's so weird to hear. Like,
my USB.
yeah, she's like, I got one for every flavor, like.
I guess that makes sense. To
Right.
keep
So I'm like,
them
what do you do? Pop it in, hit play, and
organized.
walk away? Like,
I guess that's
yeah.
boring, but you know what the spectacle is of of those shows now is the light show and the laser stuff and the
video
fireworks
walls.
and
God.
yes, it's the combination of all those things as the experience together.
Yes.
So I mean, and I watch some of that stuff, and it's friggin' amazing.
Oh, the
It
video
is.
walls. Yeah.
Yeah.
amazing.
We look back 10 years from now, 10 years ago, Gods and Monsters first starting. 10 years ago, video walls were not a thing. Now,
Oh,
now
sure.
every show, the Oscars, the Emmys, the Tonys, or whatever concert
Yeah.
is, it's all about video walls now. That's
Absolutely.
everything.
Unfortunately, when you go to that show, if you're not within like the first 300
you don't
feet
appreciate
Uh-huh.
it. Yeah.
of where the sound is coming from,
True.
then it's out of sync because it takes the sound that long to
Right.
get there, so the
Uh-huh.
beats don't hit the same way with the lights and
Oh yeah, yeah. If you're far away, it would just
yeah,
not
there's
hit
a
the
little
right way.
delay.
Uh-huh.
But they don't care. They're all
Right,
high on
exactly.
mushrooms
Yeah.
anyway or something.
I guarantee there are those guys who are like, you don't want to be further than this
Yeah.
area. We have to
Yeah.
be like Greg's all about being in the right sound.
I gotta experience it all.
Yeah.
No, I experience it from my couch because that way the video and the audio lines up perfectly, and I get
Oh,
the wide.
sure.
And
Can I
I
ask
get
you
the
guys a
wide.
question?
Sure.
Go.
Where, if you still go to movie theaters, where is your prime spot in the movie theater?
The last time I saw
Oh,
a film
okay.
in the theater was Endgame in 2019.
Wow.
Really?
Oh, that's the wild.
But I do go to see smaller shows, festivals and stuff like that. And
Sure.
I,
The Enzian out here in Orlando?
Sure.
I've been,
Yeah.
of course.
Okay.
I prefer center.
Center.
Yeah,
Nice,
always
yeah.
center.
I mean, that's where your sound is
I feel like that's how they're
focused.
designed as the optimal spot to
Yeah.
direct any of the sound. Yeah.
Going to the Enzian is not for sound; it's
No.
for whatever the experience is. Like
Yeah,
I went to the
absolutely.
I went to the Florida Film Festival this year and saw a couple of films at the Enzian.
Uh-huh.
The last time I went to a big theater was just, there's certain movies that come out where it's like, well, I have to see that in the theater. Like
Sure.
Oppenheimer came out. I saw it at the IMAX theater at Point Orlando.
Mhm.
That's where you see it. I just saw the new Mission Impossible there as
Mhm.
well.
Right.
And
Final Reckoning?
yes, I did
Okay.
see it there because you know what? I think that movie, I feel like they're not going to make movies like that anymore. No one's going to ever hang
Sure.
outside
The only reason they're making that
side
movie
of an
is Tom.
airplane.
Somebody,
Right.
somebody online.
It's over now. They're not going to make movies like that anymore.
Somebody was doing a review of that, and they called it the final floppening.
Oh God.
It's a good end to the series. There won't be another movie probably. He's too old for that.
Yeah.
But that's the type
Oh.
of movie you want to see in the theater. I will be there opening night to see Tron Ares in IMAX, and I'm sure there'll be other IMAX.
Well,
What else is like? What's
I will
this
go
summer
the
coming out?
third week on a Tuesday.
So
No.
there's the sequels on sequels, and George Lucas just talked about this the other day. Just how studios have no real ideas. They're just all right. Jurassic Park 16.
I have a problem with
believe
him
it.
saying that.
I know.
Right? Yeah, you're like
Considering
you
he's part of
created
that.
this, man. Like
What is Scarlett Johansson doing in this new Jurassic movie?
but I'm glad it's
collecting a
not.
pay-
Is it
paycheck.
going to be her biggest payday? Because
Oh,
all these
yes.
Avengers movies, she had to split all that
She's
pay.
collecting
So-
money.
So, but does she
Yes.
need? Are we saying she needs that? Because who
Yes.
hands her a Jurassic Park script and she says, "Yeah, I'm in."
NBC because her husband is on Saturday Night Live calling
Okay.
shows, so that was an NBC,
NBC
Universal
Universal.
thing. Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I'm
no, so we have
surprised.
Jurassic Park or Jurassic whatever,
World.
Superman,
Domination, no.
and Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Those are your three. It's
Those are
not
the big tent poles.
Jurassic Park isn't in IMAX.
Oh, it's not.
No, because Superman and
Oh, they're coming
Superman
out
and
the same
Fantastic Four were filmed in IMAX, therefore they get
Yes.
the right to be in IMAX.
And
films.
most movie theaters, if they have an IMAX, they only have one.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Superman's going to play an IMAX at Point
Mhm.
Orlando, and Jurassic World will not.
I just think that's crazy. A giant dinosaur movie gets the smaller screens this
Yep.
summer. Like
Well, it's the 7th
right.
big
yes.
dinosaur movie.
But I will say that this Jurassic Park movie is directed by Gareth Edwards, who did the first Godzilla, the remake of the Godzilla movies.
Minus one. Godzilla minus
No,
one?
no,
it was like the
the
Legendary Picture films.
yeah.
Okay.
So he did that.
All right. So they got the right guy.
And they filmed on location. So the jungle stuff, the woods, you're actually in, not just on another
Wow.
video wall background kind of thing. So I'll give
That-
them that.
Probably made the CGI more difficult. But
Yes. And do you know what the premise of this Jurassic Park movie is?
Let me guess.
These are the reject dinosaurs that they got put on
So-
an island. I saw that trailer for that. Yeah.
Yes, they're dinosaurs that were like the DNA was manipulated. So you have like bulbous head T-Rex and brontosauruses with big wispy tails. And I think everybody I've seen that has seen that goes, just give us dinosaurs. That's enough.
Do you
Dinosaurs
know
are enough.
that between the two trailers, they changed the design of that big wispy tail dinosaur.
Really?
They made it longer and whippier.
Oh,
God.
because
And
of
so
new
there's-
research showing that.
Well, no, it's because I have like hours of opinions about this, but it's
Sure.
because directors constantly change what they think they want,
Hmm.
and then the CGI or the effects teams are these poor guys who are working 19 hours a day trying to get these renders out, and then once they get them out, the director's just like, I like it, but we make that tail just like really whip around like a whip.
Yeah.
And the effects team
Two
goes,
more weeks.
that took 2 weeks to render. Like,
Right, yeah.
what do you, Okay, I mean, I guess, but
Uh-huh.
Imagine if the director making the original Toy Story was like, "Can his eyes go that?" Nope, that's it, man. I can't
Right,
render.
yeah.
I can't render anymore.
no, because those things took like
1995.
days to render
Those
a
were
single frame.
being worked on
84.
IBM computers. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just got a message from Christopher Ayala asking.
Hey, Chris.
He says, "Shout out to Tron. I will be there as well." But he also asked, "What is the best movie theater Orlando in your opinion?" I think it's the IMAX at Point Orlando.
Probably.
Just
Yeah,
because
that is
of
good.
I saw the Led Zeppelin documentary there a
I
couple of
saw
months
that
ago
too.
I saw it at the IMAX theater, and the Mission Impossible one, Oppenheimer. There's another one right before Oppenheimer. Oh, it was the other.
Barbie.
It was the other Mission
Not Barbie.
Impossible because this was a two-parter.
Yeah.
I haven't forgot what it was
Dead
called.
Reckoning.
Now. Dead Reckoning. Wow, you were quick with that.
I'll tell you what.
I bet you didn't even see it.
I know things. I just don't watch movies.
So yeah, I'll be there for Tron.
I was
Hell yeah.
I was very sad. They were going to put the Pink Floyd Live in Pompeii
Yeah, they're
feature
remastering that.
in IMAX,
Hmm.
and right when it came out, Ryan Coogler's Sinners was out, and it took over all the IMAX screens. So
So
Pink
it
Floyd
didn't-
immediately got bumped, and they didn't even put it
Nah.
out. And I was like, the only person that had tickets ready to go.
Are you familiar with that
I'm-
Pink Floyd Pompeii?
No, but I'm not a fan of older films getting remastered in IMAX. There's
Oh.
no such thing
Oh, okay.
as that.
Well,
if you didn't film it on an IMAX camera, then you don't have the 65 millimeter wide
Sure,
frame
yeah.
to start with.
so-
All they're doing is trying to AI upscale
Well-
these old prints to get more resolution out of
What they'll say is it's not IMAX, but it's just going to play on IMAX
Yeah,
screens, which means it's just going to be on the biggest screen
It's
in
right,
your
yeah.
city.
It's a bigger, different aspect ratio of the presentation, but it is not an IMAX film.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I was asking the Pink Floyd
Yeah.
Pompeii thing. I know very little about it, except that BC Boys did an homage to it with their video for Gratitude. Did you ever remember that video, Gratitude? Camera was just on a track and it rolled by,
Uh-huh.
and it looked exactly like the Pompeii
Yeah.
concert that they
Oh,
did
that's
all
pretty
those
cool.
years ago.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
And Gratitude is like a 35-year-old song now, so
Love it,
they
love it.
thought about Pink
Well,
Floyd
I'm
for a
out
long
of here,
time.
guys.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
lovely
we should
talking
definitely
to you.
say-
Thank you for spending some time.
You're closing up tonight, or are
Uh,
you're done for the
I am done for the day. No,
All right,
but
you
if
are
you
done for
guys
the
would
day.
like to get Ernesto in here, Ernesto, our
Sure,
local
we'll have Ernesto
artist,
sit here.
That's right. We need to ask him
Tell
about
people
his
where they
art.
can find you online if you want them to
I am
know.
horror_guy on everything from
Horror
Twitter to
underscore guy.
Instagram.
Gotcha.
I'm on everything. Yes.
All right, very
Listen
good.
to
It's great
his
talking with you
Bloody
guys.
Very good.
Disgusting podcast.
Yes, Bloody Disgusting. We do an episode every Monday. It comes out every Wednesday, and yeah, every single week.
Megan 2.0, good or bad?
Oh my God, that looks like the worst film I've ever seen. in my
Thank
entire
you.
life.
I just needed some validation. I appreciate that.
So I will judge your film
I
going.
saw the trailer as well. I think I'd rather watch Happy
Yeah.
Gilmore 2
Yeah, I don't
if
want
I
to.
saw that trailer.
All right, take
Thank
care,
you.
guys.
All right.
Thank you very much. We have another employee.
Ernesto.
Ernesto is coming to hang out with us.
You guys don't understand. I am at work right now.
Okay, we will
Good.
keep this
Take-
short
take a
because we
break.
are now at the 3-hour and 45-minute mark.
So
Ernesto, welcome.
We were told by we'll rapid fire this. We were told by Todd that you have actually from Anna, I think, that there's a lot of art that you create,
Oh yes.
and
I do,
so
I
we need to
do.
hear about that.
Okay, so I first started working at an indie TCG company called Cryptic
Mhm.
TCG, now named Cryptic Studios.
Okay.
I do a lot of fantasy style, Western style fantasy art. Very highly inspired by Magic the Gathering, D&D
Here's
style.
how
yeah.
dumb I am. When you said Western fantasy, I thought
I
like
meant
cowboys and
No.
West, yeah. You mean
I mean,
Asian? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, that would be
New World,
Eastern.
New World,
New
Western.
World.
Yes,
World
got it.
Western. Yeah, sorry.
No. That's just me being
Yeah.
dumb.
There's Clint Eastwood Western, and then there's other side of the world.
Spaghetti
Western.
Western.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and now
Okay.
I don't know. Now I work at a comic book store, and
Yeah.
I'm falling in love with the comic style,
Mhm.
you know, and I'm diving into all of it.
How long have you been here?
About 2 to 3 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Another new
uh-huh.
employee, pretty much. A new employee,
Yeah.
yes.
What are the avenues for your work? Where does it go? Like, is it commission stuff? Is it
It's
just
com-
personal?
mostly commission
Okay.
and then personal.
Okay.
Anything on display here?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, they got
but
that
I
back
do have a
wall
few-
back there. You could
Right,
put a piece or two back there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really want to do like superhero fantasy theme
Okay.
type of paintings, and I'm working on some other stuff.
What
but yeah.
steered you to that particular genre of? Well, first of all,
Uh-huh.
what's the medium that you work in?
Mostly digital.
Okay.
I do love acrylics and oils, which is like, the traditional mediums, but right now digital is the faster type of medium to
Are
work
you
with.
working on a like a Wacom tablet, or is it like a?
XP pen. I'm an XP pen guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Is that directly on a screen, or is
On a
that
screen.
okay? Cool, cool, cool,
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
What school did you attend?
What school did I attend?
That's a good point.
That is a good
Do you
question.
have training, or is it all like
Yeah,
self-taught?
I mean traditional training first.
Okay.
I did go to a fine art school back in Puerto Rico. That's where
okay.
I'm from.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent.
hmm
I kind of love Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
You've been a few times, haven't you,
Been
Greg?
several times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of food did you eat? Did you eat
Oh, I'm
mofongo?
not very. Well, of course I
Yeah,
have
of
mofongo.
course. Yeah, everybody has to try
I'm
that.
not
So
very
yeah.
adventurous eater.
Okay. Yeah.
Same.
So I tend
Uh-huh.
to stick to a lot of the stuff that I know.
Yeah.
And I know I didn't get the full experience that I probably should have gotten, but I also didn't get any tummy aches. So
Okay, that's good. That's also good.
yeah. I actually had I had skewered shark when I was out there. One of the times I didn't like that. That wasn't very
okay.
good. But the mofongo was good, and fried plantains are probably my favorite food ever.
Okay. Yes.
They're real good, really good.
Those are good. Oh, so we were asking you about school. You said
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Puerto Rico. What school?
It was well, in Spanish is Pontificia Universidad Católica, which is like Pontific Catholic University of Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on the south side of Puerto Rico, and I studied fine arts. I never really finished, but I took most of my concentration classes, acrylics, watercolors. Never took oil. Oil was later on in life that I tried it, but after that, I decided to move to USA.
I was going to say, what did bring you to Florida?
Yeah, so that is a really
Probably
good
the lack
question.
of power for a
Yeah.
full year.
Well, I remember like it was yesterday, honestly, because I was painting. I had one of my finals for a watercolor piece. It was a big piece, and it was a scenic type of painting, at the bay or something. But then I got frustrated. I got so frustrated at that painting. I'm like, you know what? I can't curse here. No, I was about to. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a. eh. Anyways,
Todd did.
I
Who
said,
cares?
We're almost 4 hours into it. You go right ahead.
okay. I said, fuck it.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm like, no, I'm tired of it. So I needed a break from art.
Mhm.
I don't know. I got burnt out, so I moved to Texas, El Paso,
Okay.
where basically, I mean,
When
different.
when was that?
Sorry. Oh.
Before COVID or after COVID? Everything
Before
is
COVID.
okay.
Before
Everything's
COVID.
before or after COVID.
Yeah.
Before the
Yeah.
hurricane?
Before the hurricane.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Good timing
Yeah.
then. All right.
Yeah. Definitely. Hurricane was. Oh, yeah. Not good on my family.
No,
but
I
yeah.
imagine it wasn't.
So from
Yeah.
Puerto Rico to Texas, culture shock or
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And this is something that most Puerto Ricans, if not all Puerto Ricans, experience is that when you move to USA, you do not see the ocean. It feels surreal and
Wow. I
absolutely
never thought about that.
outrageous because you see the ocean
You're
from
always
everywhere.
you are never more
Yeah.
than 30 miles away from the ocean. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's
Never thought
just,
about that.
I don't know.
Where in Texas did you say? El Paso?
El Paso. And it was desert.
That's right on the edge of Arizona, is that right?
I'm not sure.
It's on the edge
North
of the state,
Texas?
I believe.
Yeah, it's on the edge. It's like
Yeah,
right
nowhere
next to Juarez.
nowhere near the
close to
Gulf.
Nowhere near the
Mexico.
Gulf.
No.
Oh my God!
No.
By the way, I heard a commercial
Yes.
today,
Mhm.
and it said
Golf.
the Gulf of America, and I'm just like,
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
we were. Well, I'll
Oh
go
my
back to your
God.
story real quick. But
Yeah.
we were at home watching the news,
ew.
and it's gonna happen when the first hurricane hits. But
Oh.
the weatherman for channel, it was 2, 6, or 9, I forget, stumbled, and he said, as the winds come in during the Gulf like he didn't. All weathermen, all meteorologists, all people who work at TV stations now have to deal with this.
I'll be
Oh my
okay if they
God.
just call it the Gulf.
Just call, and that's
Yeah.
what they're all doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
The
just
Gulf.
going to say the Gulf. He
Yeah.
corrected. He said the Gulf of, and then he just stopped and said the
Yeah.
Gulf, and that's it. So when the first hurricane comes from the Gulf, it's
Oh
all
my
they're going to say is the Gulf because they don't want to be
Yeah.
dragged into the middle of that and lose half their audience by
Uh-huh.
saying something else. Luckily, when our president changed the name of it, he didn't change the entire name. he kept the first part of the name,
Golf.
so people can just continue to
Yeah.
say the
Yeah.
golf.
Yeah, the golf.
Okay, please continue. Yes,
So
so move to El Paso.
how long did you stay in Texas?
A few years,
Mhm.
actually, about 5, 6.
Oh, okay.
But we're not going to talk about that.
No.
All right. Eventually, you came here to Florida, and
Yeah,
you found Gods and
Fair
Monsters.
enough.
Yeah, actually, I started my digital journey and working with the indie companies and taking in commissions when COVID began.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
There was a big opportunity
Yeah,
to work at
exactly.
home,
So
long hours whenever you can.
literally, I took as many art courses over
Good.
the internet. It
So, how
was-
did
yeah.
people find you so that you could commission things for them?
Honestly,
Word of mouth, or just
mostly word of mouth, Instagram.
okay? There you go.
Yeah.
And
What
th-
is the program you primarily use for the digital art?
for digital, Photoshop.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Yeah.
very good.
Hey, that works just as good as
Yeah,
anything.
Heck yeah.
exactly.
Unless
yeah.
you're using the beta version, and for whatever reason, the beta runs like dog shit on my supercomputer. But if I go back to the regular program, it works just fine. I don't understand.
Oh, very good. Photoshop.
Yeah, that's what I use most of the time. I do use also Clip Studio Paint.
Yeah, I
which
would
is,
have to imagine at some
uh-huh.
point you're going to force yourself to move to a more
Yeah.
tailored designed program for art creation,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
working with layers is fine in Photoshop, but it's still
Mm.
so much overhead
Yeah.
and it's unnecessary for what you're trying to do.
hmm
So yeah, that's interesting.
So you found your
Photoshop,
way
yeah.
here to Gods and Monsters. Did you come
Yeah.
here to the store to shop before you decided you wanted to apply for a job here?
No,
Do you
Oh, okay.
live across the
honestly.
street? Is that how'd you end up here?
Okay, so I was living in Houston
All right.
before here. Um,
That's a great town.
yeah, yeah.
It's dirty.
It's yeah.
It's filthy.
I mean, okay. I mean, I don't want to say it, but
I
the
said
thing
it.
is, the
I've
people
been
are
there.
nice. The
Are they?
I mean, with me,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
with me they have been nice.
All right.
You know,
For
it's
those who
not good
don't know,
job being
Houston
here, but
has been the
yeah.
city has been
Mhm.
under construction for 20 some years
Since
now.
before you were born.
Really? Oh wow.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
always under construction. But go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's a really good place for how do you say um engineers
Okay.
to
All right.
flourish. Definitely.
Because it's always under construction. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Sure.
But for an artist, I do not recommend it.
Yeah,
No.
you should have gone to Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have. But, I found myself here.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my college best friends, she told me, "Hey, come over here. There's a really awesome shop here called Gods and Monsters. I think you should really apply."
Oh,
She was
wow.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
was right.
Yeah.
So somebody who didn't know about this place and applied for it. I figure most people would
Yeah.
come here and hang out and be like,
Well,
I'm going to get a job here.
I think the second
Uh-huh.
that you look at what this store is and what it offers,
Yeah.
and that aligns perfectly with an artist or somebody who's even remotely
Literally,
artistic.
yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Like the first thing I saw at the website was the vault.
Yeah.
When I saw that
Okay.
theme, I'm like, okay,
Is that
yeah,
the coolest bar ever? I mean, it's
it
one
is.
of the
Yeah.
coolest bars I've ever
I
been
tell all
to.
my friends.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. hmm
So you create, and then a lot of that stuff goes on the Instagram. Did
Yeah.
he tell us what that Instagram is?
Oh, yeah. Please tell us your Instagram.
Okay,
tell us
so
how people can find you.
yeah, so my Instagram is Ernesto
Okay.
dot Cavel. Is Cavel.
Cavel.
Mhm.
C-A-V.
So that's Superman without
like,
the last
like
L.
Henry Cavill, right?
I mean, yeah,
Same
but
spelling?
But
I
But
mean,
anyway, to help
yeah,
me remember it.
I thought he had two L's under his name.
Does he?
his last name is
Cavill.
Cavill with double L's.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
you were
think
right.
I
yeah,
double
two
L's.
L's.
Yeah.
So I'm
No,
never
but
gonna
yeah,
forget now, Ernesto.
yeah.
And I found it really interesting that you changed your pronunciation of your name from Puerto Rican
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
American.
mostly because like when I say my name, I don't know why it sounds like I'm saying Ernesto.
Because
I don't know.
you're pronouncing it the way it's supposed to be pronounced, and
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
and Americans don't
No.
relate or
Yeah.
resonate with it.
Uh-huh.
Screwed up.
Yeah.
But we appreciate that because that does help for the majority of the audience.
Yeah.
They're gonna understand it.
Well, I'm glad.
And when he puts it on the screen,
Okay.
no, you'll put it in the notes or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're signing off. It sounds like you have to go back.
Yes,
All right.
I'm signing
That's
off.
all right. We're
Oh,
getting the 4-hour
sorry.
mark, so
Yeah.
we're getting ready to
All
wind down
right.
as well.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks
good.
for
And
spending a
we're
little time
glad
with
you're
us.
here.
Same here.
A fairly new employee here again, Ernesto. 2 days for Frankie and 2 months for Ernesto.
Yeah. That means they're expanding. They're hiring.
Look at us doing a 4-hour show.
You want to stop it?
I do.
All right.
It's
well,
been 4 hours.
We'll wrap it up here.
But congratulations, 10 years of,
we
of Gods and
we
Monsters.
didn't get to talk about any of the nonsense that we
I
normally
know,
talk
like what's
about.
normally going on. You're working on a film, or you're taking a
Oh,
break
I
from
am-
films right now.
No, I am
or
actively working on 3 films right now.
and in the 10 years that we've been doing this, I'm on my 3rd job since then. That sounds bad.
No,
I
you were only
worked
in
at
that,
the
you
TV
were only in that
station.
middle one for a very short time.
I worked at the TV station, and then I became
Oh,
a
a teacher.
teacher, and now I work at the law firm, and I built my 3rd podcast studio I've built in 10 years
Mhm.
since we started. I'll go to the wide shot here. So look at the store one last time. But yes, Greg's you've been busy, and since the time we've done one of these episodes, you shot a film that you were head of photography.
Yes.
I'm not saying the correct title,
Cinematographer
right?
or
Cinematographer
director of photography.
for I Win. It was a local film here, and myself and my students got to do the red carpet for it.
Yeah.
And both my daughters were in 3 frames of the film.
Were they? I apologize. Not that they were in the film, but that they weren't in more. But
Right.
that's an editor's choice. That had nothing
But-
to do with you or me.
But that film, I Win, now is streaming
That
and is doing very well streaming.
on 15 different
Yes,
platforms.
15 different
including
platforms.
One called Real Shorts, which is a
Real Shorts.
fantastic model. Listen to this.
I
Art.
don't know this app I can put on my.
So, do you remember, like 7-10 years ago, they tried doing this thing where they would deliver content to a phone, but it was in the portrait
Oh,
aspect.
yeah.
Remember, it failed almost
Terribly,
immediately.
yes.
There is a new one called Real Shorts, and there's actually a couple others as well. And what they do is they create films. They're generally original content,
Okay.
and they chop it up into 90-second blocks.
Oh boy.
And they will give you for free like 6 or 8 or 12 of the little blocks. And then you have to pay for each block after that. It's not a lot, but it's probably $1. So what they do is they get people super hooked on
that
these
they have to keep
very
watching.
glammy looking things, and then people will end up paying like $30 to watch the rest of the film. And it's blows my mind that this is successful and it works.
For filmmakers, though, that's got to be frustrating as hell. Like, this is how you want to watch my movie?
Oh, I don't think they care.
Really?
They're
They just
making
want the,
so
they
much
want the
money.
views. Anna is watching at home, by the way. She says, "Hi, guys. I'm situated with my laptop and my kitties at home now,
Nice.
set up to work on the schedule. Thanks for letting me ramble on for almost an hour." Yes, the most time in 10 years we've ever had her.
I hope she had a lovely piece of cake as well.
Yes, the cake with a cookie on top is,
celebration
is
cake.
coming home with you.
But I implore you to look up Real Shorts and see
Okay,
what
tell us again, Real Shorts.
kind of films are on this, because almost all of them have the word billionaire, boyfriend, or ex lover in
Okay.
the titles. They're ridiculous.
So Hallmark movies have been turned vertically, and you can scroll through them on your phone now.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, so that's
Wow,
that's enough.
very interesting. But yes, that was one film you worked on, I Win,
Yes.
which was actually that was like 2 years ago. When
It
you
was-
think about it, when
we
you were
actually
shooting that,
we
2
started
summers ago.
shooting it 2 years ago.
2 summers ago, because they shot some of it at Lake Howell High School, where
Right.
both my daughters attended. They got to be background players
Mhm.
in that. And yeah, you shot that 2 years ago. We
Yep.
did the red carpet for it a year ago. And now you and the team that you worked with, Robin, you've moved on to other things.
She has got me now involved in a new documentary film
Oh.
feature that she's going to produce starting in October.
Is that a topic that can be talked about, or it's
Sure.
kind of quiet for now?
Yeah,
What's the
it's-
documentary subject?
It's about celiac disease and the gluten-free movement, and how that has been parodied and made fun of in modern media.
Rather than being taken serious.
Right. So 30, 40 years ago, we would make fun of a little person, or we would, lampoon somebody who's in a wheelchair or something like that, just because it was silly and funny or
Right.
whatever. And now, obviously, we don't do that, but we still do it with certain things. Celiac disease and gluten free has always been the tell me you're gluten free without telling me you're gluten free,
Okay.
because you're just going to tell me you're gluten free anyway, because you
Right.
won't shut up about it.
Right.
But for, like cross training, but this is a serious medical condition that few people literally have, but too many other people just say, "Oh my gosh, no, I have celiac disease." Well, they've never been to a doctor, they've never been
I see.
diagnosed, but they just get a little upset stomach if they eat bread.
Okay.
That's not the
That's
problem.
not okay.
It's some people can literally not shake hands with you if you've had a slice of pizza, because the flour enzymes or whatever get on their skin, and then violent reaction. So she's going to make a comedy documentary based on how
Oh, okay.
it's perceived in modern media and reality.
Now, when you just make a decision to put a documentary together, the first thought has to be, do I have enough content? Do I have enough people to interview? Is there enough of a story these people can tell me?
Yeah, well, my first questions is always, who's going to watch this and why?
Okay.
Why would I stop on when I'm scrolling through documentaries on my Netflix
Gotcha.
category? Why would I stop on this and watch it? And so that's going to be the big
Challenge,
hook. The
yeah.
big challenge and the big hook is to get eyes on this thing.
And what will your role be in this documentary?
I believe I'm shooting it.
Okay.
Yep. I do a lot of sound for a lot of other feature films, but
After doing a series of feature films, is it kind of nice to think about, oh, I get to do a documentary? Maybe it's a little less stressful as the cinematographer, or is it more challenging to make it interesting as a person sits there to be interviewed?
any large project is always a thing, because if you as a me as a director of photography, I'm responsible for every image that's on that screen. So obviously that there's always uh you know a, there's always some anxiety about
Sure.
signing on to something like that, because it's not my story to tell, and it's not my passion to show people, yet it's my responsibility to bring all those images onto a screen. So yeah, of course it's something, but more important to me, more personal to me, is I've done and doing many short films in
Right.
the Central Florida area, and I'm currently working on one that I'm producing myself, that I have to tell you about off air, because that's a different thing.
Whoa.
But yeah, I'm doing a horror. I'm doing a one take challenge. It's going to be a 7-minute one take.
Oh, jeez.
And then I'm doing my own comedy this cycle for the the Organization of Independent Filmmakers, which is a large filmmaking group in the Central Florida area.
Is this some sort of competition?
They call it a challenge. They steer very far away from calling it a competition or a festival, because there are certain rules that festivals have to follow, and,
Okay.
and stuff like that. So they make their own rules. It's limited to filmmakers only in the Central Florida area, and we have very few rules that we have to fit within, and most of them are just 9 minutes. That these
9
films have
minute
to
is
be.
one of the rules. Any
Yes.
other rules that are
Yeah,
think of as obstacles or are going to be a problem with these rules?
PG-13 is the most it can be.
Okay.
And they don't want to, they want everything to be family accessible,
Right.
not necessarily family friendly, but they don't want to show a bunch of nudity on the screen.
Because the goal is to probably show all of these at one time.
Yes, it is.
In a festival setting
Yep.
for the competition, and you don't want to
Yeah.
suddenly shock an audience in the middle of it.
Each cycle, generally has 3 categories or 3 genres that we show, and then those blocks are shown in usually we're at the AMC theater in Altamont to show in the festival, and not a festival, it's a showcase.
Showcase.
Yeah.
And then you're going to shoot this film, and then you're going to hand it off. You could shoot this film and hand it to 10 different editors and
Yep.
get 10 different movies.
Yes.
So who will be piecing this together?
Me.
Who will be, oh, you'll be editing it also?
Yes. So
Oh.
I prefer, if I'm going to shoot anything,
If you want to edit anything, you want it to be something you shot.
the short form stuff, yes. If I shoot it, I want to edit it. Obviously, feature films, I am not a feature film editor. That takes far more commitment than I'm willing to give. But to edit a 9-minute film, I will spend anywhere from 100 to 200 hours editing a
Yes.
9-minute film. I can't imagine what it would take out of me to edit a feature film.
Now, when you begin to edit this documentary, will you have
I won't.
something in
I
front
won't.
of you?
I won't be editing the documentary.
Oh, okay. You will
Yep.
not be editing the
Yes.
documentary because I just
She works with a very excellent editor
Okay,
who
good.
has a lot of experience in documentary work. They're a husband wife team, and they are far more qualified to do this than I am.
Because shooting a movie, shooting a documentary is one thing.
Yes.
But then to get all of that footage and have to go
Yes.
over it, and you kind of have to write it out and
Yes.
say, all right, this piece needs to go here. All right, when she says that, we're going to attach it to this thing here. That could be a nightmare.
The interesting thing about documentaries is a lot of times you can plan and you can have a narrative, but the final narrative won't be fully revealed until the editor gets all
Right.
the data or gets all the footage, and then between the editor and the director, they find the film in the footage.
I don't think the documentary editor gets enough credit for the work that
No,
they do.
they are some of the best editors I've ever come in contact with. To see how they're put together, I couldn't do it, and I wouldn't do it.
I kind of love watching documentaries for that reason. Just
Yeah.
like, what direction is this
Right.
editor going to go with this
Absolutely.
subject matter?
It's definitely my favorite genre on the Netflix. It's more interesting to me than the narrative type stuff, even though that's what I primarily do. I am just in awe of some of the ways that documentaries are put together.
And made interesting, and
Mhm.
to think about just how you deal with a still photo as an editor, you know, because I've seen the technology now where you can take the subject if it's a person in a picture,
Yeah.
and that person moves forward while the background of the photo stays, and there's so many different ways. Even if you know how to do all that technology, how do you use it properly to make your story interesting? It's
Sure.
just that you could shoot the movie for how many hours you shoot it. Plan on editing it for 3 or 4 times as much time.
Oh my God, easily.
Yeah,
Easily.
just
Like I said, I'll spend 100 to 200 hours editing a 9-minute film.
I'll do small versions of that when somebody says, I've got all these interviews. Can you piece it together for me in like a 15-minute thing? And it's like, do you have any script or anything? Like, can you just,
Yeah.
here's nothing, turn it into something. And
Yes.
it's like, oh God, you're going to have to look through all this footage, pick out the best sound bites, try and connect it to the next sound bite,
Mhm.
find a place to break, or the music break is here, or here comes a photo. And it's
Oh, yeah.
just,
And I could never work for the news industry because they need that stuff
immediately. They need that immediately. Yeah. If you're a reporter out in the field, all right, you just shot this long interview.
Yeah.
Now turn it into a 1.5-minute package and you got 30 minutes.
I'll take a month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks
Right.
to edit a film, but I
Agreed.
can't do it in 8 hours to get it on air by tonight. I can't do it.
I say we did a great job.
Yes,
at
let's
4
congratulate
hours and 10.
ourselves.
Yes, 4 hours and 10 minutes. We did.
Perfect.
And we got on the air on time, actually. I think we were only like a minute or two past 6.
Then that's not on time, Art.
But the clock was running.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the countdown clock was running. I just didn't
had
start it
some
when I wanted to
last
start it.
second issues that we fixed.
Yeah, the
but
last thing I decided to do was check to see if the internet was going into the laptop. And Greg said, wait, don't plug it in that way. Plug it in this way.
yeah.
So I did, and it worked. Thank you, Greg.
All right. Well, you're welcome.
I didn't know what to expect today or for these past 10 years,
Yeah.
but whatever it was, I did. I'm
It's-
glad I was doing it with you.
It's been
I'm glad you
about
were here.
2 years since we've done one of these shows.
I
is
know.
that right?
Last year, I don't think you were
Maybe
here
even
last year.
before.
I came here for the 9th
Oh, you did?
anniversary
Okay,
by
good, good,
myself,
good.
but you weren't here. You were out of town or something, and
You
so
did the show without me. What
oh
am I
God,
here for?
it's a mess.
All right.
Because then there's so many times even tonight where it's like, thank God Greg's asking questions right now because I got nothing. I'm just listening. I'm like actually pretending to be at home watching this podcast. Like, oh, okay, that's
Well,
a good question.
something that I found is that when you're in charge of all the tech stuff, your brain is already split in half.
Yep.
So actively engaging with guests
Sure.
often falls on the person who's not doing any of that
Yes.
stuff because 90% of my brain can be focused on what we're doing here. So I'm
Mhm.
happy to help, happy to be able to
And
do
what
this.
really helped us is that Anna sat down from the beginning.
Yeah, what was
got to
that all?
drag her over, and she came and sat with us. That was
We usually got to
wonderful.
ply her with 6 or 7 drinks and bribe her.
But
Yeah.
happy to know she sat here with us, and then 3.5 hours later, she's at home watching us. She's actually having a conversation with somebody in our chat
Oh, great.
that they're talking back and forth. So-
Never stop working.
right. I know. Always working the angle.
Always be
Always be
see
closing.
something.
ABC. Always
Oh,
be
that's
closing.
closing,
from
but
Glengarry Glen
I'm
Ross.
adapting it to what Anna's doing generally
Networking?
by not even
ABN, always
relaxing at
be
home,
networking,
still
yes.
still communicating
With cats all around
with
you. Here, we'll
friends
go to the wide
with
shot here.
cats. Yes,
We'll go to the wide shot for our final goodbye, but happy 10th anniversary to
10th.
Todd and Anna and Gods and Monsters and all the people who want to learn about this store. You don't have to watch this show. Just come on down onto iDrive. The address is on their Facebook page, on their web pages, and they sell stuff online. They sell stuff in person. And boy, please come here and say, "Oh, I saw you on your YouTube or Facebook page." That'd make me happy. Todd, I saw you on the show, and you did, and the talking, and you
You
took
can
me.
meet a celebrity.
You never know.
No, Todd.
Or a Minotaur. Oh, Todd could. Yes.
No, Todd's the celebrity.
Todd is a celebrity. He's kind of a big deal here.
Kind of a big
10
deal.
years of this plus more
Mhm.
of being in the comic book business here in Central Florida. What else?
Thank you.
All right. Hang on. Wait. I'm going to go to the closing.
Oh.
So the little closing thing comes up. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you again next time soon. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome God and